And welcome all to the Regional Council meeting of Thursday, June 13th. I will start with our roll call. All members are present except Mayor Crombie, Councillor Demerla, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Downey is away on a personal matter, but I understand Councillor Early will be sitting in. Thank you and welcome. Councillor Fonseca is not here. Councillor Groves is absent. Councillor Paleshi is away with regards to a matter at the Ontario Municipal Board. Oh, other municipal business. Well, that works as well. What if it's the Ontario Municipal Board? Okay, very good. But nevertheless, Councillor Paleshi away on other municipal business. Councillor Parrish is not here, and all the rest are here. Declarations of conflict of interest. Seeing none. I then move to the approval of the agenda. Oh, sorry, I apologize. I first should have done the minutes. Approval of the minutes first of the May 23rd, 2019 Regional Council meeting. Any amendment to the minutes? No one on my list, so that is appropriate. Approval of the agenda.
We're going to have to take a little vote.
Oh, sorry, vote on the minutes themselves, of course. All those in favor of the minutes, it's been moved by Councillor McFadden, seconded by Councillor Medeiros, and that is carried. Thank you. Approval of the agenda, Councillor McFadden. Oh, I thought you were, oh, you're already voting. Anybody else with regards to the approval of the agenda? Oh, okay. So that the agenda for the June 13th, 2019 Regional Council meeting include a communication item from the town of Caledon regarding the appointment of an alternative member to be dealt with under items related to enterprise programs and services, item 16.4, and further that the agenda for the June 13th, 2019 Regional Council meeting be approved as amended. That is moved by Mayor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Raz. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Are there any public announcements or sponsored by a member of council? Seeing none, I move to the consent agenda. Of course, we have all our presentations, items 7, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I have noted the staff presentations from 8.1 to 8.7 will, I'm pretty sure, all require a presentation unless somebody tells me otherwise. So that brings me right down to points under items related to health. So on consent, anyone for item 9.1? Do I have consent? Consent. 9.2. Consent. 9.3. Consent. On to items related to human services. Item 11.1. Consent. The communication items on related to planning matters, there were none related to planning itself. 13.1. Implications of Bill 101. And yeah, we are going to bring that forward to the presentation related to item 8.7, so that'll be held for that. Communications items, 14.1. Consent. 14.2. I have consent. 14.3. 14.4. 14.5. 14.6. 14.7. All on consent. 14.8. 14.9. Very good. All on consent. We're on to 15. Items related to enterprise programs. 15.1. On consent. 15.2. Consent. 15.3. 15.4. To be held by Councillor Vincente. We're holding 15.4. 15.5. 15.6. On consent, 15.7. On consent, communications item 16.1. Yes, thank you. Councillor Rass has asked it to be held. 16.2. On consent, 16.3. On consent, item related to public work, 17.1. On consent, communications items, 18.1. 18.2, 18.3, 18.4, 18.5. Yes, Councillor Sato?
I think we should be holding the petitions when we're dealing with waste management.
Bring them forward at that time.
18.2 then should be.
Very good. To be dealt with at the same time. So 18.2 to be held. 18.4 is the other one to be held for the same reason. 18.5 as well. So 18.2, 4, and 5 to be held along with the presentation, and 6 as well. Okay, perfect. Sorry, Councillor Vicente.
If I may go back and hold for 14.9 for a question.
14.9 to be held as well.
Thank you.
Okay. So reconfirming that 18.3 then will go on consent. Very good. Other business notices of motion 20.1, all the notices of motion we will deal with at the appropriate time. The bylaws, the in-camera, I've had a look at them and I don't know that any jump out. Did anybody need to go in camera for any of the in-camera members, or do I have consent? Very good. Okay, that brings us down to, I need my motion, of course, with regards to consent. Madam Clerk.
So it's just that the matters will go on consent?
So agreed, all that the matters as outlined will go on consent. This is a recorded vote as moved by Mayor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Starr, to agree to the matters noted under consent. Please vote accordingly. And that carries. Thank you. Which brings us down to delegations. Item 17.1, Chris McCord, Interim Chief, Peel Regional Police, presenting an overview and status report regarding provincial adequacy regulations. Chief, welcome. And as the Chief comes forward, two thoughts. Number one, I think through the chair, I might allow the Chief a little more than 5 minutes because I think he has a rather fulsome presentation. And my thanks to Councillors McFadden and Councillor Sato, who along with I attended the Safe City event this week, where we, in support of a great cause, I might add, that the two councillors have supported for quite some time. And we got some of the Chief's presentation, which was excellent. I trust he won't take the same 45 minutes, but more than 5 I think is appropriate. Chief, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I get your point. Thank you. Well, good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to come and present to you. Today's overview will be about our 2018 annual report. And I'll be reporting on the focus of our strategic plan, which are from 3 areas: community safety together, our professional, diverse and supportive workplace, and our quality service and fiscal responsibility. First of all, each of you should have received our annual report, which is this document here. I want to say congratulations to your staff for putting that together. It is absolutely a wonderful document. It's very well done. It's very well summarized for the year. But most of all, I want to congratulate all of the members of Peel Regional Police. Everything that is within here is the hard work that is done by members of Peel Regional Police each and every day. So, and I say thank you to them. It's great work that's done. So, my first slide, I want to bring to your attention something that has been worked on for a period of time, which is known as the Community Safety and Wellbeing Framework. Now, this framework was actually mandated under the Police Services Act, and it has to be completed and to be presented to the province by January 1st, 2021. The table to work on this was established, and I co-chair with Dr. Jessica Hopkins, the Medical Officer of Health, the committee. I'm also joined by Deputy Chief Berkeley Brown, working on the committee representing Peel Regional Police. This plan is a collaborative approach to really the health of our overall community. And I talk about the health. It takes into consideration all of the 4 different areas that you see highlighted in the chart here. When I go through my presentation today, a lot of the Peel Regional Police response to this will be incident response. But you will see off to the side of the actual slides the applicable area within the Community Safety and Wellbeing Framework identified at the side of the slides. Many of the partners that we work with, I'm just going to identify a few because it's an exhaustive list. OPP Caledon's involved, the cities of Brampton and Mississauga, along with the town of Caledon. The Public Health, Region of Peel Public Health, Human Services, Peel Children's Aid Society, both school boards, Canadian Mental Health Association, Trillium Health Partners, William Osler Health System, and the United Way, and the list goes on. So there is quite a representation at the table, and we have a full day session on this tomorrow. So I will go on to some of the workload trends that have changed within Peel Regional Police through 2018. Again, off to the side of the slide, you will see it identified in red, and that is the incident response tying back into the framework that I just talked about. So increases, we're seeing increases in relation to frauds or mental health calls or intimate partner incidents, which in the past has been known as domestic violence incidents, and then our assaults. We have seen a reduction in our traffic accidents. Mischief, for anyone who doesn't understand it, that's damage to property. So broken windows, graffiti, and so on. Then our break and enters are going down, and it shouldn't be a surprise that our drug offences are going down since we've got the legalisation of cannabis. One thing I want to talk about, mental health calls. Earlier this month, there was an announcement in relation to funding for the Canadian Mental Health Association, and they received $2.375 million of provincial funding. $1.5 million of that will go to launching a new mobile crisis rapid response team, and that is in partnership with Peel Regional Police. So this is a team that will consist of a uniform officer and a person that is specifically trained in mental health and addictions. And they'll co-respond to calls where we're dealing with mental health incidents. And what the purpose of it is to try and connect that individual with community services, de-escalate the situation, and prevent harm to the person who's suffering from the crisis, and then decrease the encounters with the justice system, and also prevent admissions to the hospital. So once this is established, we're hoping that we see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel to try and reduce the visitations to hospitals and be able to address this more effectively. Continuing into our workload, this relates not to calls for service, but this relates to the hours spent by our officers in investigating and dealing with calls. The highest is by far our domestic disputes or intimate partner disputes. And we're working very closely with our partners in this. We work very closely with the Peel Committee Against Women Abuse. I would like to bring to your attention, we've had 6 homicides this year so far, which is less. I'm not celebrating that. I'm just bringing that to your attention. It's less than what we had last year. But the disturbing fact is that 5 of those are intimate partner related. That is something that we're working on and taking very seriously and trying to address. The next is the pressure that is on our calls for service. So you will see that we've had 710,000 calls in our communication centre. 430,000 of those are 911 calls, but 182,000 of them, they're not appropriate calls to the 911 system. So we've actually launched a campaign and trying to educate the public of what is appropriate for 911 calls. And you will see off to the side, that is just an example of some of our social media that we're putting out there to try and get the message out that burning your dinner is not an appropriate call for calling the police. So we're trying to add a little bit of humor to it, but we're trying to get the message across, and we have many examples of that. Priority 1 calls. Those are the calls that we must respond to immediately. We've saw an increase in that. They're up by 10% over 2017. Our Amber Alert. This became a big topic of conversation this year when we dealt with 2 Amber Alerts ourselves and the response to the Amber Alerts. This is a tool provided to policing that is very effective and very, very important. But it's the after effect of when we release an Amber Alert. The most recent Amber Alert was released by Sudbury Police. And believe it or not, here in this region, we received 911 calls from people complaining about receiving that Amber Alert. We're nowhere close to Sudbury. The incident didn't happen anywhere close to this region, yet our 911 centre received numerous calls with respect to that, as did Toronto, as did York, and their other neighbouring services. It would appear that people just don't understand the purpose behind the Amber Alert. And the 2 examples that we have had, they were effective. Our road safety. This remains a priority and is always a priority within this region. In 2018, we had 36 fatal collisions, which resulted in the deaths of 41 individuals. Out of that, 18 of them were pedestrians and 2 of them were cyclists. Our approach to this is not totally an approach of an enforcement way of tackling it. We have been doing campaigns. Some of those have been public information campaigns. We launched the Superhero campaign earlier this year, and we've launched the Driving While High Can Kill campaign. And we're trying to get the message out there. But we're also targeting certain aspects of traffic safety in campaigns through enforcement. So earlier this year, we had a campaign on distracted driving and on seatbelts, and we continue to do our commercial vehicles campaign. So on Highway 50, that is still one of the locations of priority, and we still continue to conduct our blitzes on commercial vehicles on Highway 50. Scheduled for June 28th to July 12th this year, we actually have a cyclist and pedestrian campaign that is scheduled because the weather's changed, everybody's getting out there. We want to try and get the messaging out for everyone to look carefully, be careful on the roads, because really the pedestrians and the cyclists are the ones that are most vulnerable on the roads. Now we transition into our violent crime. So in 2018, we saw an increase in relation to violent crime, and that includes shootings and or stabbings, and then the number of rounds fired during that time. The alarming part is where we've come in the space of 4 years. What I can tell you is that the amount of effort and the amount of work that has gone into this with Peel Regional Police and our investigative teams, we are working very, very hard in this, and I am fairly confident you will start to feel the effects and see the results of that as we move forward through 2019. This year so far, setting aside, and I will talk about our gun amnesty in a few minutes, but setting aside that, we have actually taken 121 firearms off the street, illegal firearms that we have seized. In fact, last night, one of our bike units were on patrol, they investigated a vehicle, and they recovered a loaded handgun out of that vehicle. So there is good basic police work continuing, it's proactive, and we're getting those firearms off the street to make sure that our community is safe. Earlier this year, you've also saw some of our messaging that we've put out through media. And sorry, just on this slide, you will see our colour has changed. The colour for the community safety and wellbeing plan, we've now changed to risk intervention. And that is because of our projects and the targeted work that we're doing in relation to this. So earlier this year, we had a press conference with respect to Project Baron, where we saw 26 firearms and a large quantity of drugs that was seized. We also continue to work on our illegal cannabis dispensaries. That is an ongoing process, and we'll continue to do that because we do not want the criminal element to get established in particular communities, and that's why when we become aware of these locations, we must tackle them quickly, swiftly, and take them out of the neighbourhoods that they are in. On top of that, I want to talk about earlier this year we had the incident in Mississauga where there was a Hells Angels member was shot and killed. That individual did not live in this region, but he was attending a gym in the region. But the work that went into that and the swift arrest that was made by our officers in Peel Regional Police, it was excellent work. All 4 individuals have been arrested, they're in custody, and the work that had to go into transporting them from Montreal to get them back to this region, we had to actually use the services of an aircraft to get them here safely so that we didn't jeopardize public safety transporting them by road from Montreal to get here. And we were kindly provided those services with our partnerships and other law enforcement agencies. Our gun amnesty program. So it ran through the month of May. we were successful. The numbers you see in front of you are 129 firearms, but since the press conference for the end of the gun amnesty, I emphasized the fact that you can still turn firearms in and that you wouldn't have to go through all the red tape to be able to do that. We have had an additional 2 firearms handed in following the press conference that we did for the end of that. 269 rounds of ammunition equates to over 10,000 rounds. So that's a lot of ammunition that we actually took off the street during this process. I do want to emphasize, all these firearms that we received are legally held firearms. None of them are illegal firearms. But if you take a look to the right, you will see, compared with our previous years, this year has been a big success with 131 firearms being turned in. Or community safety, again, you will see from our slide, you will see this is social development of how we relate this back to our community safety and well-being focus. Community engagement, as the chief, we have our community advisory committees. I have 6 of them, very successful, very resourceful, and great for the job that we're doing as a police service servicing such a diverse community. They've been very helpful when we're establishing policies, procedures, and they're very open in giving us feedback. One of the recent feedback that we got was from the Muslim Advisory Committee to do videos for Ramadan and for Eid. And we did those videos. And those videos have actually gone international. And we're getting a lot of feedback coming internationally to support that. Also, our community mobilization teams are heavily engaged in your communities. You will see them doing regular police work, but you will also see them engaging the community at barbecues, picnics, anything that we know about. You will see our officers showing up, getting engaged with members of the community and supporting the community, building those strong relationships. Or hiring practices. So through 2018, we've had a lot of great successes. We've had 10 media initiatives reaching out into the community, and we had 138 recruiting initiatives. But just to give you an idea of what that's turned into, we had 6,605 applications, persons attend those. In our recruiting, at 61% of all of the officers and cadets hired last year were racialized. 55% of all of our civilian hires last year were racialized. So we are making good progress, we're moving forward, and we are making strong efforts and strong strides into the community to be representative of our community that we serve. Enhancements. Technology is still out there. We're still working hard to try and stay up to date with technology and use it as a lever to try and be more efficient and be more effective. We talk about the new public safety broadband network. That is a public safety network that if we're dealing with an emergency situation that is going to get a lot of public attention and a lot of social media attention, we still have our own network that we're able to function on as emergency services. So this wouldn't only be for police, this would also be for other emergency services. The hub of this network is actually located in Halton, but Peel Regional Police and Halton have partnered in that, and we're the first 2 police services out the door to try and get this up and running, so we're making great progress with that. We're also in the process of issuing mobile devices to all of our officers on the road. I'm talking cell phones. Those cell phones carry apps and allow our officers to be more efficient and connected to apps that are able to assist them doing their job. That means if they have to receive information, they don't have to get on the radio and call in. They can do it right over the phone, and they can receive the information over the phone. Mugshot identification is our facial recognition, and all it is facial recognition similar to fingerprints. We take mugshot photographs of individuals when we arrest them. If we get a suspect, we run it through our mugshot system to see if we can identify the person responsible for the crime. We've also in the process of installing a new fingerprint system that will be able to be connected to the RCMP and give us much more resources to be able to search when we're searching for fingerprints to solve a crime. Our Casualty Bureau is something we're right in the midst of. This is to be able to address should we have a major incident where there is mass casualties. And we're just trying to be prepared. We're hoping we never have anything like that, but the time to find out that you don't have it isn't when the incident happens. So we're trying to stay ahead of the curve. Our unmanned aerial devices, everybody knows them as drones. They're being very efficient and effective out there, and we've actually had to add more officers to the complement to be able to operate them just because of the demand of having the drones out there. And then finally, our new communication center. We're working on updating everything within our communication center, and probably by the end of the month that will be complete, and we'll be up and running completely up to date with new communication system. Earlier this year, we finalized the agreement with the Greater Toronto Airport Authority. Most of you know we are the police service for the airport. That contract expired at the end of last year. We were successful in sitting down with the GTAA. Took us a couple of years back and forth, but we finally got there, and now we have a contract that's good for the next 10 years. We were asked to discuss this next item for our budget forecast. So I have been keeping our Police Services Board up to date with some of the challenges and some of the stressors in relation to provincial funding. So we get so much money back from the province in relation to our court security and prisoner transportation. It never is what we spend. So on average, we get about, it costs us normally $12.1 million. The province in the past has only given us $9.6 million back. This year, they applied a new formula to that calculation, and we were notified that we wouldn't be getting that $9.6 million this year. We'd be getting $8.9 million. So that is a shortfall after we had already established our budget and received our budget approval here before Regional Council. Also, the provincial government decided to cancel some grants that had been existing for a number of years. That equated to pressures on us of $1.9 million. But they did create new grant process. So the first grant that I want to talk about is the Community Safety and Policing Grant. We have submitted an application, and we're capped at an application of $5.7 million. So we have submitted our application. There's nothing guaranteed, but I'm pretty confident with the submission that we have submitted that we will receive that $5.7 million. That still leaves us short of $1.9 million. So there is an additional Community Safety and Policing Provincial Priorities Grant. We have submitted our applications for $1.9 million. Our shortfall, we have submitted grant applications for that. There is a big question mark over those submissions, whether or not we will have those have that $1.9 million. What I can tell you, knowing that this is a challenge for us, our finance department have worked hard, readjusted what we're doing and our service delivery, and it doesn't impact frontline, but to make sure that we still come within our budget at the end of 2019. Also, I'd like to talk about our budget challenges for next year. So we have been provided a budget target increase this year of 3.4%, which would consist of 1.1% of growth and 2.3% for inflation. But our workload demands, which are based on our 2018 results and our annual report, our calls for service still continue to increase. They've gone up by 2.5%, and our priority one calls have increased by 10%. Now, later this year, we will sit down with the Police Services Board and we will discuss our budget for next year. But the 3.4% is considerably lower than what we had forecasted going into 2020, and we will discuss that with our Police Services Board in October as we come forward and plan for our budget for next year. I'm coming to close, but I just want to acknowledge a couple of accomplishments for this year. So the Canadian Armed Forces recognized us earlier this year as being the top employer in Ontario for supporting our military. And we have 43 members who are connected to our military, and they're reservists, and some of them have served overseas and served in Afghanistan and Iraq and so on, but they recognized us as being the top employer this year. We also were recognized for our new website. The website design is, it took a lot of work, took a lot of effort going into it, and this, I am told, I had never heard of it before, but the Marcom Platinum Award is quite a prestigious award to receive for website design. And then our Equity and Inclusion Unit, they received an award for their work in the community from the Intercultural Dialogue Institute of the GTA. So at least a lot, our officers out there, all the good work that they're doing, they're getting the recognition for the work that they are doing. And just in closing, I would like to just bring to your attention our new addition to our fleet, which is our new boat. We serve 300 square kilometres of Lake Ontario, all the way along the lakefront in Mississauga. This is a new addition to the fleet. It is out there. The officers work very hard through, they go into the water in April and they come out in the fall, and they work very hard out there, and they add such a component of safety to Lake Ontario and make all of our residents and our visitors using Lake Ontario safer. There's many examples. Next week we will be recognizing some of those officers for a rescue they did last year in relation to a sailor who became disabled in Lake Ontario in gale force winds. They went out there and they rescued him and brought him into safety. So thank you very much, and I am open to any questions that you might have.
Chief, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and there are questions. First up, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for the presentation. Really shows the breadth of work that the police force are doing. I guess getting into the government amnesty. So I know, Chief, you're fully aware of the conversations we had at the City of Brampton. So can you tell me if there's a direct correlation with, if we were to increase the budget towards the gun amnesty program, would that sort of attract more people trying to hand in their firearms and get more guns off the street?
So first of all, Toronto this year did that, and it was quite a costly venture for Toronto. But again, in Chief Saunders' presentation, he emphasized the fact that all of these guns turned in were legal firearms and legally held firearms. In saying that, congratulations to Toronto. They had a big increase in numbers this year and got many more firearms, people to turn in their legal firearms. But these are not the guns that are causing us the problem on the street. What we're trying to do is be proactive, get people to turn those guns in to prevent anyone being able to break into their home or be able to steal those guns and then turn them into crime guns.
And thank you. Through the chair, how much do we pay per gun, or how much to the police force for every gun that's handed in? You provide $40 or $50?
We didn't provide anything.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Zippo.
All of this was people turning them in and consenting to turn them in.
I guess the angle, or I wouldn't say the angle, but the incentive is for people to safely be able to give in their guns, because I think that might be an issue. I guess those with legal guns and want to get rid of them, it's an avenue in which they can provide their guns. Okay, so that's good to know, because there's always been this understanding, and I guess sometimes I've heard people suggest if we threw more money, look how successful, how many guns were given if we put more money into the budget. So it's great to know that there's no direct correlation to that. So that's
In saying that, we will be watching very carefully to see what happens in Toronto and see if there is a correlation. When the conversation came up at the City of Brampton, we did a lot of research, and I mean, our research went as far as we even had examples of where there had been gun amnesties in Australia. But to try and find any support to say that there is a correlation between that, we haven't been able to do it yet. But maybe from the Toronto experience, we might get some sort of an indication of how effective that might be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Perhaps, Councillor Medeiros, there's a follow-up question or a point of clarity through to the Chief on that. Chief, talk about gun amnesties, but you should make it very clear. Every day in the region of Peel is a gun amnesty day with Peel Regional Police. If people want to get rid of a firearm, we've always had the program. Perhaps, Chief, you should speak to that.
Absolutely. Even throughout the year, our firearms officer will get phone calls to say, I've had a family member who has passed away. I've got a couple of firearms they had for hunting. Can I turn them in? We have a process in place whereby we will go and we'll pick it up and we'll take it off them, and there is no consequences from. They're legally held firearms, and we know that the person who's turning them in are doing them for the right reason.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Moving on with my list, Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. A few questions. The Marine Unit, how many officers are involved in that, and what would the cost of that be, just out of curiosity?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm looking back here at my staff to see. I think there's 6 officers involved in it, but I'm not sure as to how many actual officers that. I think it's 6 officers that we have in our Marine Unit.
Okay. So it would be 6 on at all times, or 6 rotate, or
Oh, they're on shifts. They're assigned there full-time. They're full-time Marine
six,
officers.
6 full-time officers
Yes,
on them?
yeah.
And that would be in one boat?
Oh, no, there's 2 boats with Marine 1 and Marine 2. There's one hard shell boat, and then there's the one that you saw here. That's our new boat.
Okay, good. I want to go back to the screen on provincial downloading. So these are some significant costs for the region and the Peel Police. How many of these are because of provincial downloading, and how many of them are because of federal?
All of these are provincial.
Okay.
None of them are federal.
It was in the news before that the federal government announced funding for guns and gang, and we don't receive any of that. Do you have details for Regional Council on why we're not able to access those federal funds?
So there was $7.9 million set aside for guns and gangs. We have submitted, most of that funding has been targeted towards projects, and projects that are specifically for investigative purposes for guns and gangs. We have submitted applications with respect to that to every project and every initiative that we're taking to try and access that. Because it's not the same process. These are grant applications. The other money has been given to the CISO. And we're making the applications through the CISO for each one of our specific applications.
But in the $50 million of guns and gang funding, we haven't received any, have we?
No, we have not specifically towards our guns and gangs initiatives. One of the initiatives that we've submitted under the Community Safety and Policing Provincial Priorities is directly targeted towards guns and gangs. And that's why the question marks are there as to whether we will receive that funding or not.
And do you believe that given the fact that Ottawa and Toronto gets this funding, it would only be appropriate that Peel Region does as well?
There is no separation or border between Toronto and this region. We have the same problems that Toronto have, and we should have our access to that funding as well.
And would that be advocacy that you would welcome on your behalf from Regional Council?
Absolutely, I would love that.
Now, when a fair amount of this downloading happened, some of the rhetoric out of Queen's Park was it was to cut fat, municipal fat, and I think it's important to point out this is not fat. This is These are officers. And so how many officers would be involved if you look at this 2.6 million in provincial cuts? How many officers would be involved here?
We're just doing a quick calculation here to give you. That equates to approximately, if you're going to put in the officers, it's approximately 17 officers.
17 officers. Okay, now are any of those officers unnecessary?
Oh, there's none.
Okay.
Actually, 17 more are necessary.
So what happened if we said to if the province, does this cut next year? And I know it's being reviewed right now, so we're sort of in that limbo. But what happens if we say to the province, no one's making this up? What would the consequence be for public safety?
We're going to have to visit our service delivery because public safety, frontline policing is our priority, and maintain that frontline policing. But something else will have to suffer, and we will have to give something else up to make sure we maintain that public safety and frontline policing.
So as we try to explain to the province during this period of limbo why it's not FAD and why it's integral, what would happen if we didn't fund, for example, and we've used this example before, and you have it on the screen, court security and prisoner transport. If for one portion of the year it wasn't funded, so if their funding cut meant that for 1 month we couldn't provide court security and prisoner transport, what would that mean to the courthouse, and what would that mean to our judicial system?
Unfortunately, under the Police Services Act, we're mandated to do it. So we don't even have an option with respect to that. So if they were to cut the funding completely to court security and prisoner transportation, we would still have to provide it because legislative-wise, the police are mandated to provide that service, and we would be in contravention of the Police Services Act.
But if they felt like they're saying now that you don't need the same level of service, what would the consequence be within the courthouse?
It would be mayhap. They wouldn't get their prisoners to court to be able to face the consequences of what they've done, and the court wouldn't be able to function.
Mayhem is a pretty strong word.
But that's what it would be. Okay. There is no other way that we'd be able to, you rely on us to be able to get your prisoners there, to be able to go before the judges, and that would impact the entire justice system.
So we're certainly not talking about municipal FAD here.
No, absolutely not, no. Not in policing.
I understand there's a judicial precedent that after a certain amount of time, if a court case can be thrown out, even if the person is for sure going to get a conviction, due to delay in the court process, a case could get thrown out. And so I just want to highlight what this means locally if we don't have adequate resources. What is that precedent, and are we facing challenges with cases being thrown out because of delays already?
Well, we're trying to make sure that we don't face those challenges, but sometimes those challenges have come forward. But the judiciary are being much more strict on the timelines so that an individual gets a fair trial in an expeditious period of time. If we don't make that time frame, the case can be dismissed, and then that jeopardizes public safety.
And what is that timeline?
I think it's now down to 18 months.
18 months.
Yeah.
And have we seen cases thrown out?
There has been cases thrown out. As in the introduction of that, as that has been introduced, there has been cases that have been thrown out by the courts.
And would this put additional pressures on that?
If this was to happen, yes. If we weren't to receive this funding, yes, it would put pressures on our staff to be able to do that. And be mindful, we're about to add more courtrooms to Brampton. Because we are the busiest courthouse in Ontario, and we're about to open up more courtrooms as you see the extension being built onto the courthouse here in Brampton.
But with those new, and those courtrooms are integral given growth, but does that not come with new provincial funding for prisoner transport and court security?
We don't know from their formula because they apply the formula, not us, and we don't know what the formula is. So we would like to know that this year, so we're hiring additional staff to be able to staff those courtrooms for the additional prisoners being brought into the courthouse. So this year we're hoping, as they apply the formula to the workload for this region, that we will get additional funding, but we don't find out until we get into 2020.
But how could we even open those courtrooms if we didn't have this staff
Because,
to do so?
because it's a completely different ministry. And it's the Ministry of the Attorney General that's opening those courtrooms, and we fall under a completely different ministry. We're under the Ministry of the Solicitor General.
Well, I think this gives us some very important advocacy points that the region needs to speak loudly on. This is not municipal fat. This is integral. And as the chief said, it could cause mayhem. And we certainly don't want mayhem in Peel Region or within our public safety efforts. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Mayor Thompson.
Yeah, good morning. And I want to first of all thank all your officers that participated in the Ida Hot Breakfast in supporting the LGBTQ community. Talk about inclusive. You do it by action, and that looks really good. And I know you were there I'm trying to be sincere about this, but not that maybe it's a bad choice of words. It looks really good. It's good to see you in action.
Thank you.
Job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I got to say that was a really good comprehensive presentation. I just wanted to make a brief mention. You highlighted the boat, the marine boat, and down in Ward 1, I happened to be at the Port Credit Sail Pass and had a chat with some of the guys that actually operate the boat and keep our waters safe. And I just wanted to say it's a pretty good looking boat, and anybody wants to do anything wrong, it's a perfect thing to catch the bad guys. So looking forward to getting the tour of the boat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish.
With all this talk of money, my questions are not going to be received well, I'm sure. As you know, Malton is a pretty isolated little location. It's part of 21 Division, but it's quite a distance from 21 Division. And we've had a lot of problems lately since the community station closed. And I've tried to explain to people the community station wasn't there for policing, it was there for reporting, but they don't quite get that. They think that's made a big difference. The superintendent you've got there, Rad Rose, is fantastic. I have to tell you, he responds very quickly. He's been working very hard on trying to help us with our vagrant problems up there. The problem right now is the citizens. There's 38,000 people in Malton. They've got signatures now, 10,000 signatures on a petition that's going to go to the Police Services Board to ask for a division, a full division there. I'm sure that's expensive. I think what they would be looking for would be 21B. Take some of your resources and move it down closer to the village of Malton. The problem, too, is we've got all kinds of trafficking and nonsense coming in from the airport there, too. So it's a little hotbed of difficulties. How possible would it be to get some sort of division presence there?
Well, every time that we are presented with providing you with information such as that, we need to go back to our people who do our finances and look at our business cases and so on to be able to present that. So if that's something that comes through the Police Services Board, by all means, we will take that back to our operational planning and our finance people, and we will look at what that would mean and how we would be able to accomplish that to make it, whether make it happen or be able to provide you with information as to what that would cost and what it would look like. So that would take a little bit of time, but I would be able to do that through the Police Services Board.
And I'm trying to work with the people that are doing the petitions to make sure they understand it has to stay very positive. We're asking for help. We're not being critical. And they're good people that are doing it. And Canada Day, they've got 3 booths set up. We've got thousands of people come out at Westwood Square, so they'll be getting more signatures. And once we get that completed, we'll give it to the Police Services Board. And again, I understand the difficulty of a giant division going in there, but possibly some sort of substation that would be part of a division, same number 21, but a subsection. And I'm not guiding the answer, but I'm just trying to be reasonable because I can see the difficulties with funding.
And we still also have growth demands on the northwest end of Brampton also to deal with. So We have a plan, and we have challenges ahead of us, but by all means, at the direction of the Police Services Board, we would look at that.
And again, I want to make sure you understand that Red Rose is doing a fantastic job. His presence has been felt dramatically.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie.
I have to hit the speak button, sorry. Good morning, Chief.
Morning.
Nice to see you again, and thank you. I think we saw most of this presentation, if not the whole thing, at the Justice Luncheon 2 days ago. So terrific job. And obviously, Mayor Brown and myself have had a chance, and the chair have had a chance to preview it since we all serve on the board. So it's very challenging. Everyone's being asked to do a lot more with a lot less. And now we see the impact of further cuts from the downloading from the province. So I think Mayor Brown has driven home the kind of impact this will have on community safety. So what is the strategy to deal with the budget cuts? Will you be asking us for budget increases? Will you continue to advocate to Queen's Park for the need not to make this shift, not to download? What is the strategy on how to deal with the cuts?
So first in advocacy, I would hope that we would get the support of Regional Council to advocate on our behalf, but I also hope that we get representation from our MPPs at the provincial government to be able to support us. Our MPPs do support us, and we've got a great connection with them, and I take every opportunity to highlight the fact that we need this funding. Our own strategies and what we can handle, again, we have adjusted some of our service delivery to make sure that it doesn't impact 2019. As to what will happen in October when we come together with the board to discuss our budget for next year, we will present some options at that time and then take direction from the Police Services Board as to how we're going to come back to Regional Council for next year. We will definitely have an idea as to what we get this year from our applications for grant funding. We will know that by that time. It's just that question mark when you're sitting mid-year and you don't know if you're getting that $1.9 million or not. That has an impact on us.
Yes, well, certainly we know that very well. We were faced with $38 million in cuts and trying to understand better how we were going to cope with those cuts, and we don't know if they'll reappear back in November when the province comes back. So we estimate there'll be 11 officers that would have to be eliminated as a result of the
17.
cuts? 17.
Yeah.
17. And, well, is there an opportunity to modernize policing through technology to address some of that?
You always have the opportunity to address it through technology, but if we address it too much through technology, if we get to the point that we're at with the Raptors
yes, I'm very
celebrations, we still need officers to be able to deploy them on the road. Mm-hmm. So you need those resources to be able to fall back on. Technology doesn't replace that. Mm-hmm. And you can't plan for these unplanned events. It's great that it's a celebration,
right,
but you still need people.
Will it hamper your efforts to continue to recruit in the community as well?
No, I don't think it would hamper our efforts. We would still stay the course with respect to that and be able to recruit. Our efforts aren't really hampered by the reduction in numbers.
Well, I'm hopeful that after the Queen's Park session was adjourned for the summer, returns in the fall or winter, they have a new perspective and find other ways to deal with the proposed cuts other than downloading those issues back onto the municipalities and the regions. So I'm very hopeful. And I want to thank you as well for the great work that you have done since becoming interim chief. And I want to thank you for the great policing work at Celebration Square, our own little Jurassic Park West, which actually has higher attendance than any other. Either higher than ACC. We've accommodated more people than the actual ACC venue has. So 20 to 25,000 people at each game. And I think tonight, despite the rain, we're going to have a lot of folks come out. I know I'll be there, and I'm hopeful some of my councillors will too. Maybe we'll see you, Chief. And thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Crombie. And my only sort of light-hearted and sort of content thought about this evening is don't worry, it's the last time you'll be out in the rain. I'm sure there won't be another game after tonight, so.
Let's not
thanks to all
jinx
those
it,
that are coming.
Chair Unica. Don't jinx
I've got a lot of
anything, please.
confidence. And by the way, while I'm at it, with regards to Kevin Durant, I think the whole region of Peel feels very bad for his injury, and we reach out to him, and we're sorry that it happened to a great player, and I'm sure just because I've stumbled onto that we see him in a somewhat different light than a very small group of people in Toronto, because he's a warrior, he's a great player, and we feel for him, and we wish him a very speedy recovery. May I say that on behalf of the region of Peel. Chief, a couple of points just further to your presentation, because I don't think we should gloss over them. And I know the word you used in terms of the police jargon is racialized community, but I think, Chief, we have to double back with regards to the new era and under your leadership, and you taking the willingness to say, following our equity audit, that as we deal with hiring, you've made it a priority within your own office to make sure you've sectioned off someone that looks at all of our new hires through, you call it the racialized lens, I'll call it the diverse cultural lens. I did want you to speak to that for a moment, if you would.
So earlier this year, we received the report that was commissioned by the board from CCDI. And once we received the report and got the recommendations, we've moved forward with this. We're actually actioning on this and actually coming up with a tangible plan to be able to address it. One of the things we've done, we've gone out and actually hired CCDI to assist us with this. So we plan on hiring an inclusion specialist. And in our discussions with CCDI, a lot of organizations have already done that, but they don't know what the inclusion specialist is supposed to do. They hire the person, and they haven't established what that person's going to do within their organization. We're taking a planned research approach with CCDI to be able to do that. So we actually have appointed one of our civilian directors, Mark Figueredo, to head up that project. And we're moving forward with it. CCDI, actually, they're helping us out to put that lens over a lot of the things we're doing initially until we can bring that inclusion specialist on board. But the results that we come up with, I think you will find are very measurable and tangible rather than just speaking to the subject with no actual basis to it.
And Chief, I wanted to draw on that point. I'm going to give a shout out to Mayor Hazel McCallion, who I had the privilege of sitting beside for 25 years. And she had a great line, as Councillor Sato and others will remember. It's all great that you talk about it, but if you haven't got the bylaws, the policies, and the procedures, it doesn't happen. This is policies and procedures that you've implemented, and you've said we're up to almost 61% of the new entries into the force that come from that lens. And I've always argued, and I've said this before, and this is why I'm so proud of you, it speaks to the fact that for the 30 years that I was at City Hall, I'd often make the comment, when I go to Square One, the people I interact with there don't look like City Hall. And for the 30 years I came here, many of the people that I met in here don't look like the people at the Bramalea City Centre. Without these policies and procedures, that won't change. And around the world, we've learned if your government doesn't look like those who are being governed, you're going to have a problem.
Absolutely.
So well done with you on that.
Thank you.
The other point that I wanted to make with regards to the boat launch, and I want to commend Rudy Cusetto, the MPP, who was there with, along with I on that Friday. And by the way, the scheduling was a little difficult for some of my colleagues, but that was the weekend that was designated as the kickoff of Boat Week, so we had to do it on the Friday. The thought that I took from, other than the fact that's a remarkable boat, but two things. Number one, loosely speaking, we patrol more water than land as Peel Regional Police. I didn't know that. I kind of learned that in terms of what we're responsible for. And a lot of bad things can happen out there. And the second thing, Chief, that I learned, they just aren't waiting in the boat for something to happen. Things happen every day, and the boat saves lives. It saves lives, this whole enterprise. So very well done, and it was very, very well received and allows us to do more and better policing. So Chief, thank you very much on behalf of Regional Council for this presentation. I will take a motion from Councillors Brown and Councillors Crombie to move receipt of the Chief's presentation. All those in favor? That is carried, Chief, and to you and the staff that are here in the service, thank you very much for your presence and keep up the very, very good work. Thank you. Very good. And the clerks just advised me that the next item up would have been 7.2, Harkarat Singh, owner of the condo unit, regarding his high water bill, but he's just sent us an email that he is not able to attend today and may be rebooking in the future. So with that, I go to item 7.3. Douglas Kwan, Co-Executive Director, Mississauga Community Legal Services, and Jack Fleming, Executive Director, North Peel Dufferin Community Legal Services, requesting support against funding cuts to legal aid. And how apropos you're here today, because the morning news and radio was filled with your cause, so you've got a marvelous segue. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair, members of Peel Regional Council. My name is Douglas Kwan. I'm the Co-Executive Director at Mississauga Community Legal Services, and with me is Jack Fleming, who is the Executive Director at North Peel Dufferin Community Legal Services. Our legal clinics serve low-income residents living in Mississauga, Brampton, and Caledon. It shouldn't be a surprise to many of you that legal services, there's significant demand for legal services. In Peel, 13% of our population live in poverty. As this council knows, funding for services has not kept pace with the growth of the population. The justice sector is no different. In fact, our two clinics are the second and third worst funded clinics in the province. We're here to talk about cuts to legal aid, and the impact that it has in Peel will be significantly more than that of the rest of the province. Legal Aid Ontario funds several services for low-income individuals, people who need access to criminal law, family law, child protection law, mental health law, refugee and immigration, which has now been scaled back. Residents receive these services by either going to one of the to the Brampton Courthouse, which is down the street, which is one of the busiest courthouses in the province, or they take what's called a certificate from Legal Aid and they go find a private bar lawyer who will help them with that service. Legal Aid Ontario also funds community legal clinics. And sorry, just going back to family law, the chief mentioned the increase in intimate partner violence calls. 3/4 of the certificates or family law certificates issued by Legal Aid are from women, and 50% of those involve domestic violence cases. So what do community legal clinics do? We provide essential services for people to keep roofs over their heads and put money in their pockets so they can put food on their tables. We're small, independent, nonprofit corporations that are led by a volunteer board of directors that guide our services so that our services reflect the needs of the local community. We have never had deficits. We have a capped budget. And all of our staff, even ourselves, provide frontline services to the people that come through our door. The services that we offer are residential tenancy law, Ontario Works. We help people move from Ontario Works to the ODSP program. We provide immigration law services, employment law services, and a few other services. We also go out into the community and we talk to groups and teach them about their legal rights. We also speak to decision makers and talk about policies or legislation that are coming down and advise them about its impact on the people that we serve. All of our staff are salaried employees, so whether they're serving one person or 50 people or 20 people, whether that one client takes 5 minutes of their time or an hour of their time, we make sure that everybody gets served.
Okay, what has happened is that we get funded by Legal Aid Ontario. Legal Aid Ontario's funding has been severely cut. The amount of money that the province gives to Legal Aid Ontario cut 35% this year, retroactive to April 1st. It's going to be a bigger cut next year, a bigger cut the year after that. It's going to reach 45% reduction in funding, almost cut in half. Legal Aid Ontario, in turn, has had to cut funding to legal clinics. Overall, that's been a 16% cut, $15 million taken out of what goes to legal clinics. Just yesterday, I'm going to depart from the slides here because things are changing too quickly. Just yesterday, we did get at legal clinics our funding decisions from Legal Aid Ontario. Our two clinics are not deeply affected this year. We're talking about 1% reduction. We'll manage to deal with that. We won't have to reduce services this year. We know, however, that that won't be the case next year. First of all, one way that legal aid got through this year is taking surpluses from legal clinics from last year. And that's part of where the 15 million came from. There won't be any surpluses coming up, at the end of this fiscal year. Plus the amount being cut by the province is going up each year. So we don't expect to escape unscathed next year. The cuts are huge. I mean, you folks know everybody's facing cuts from the provincial government right now. Municipalities have faced this problem as well. But in the case of Legal Aid Ontario, 35% this year, climbing to 45%, you have to ask yourself, why such a big amount? The Attorney General stood up in the legislature and said, well, it's because legal aid has gotten more money in recent years, which is true. Previous provincial government have been increasing the funding to legal aid. But she said legal aid, however, is serving 10% fewer people. And that's simply false. It's not true, and it's easy to show that because we have the Auditor General's report, right, from just recently, and that shows that legal aid, in fact, is serving more people over recent years. So the claim was based on false data, but the cuts remain. I think perhaps the most interesting statistic on the money is that the budget to the Ministry of the Attorney General this year is being cut just 7%. Not too bad. But 86% of that cut is coming from Legal Aid Ontario. 86% is coming on the backs of low-income Ontarians. And that, I think, and that's what we are rallying against and why we're bringing the motion forward for you today. We also know from what happened yesterday that while our two clinics came through, fairly well for this current year, some other clinics didn't. The ones that were deeply cut were in particular those that have been engaging in law reform and test case work. All legal clinics do this. It's in the Legal Aid Services Act that we're supposed to. We're supposed to be doing direct client service, public legal education, community development, law reform work. That's what we're required under the legislation to do. But with our funding letters that came yesterday, we're now being told by Legal Aid Ontario, focus on direct client service. We don't want you spending your time on law reform activities. Now, that sort of systemic work can end up helping a lot more people than the individual casework. We do both. We spend an awful lot of time in individual casework, but a certain percentage of our time is spent on systemic work. We work, for example, with the Peel Poverty Reduction Strategy Committee. We work closely with the region on issues around social assistance reform and so on. That's the sort of systemic work that legal clinics like ours do, and that is now being threatened. Apart from the cuts, what we're also facing is a review of legal aid and of community clinics. Again, the terms of reference just came out yesterday. Included in the terms of reference was a list of key goals. One of the goals was a streamlined one-system approach with a centralized application process. It sounds an awful lot like a conclusion to a review that hasn't even started, and it sounds an awful lot like a conclusion that may mean that you're not going to have two legal clinics in the region of Peel in the future. You may not have any. You may just have all of the services directly provided by the Ministry of the Attorney General. So I would suggest that this review is probably an even greater danger to us than the cuts. But I know we must be running out of our time, but that's some quick background to the difficulties that we are facing now from the province and why we're asking for your support in a motion opposing the cuts to Legal Aid Ontario because of the impact that it's having on your community legal clinics that serve a very large percentage of Ontario's low-income population between the two of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And what I'm going to do, councillors, is I'm going to read the motion because it's duly moved by, I have a list and I'm going to go to my list, but here's the motion. But I want to single out councillors DeMerla and councillor Medeiros who have done so much work on the file and have put this motion before me. And this is what is before us, and I think our friends from Legal Aid will be proud. So on behalf of councillors DeMerla and Medeiros, whereas the funding that the Ontario government provides to Legal Aid Ontario has been cut this year by $133 million, a 35% reduction in provincial funding, with cuts rising to $164 million, a 45% reduction by 2021-22. And whereas the community legal clinics funded by Legal Aid Ontario are therefore facing a severe funding cut, and whereas Peel Community Legal Clinics, through their legal services, help low-income residents of Peel with the most basic necessities of life, and whereas the community legal clinics in Peel and the services of Legal Aid Ontario are vital resources for Peel's low-income residents, therefore be it resolved that Council expresses its strong support for Ontario's legal clinics, which are funded by Legal Aid Ontario to assist vulnerable Ontarians. Council expresses its strong support for Legal Aid Ontario, which provides legal services to low-income Ontarians. Council expresses its strong opposition to the funding cuts imposed on Legal Aid Ontario by the provincial government. And finally, that Council calls on the province of Ontario to reverse the funding cuts to Legal Aid Ontario. That the regional chair send a letter on behalf of Regional Council to the Premier of Ontario and the Attorney General of Ontario to convey this Council position. And as I say, as moved by Councillors DeMerla and Medeiros, Councillor DeMerla to speak to your motion.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to begin by thanking Douglas Kwan and Jack Fleming for coming here today. You know, Douglas, I've said this to you before, and I'm going to say this again. Any one of you or any one of you on your team could be on Bay Street making a lot more money, but you guys have decided to work in the trenches, Legal Aid Ontario, and to me that's true service. And you and I have worked very closely over the past 8 years when I was an MPP, and I've seen how having that legal aid clinic in Mississauga has been so helpful to so many constituents. And I feel this reversal particularly keenly because we worked so hard to increase funding, and I think you had that increased funding for barely a year, and here we are seeing these cuts. And one of the reasons I feel so strongly about this issue is that I have always believed that, you know, we talk so much here about just society, but how can we have a just society unless we have at least reasonable access to the judicial system? You know, there's such a lot of conversation around access to healthcare, access to basic primary education, but very little conversation around access to the judicial system. And the lack of access to judicial system means that you can have all the laws in the world, but if the vulnerable people can't afford the protections of the law because they can't afford legal services, those laws are really moot. So I'm really pleased to be able to bring this motion forward. I wish I could do more than this. I want to thank Councillor Medeiros for his leadership for agreeing to second this motion. And there is something that caught my attention that I think, Jack, you mentioned, which is very troubling. You mentioned that false facts were used to justify this cut. And I think we should all take a pause. That is really troubling. If here in Ontario, if that's true, that false facts are being used in the legislature to justify cuts, that is very troubling, and I'm very sorry that we're at this point. And so, Chair, with your indulgence, I'm wondering if we can move the motion forward, because it's now, I think, so that we can discuss it and vote on it while you are here. But thank you again for what you do.
Absolutely, Councillor DeMerla, and that's why I read it at the outset, because it's only appropriate to deal with it at this time. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, first of all, I do want to recognize the leadership when Councillor DeMerla reached out to me, and I started following up on the issue and do some research on it. And thank you very much, because your leadership is important, bringing this issue, raising this issue here at the region. What's staggering with your presentation, when you talked about when we use, you know, vulnerable people, when you talked about 50% are for violence against women, that is shocking. And when you know, and I imagine many of these women are, from a socioeconomic perspective, and many of them might be new Canadians from all different facets. And when you see that impact on people's lives and children, and it's just, I myself, following the comments by Councillor Demerla, where just passing the motion doesn't seem enough. And, trying to tackle on how can we help more, or how can we raise this issue more. So certainly, I thank you for coming. Thank you for your advocacy, and we will do our best to at least raise this issue with our residents. I personally will, and I hope all my colleagues will do the same, because this was not on the forefront of all the cuts that came through. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you through you, Chair, and I echo all of the support that you're getting from the councillors who've just spoken. I think we could add this motion to the number of motions of advocacy to the provincial government. Mayor Brown brought up the issue and dangerous impact of prisoner transport cuts, and this is another example, as Councillor Medeiros has just said. This impacts women and the most vulnerable. We just saw a presentation from the Chief of Police, who shared with us that 5 out of the 6 homicides in the region of Peel were due to intimate partner domestic violence situations. And if women and families don't have the support from the organizations like Legal Aid, we're probably going to see that number rise. And that is a very concerning alarm bell for all of us. So certainly I support this motion 100%, and we will do everything we can to make sure that we have the resources so that that number 5 out of 6 doesn't increase.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the gentlemen and the councillors who are sponsoring the motion here today. I admire the work you're doing. I realize you're not helping billionaires sue millionaires over where the fence line is. You're doing some very important, I would almost call it the preventive medicine of the legal system. And to put a small umbrella under people to protect them, and I'm sure that what you do is you've got to make $1 do $5 worth of work. I'm positive that you really have to stretch it with the money that you have. I just wondered, there's not a week goes by I don't get a call from people, I want to talk to my counselor. They got the wrong kind of counselor, but 5 minutes in, I'm like, I can give you what George thinks from Streetsville, but it's probably not really good legal advice. But it happens all the time. Well, aren't you my counselor? I am, not that kind. So anyway, I try to refer all the people I can to you, and I don't see this much different than a basic human right, just a little bit of protection. I wonder, I have read an article a while ago about what it's costing the court system for people to show up unprepared, and the judge has to act in a capacity of referring here, referring there, and try to sort out the time. If you could appeal to the Ontario government on the basis of we're wasting millions in court time. I mean, this has got to have an effect on the bottom line, and must be very short-term type of saving to have when you're really clogging up courts, and they're not cheap to operate, as I've been told. So I wonder if you could comment through, Mr. Chair, on the kind of time we're wasting by unprepared people, or people who couldn't possibly be prepared to be correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and you're absolutely right. When parties show up at court unprepared, the judge that's paid to be there, the other court staff that are paid to be there, they're just staying around trying to help guide the parties, and that does take an enormous amount of time. There have been many studies done, and one recent study from the Canadian Bar Association said that every dollar saved by spending into legal aid is at $6 saved in other government expenditures. Okay. So it's a quite significant amount of savings down the line once you invest in legal aid. So a dollar cut will mean a $6 cut or a reduction or more expenditures spent on other services by this government.
Well, I presume that you advised these Luddites that you're dealing with about this, and you got a nod or something, or thanks for coming out. I'm not sure. It's very sensible to me, and I can only vaguely remember the article. Surely people who work in this business must know that intuitively.
We've been saying this to everyone who is willing to listen to us about this important statistic, and trying to demonstrate the value of our work.
Oh, well, thank you, and certainly be supporting you, and I wish you all the luck in the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. I might add to your very point, that's what Matt Galloway was talking about on CBC this morning at the bail process, where the flip side of it. So somebody shows up, ill-prepared, maybe a newer Canadian, doesn't speak language, they don't have a lawyer. For all intents and purposes, they should get bail, but they can't even begin, so the judge holds them over. So now they can't get on with their lives. So I can't go to work the next day, I can't look after my children. On something that may ensue where they're found not guilty or it's removed anyway, just because they can't express themselves, but a good lawyer might say, you know, they should get bail if all the right arguments are made. So it is a big issue without question. Well said. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. So in law school, you're taught that access to justice is sort of the cornerstone of the justice system. And so this funding cut obviously impacts that. Would the majority of the legal aid certificates be for family law and criminal law in Peel Region?
Yeah, the majority of legal aid certificates are for criminal law, and then next in line is family law. And then smaller amount, well, there was refugee certificates. Those have been cut directly by the government now. And then there's a smaller number go to mental health issues.
But in criminal law and family law being the vast majority, you know, those are people in some of the most vulnerable situations. I think in that letter that I fully support us writing, I think that we should highlight and correct the misinformation on the 10% reduction. I think that's important because that has been the rhetoric behind the justification. And if those facts are incorrect, it's important that we point that out specifically in the letter. And I certainly think the three mayors should sign with you, Chair, to put a full emphasis on our objection to what is very unfair. So thank you for being here, and thank you to Councillor Demerla and Medeiros for putting this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Starr.
That you have, because it really is. I just want to, and I know that you've done presentations before and some of the numbers, and Mayor Brown referred to the percentages. What sort of percentages are in your shop, let's call it that, your facility, that go to criminal law, family law, and I guess immigration, refugee? Do you have a rough number on a sliding scale?
So for those areas of law, legal aid funds, they pay for private bar lawyers to provide those services. Our legal clinics, the majority of our work is residential tenancy work. Ontario Works, ODSP, consumer law, employment law, immigration law. There is a separate branch of services that legal aid funds for criminal, family, and refugee work.
But your facility pays for that?
So legal aid funds sort of three streams. The first stream being people in the courthouses who need immediate assistance. The other stream is they give people a certificate in those areas of law, like criminal, family, and immigration, and they take that certificate to a private bar lawyer to help them with their matter. And then the third stream are legal clinics like ourselves that specialize in other, I guess, what you would consider civil areas of law. But we all work together to ensure that people have access to justice, they have the information that they need before the courts and tribunals, because when they don't, as everyone here has pointed out, when they don't, then they fall through the system, increase costs by courts and tribunals. So it's important work that we do, and these three streams try to ensure that there's a legal safety net that helps everybody.
I'm trying to be specific here. When you hand a certificate to a client to say that's a criminal matter, that certificate, is that a limited amount of money or is it unlimited?
It's based on need. So if that certificate might say, you can take this to a private bar lawyer and for an opinion letter about your case, that certificate could also say it entitles you to 10 hours of work because of the complexity of the situation. So it's on a case-by-case basis. Yeah.
Just so we don't, like us, our legal clinics don't issue certificates, but Legal Aid does. And you're absolutely correct. It's for a specified period of time. So each certificate for a particular type of legal matter has a limit on it. Legal Aid just issued revised limits yesterday. So an awful lot of, they have a whole long list of things, which included bail hearings, which were effectively cut in half the number of hours that they were providing. So now, for many of those specifically listed legal services, when Legal Aid gives a certificate to hire a private bar lawyer, that lawyer will only be funded for fewer hours, half as many in many cases.
And that choice is left up to the client?
No, the client doesn't have a choice. The client has a legal matter, let's say a bail hearing. They apply to Legal Aid. Legal Aid says, okay, we're going to give you a certificate to pay for a lawyer, but it's Legal Aid that determines how many hours that certificate is going to cover. And they've just reduced the number of hours for many of those services.
I don't want to get into the bowels of how you work this, but I mean, that particular client can go to somebody that charges $800 an hour versus somebody that charges $300 an hour.
I'm sorry, very good point. No, you have to be, Legal Aid has a list of lawyers who can take Legal Aid certificates, so you have to be on their list, on their panel, as they call it, and they only pay a certain amount. So the dollars per hour are fixed by Legal Aid. If you're going to be a lawyer taking a certificate, you have to be prepared to work for Legal Aid's rates, which are considerably lower than what those same lawyers normally charge. In our case, we don't charge by the hour. Everybody that works in a legal clinic is just on salary. Salaries, I might add, which are well below what the lawyers at Legal Aid Ontario itself get paid.
Yeah, I know. I think you shared that when you did your round-robin discussions with a lot of us several years ago, and I was astounded as far as the level of salaries. I just want to clarify something on the refugee immigration files. How do you folks look after those? Is that Ontario? I mean, you're funded by Ontario, yet that's maybe a federal matter. Who pays for that?
Yeah, and that's one point in terms of what the Ontario government is doing, is they do have a beef with the federal government over that. And, you know, that's not unique to this provincial government. Earlier governments have had, I think, a similar complaint. They say because some of Legal Aid's funding does come from the federal government. And the provincial government has been saying, look, it costs us so much at Legal Aid to deal with refugee and immigration cases. You, the feds, should be ponying up more money for this. You know, it's an argument that has some merit to it. What's lacks merit is the way it was imposed. I mean, it was done just like that. All of a sudden, Legal Aid was told you can't use provincial money anymore to pay for those services. So that's dramatic, and it's impacting new Canadians in a very, very dramatic way. But in our case, we don't do refugee cases. We try to split up the work here. If Legal Aid Ontario is handling something through certificates, then the legal clinics don't do that because Legal Aid has got it covered. We do other types of immigration cases, though, and we continue to do that. We haven't stopped. I mean, this is a very, very, I mean, you know, it's Peel region. It's very diverse. There's a lot of immigration work for us to do. You know, we've had many clients that we've helped. I know there's been people with serious illnesses, nobody to take care of them back home, where we've managed to successfully keep them in the country, those sorts of cases. I mean, I can tell you that for the population that my legal clinic serves, 50% are immigrants to Canada. 70% are racialized. So yeah, there's a lot of immigration work for us to do. We just do it with the funding that we get from Legal Aid Ontario.
And that point is really one that I think probably as counselors we all see that, because we get calls from people that have an immigration or refugee problem, maybe they're both, and now they've got a criminal charge. We refer them to you folks. And I'm just wondering that in some of these cases where for instance, they were welcomed by the federal government, yet there's a problem involved. Who pays for that? And I just wonder if the federal government should be contributing to either you directly or through the provincial government. I'm not sure what the process is. I've never really found that out, because there's always, yeah, well, they help out this and that. But there should be a flow of money to you folks to cover part of that, because you're talking to those people, you're spending your time and your resources for that, and then you refer them someplace else. I just don't see that it's a fair system if it's just Ontario money and, you know, we're trying to support you for that. So I don't know if you have a comment to that.
Actually, the Ontario portion in immigration and refugee work is relatively small. The federal government does chip in a portion of the money, and the remaining balance is about $18–20 million that the province pitches in to ensure that these services were provided. You know, as Jack said, it's a legitimate beef, but the fact of the matter is that the province is cutting legal aid's budget by $133 million. To, with all due respect, to make a point about an $18 million shortfall. And so we are, of course, advocating and speaking to MPs about this and trying to encourage them to increase funding for legal aid. But we're doing this in the midst of budget cuts and a review of our services. So it is a very trying time for people who need our services. And our clinics, the type of people that we help for immigration work are people who've been in Mississauga for 10, 15 years. They just never regularized their immigration status. They've been contributing to the economy, but they needed to, but in order to pay taxes and access important government programs, they need that immigration status. So we've been helping them. We've been helping them reunite with their families. So that's the type of immigration work that we at our clinic do.
Final point, do you get any other funding from any other sources at all except through legal aid? So it's strictly the one flow. To the mover of the motion, I'm going to suggest a friendly amendment that we also try to examine that there be other funding sources that encompass all the needs of legal aid, whether it's a federal government or whatever. But that's bothered me for years, especially with all the calls you get from these folks that really need the help. And yet you're expected to do it with one flow of money, and yet there's this nebulous, well, the federal government helps a little bit. How much? You know, and I think there should be some flow or way to determine what that flow is, and it's going to happen more and more. If you're going to go to 45%, you're going to have to close half your operation. That's the way I see it. So I would think that there's somehow through the motion that we also examine other sources of funding, a one-liner in there to Councillor DeMerla and Councillor Medeiros, that somehow we take a look at that and at least say to the province, okay, tell us how you're doing this and why you're doing this.
I'll just correct that last point. There is one other source of funding, Region Appeal, because we've been working closely with Region Appeal for quite a number of years now in moving people off of Ontario Works and onto Ontario Disability Support Program, which can almost double their income. So it's a really important part of the work that we do. But to get people moved on to ODSP, you have to get medical reports, and you got to pay the doctors to get the medical reports. So for a number of years now, the region has been helping us with that. We could not do the volume of ODSP cases that we do without the region's support, which we're very, very grateful for. They fund up to $90,000 a year between our two legal clinics for those reports. So it's not money that's flowing to our operations, but it is money that the region is providing for us to pay the doctors for the reports. So that is one other source of income that we're very grateful for.
As a final point, we're coming into an election this fall. I think it's maybe this is not the earth mover, but this is certainly an issue that I think should be brought up to those leaders, the four parties, and however we can advocate for that. And maybe it has to be a letter from the region, whatever. But to me, it's ludicrous that we can't help the people in need, and it's being cut back. And so I support you 100%, but I think we have to expand how we're going to do this. And it just isn't, okay, province, please help us and come back with a budget. We've got to give them some alternatives and some ammunition to say, here's what we really need. So thanks for coming. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Starr. I have Commissioner Sheehy may like to respond to some of the points you've made, Commissioner.
Thank you, through the chair. Just because there's been some discussion about the sources of funding, the $90,000 that was spoken to is Ontario Works discretionary funding. So the provincial government provides us with some funding and gives us the discretion to spend it in ways that meet local need. And we choose to spend that funding by supporting the legal clinic, by supporting our clients, our Ontario Works clients, who are trying to be granted eligibility for ODSP. So it does come through the region, but it's 100% provincial funding.
Thank you. And Councillor Starr, before I move on, you'll be happy to know that the clerk has penned a bullet number 5 that reads, Council calls for other funding sources for Legal Aid Ontario if the mover and seconder will take that as a friendly amendment. And I see they do so. Mission accomplished. Moving on with my list, Councillor Parrish.
Yes, thank you very much for coming today. It's really a no-brainer. Looks like these hardcore Tories down at Queen's Park are going after people and all the weak people in society and people that can't fight back, and you're there to help those people. It's interesting that I think they assume all these people that need legal aid are guilty of something, of being poor, of being non-white Anglo, of being disabled. So they're the people that can't fight back, and it's good that you're fighting on their behalf. One of the avenues for immigration and refugee problems that people don't seem to be using a lot lately is the MP's offices. When I was an MP for 13 years, I had specialists trained in my office. It was funny because when I got out of the business, one of them is still an immigration consultant, and he still does it for a very reasonable cost because he had all the training in my office. So you might, if you get some that you're stuck and you can't help, send them off to their MP's office, especially if they're Liberals. I think we need to start hitting back at the backbenchers. It was in the Toronto Star this morning. There's a bit of an insurrection going on, and they don't like Dean French, and they don't like the cruelty, and they don't like the rigidity. And unfortunately, one of the things the BIA in Malton decided to do is not allow the local MPP to have a booth at our Canada Day nor hand anything out. He said, you're not helping Canadians and you're not helping the people in Malton, so screw you. So he's very upset. He's been texting me for the last 24 hours, and I said, sorry, I can't help you. It's not my job. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad the motion's on the floor. Thank you to the two movers. I'm not 100% sure that's a friendly amendment at the end, because what it does is it dilutes the motion a little bit. It's saying if you guys can't give them more money, then maybe we should get them to look somewhere else. It always makes me a bit nervous, but I'll support it. I'm not thrilled about 0.5. But thank you very much for coming today. You guys do an amazing job.
Thank you. Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that one of the things that you should consider is grassroots movement, because the one thing the Ford government has shown is it's quite susceptible to public pressure. A lot of the people, ironically, a lot of the people who are impacted by the cuts to legal aid are also part of Premier Ford's constituency. Like, he talks about being for the little guy. So I think if you got a grassroots petition going, a serious petition, and I'm happy to help, and you presented that to the MPPs and to the Premier, I think that would be very effective as well. So I just wanted to say that. I just also wanted to say that I liked what Councillor Starr had added, but I had the same apprehension that I might dilute it. So maybe we have two different motions, Councillor Starr. One that is for the province, and I mean, I'm sort of easy, 50-50. It's not the end of the world if we keep it together. But I did have that momentary thought as well that maybe it'll dilute the motion just a tad by giving the provincial government a bit of an out by saying, well, where are the feds on this? But I'll leave it up to, I don't know if Martin has a view on this. I'm easy either way, but what Councillor Parrish said did momentarily go through my head as well.
Councillor Starr, you were named, so I'll come right to you. I'm sure you'll want to manage it. Go ahead, Councillor Starr. Councillor Starr, is that amenable to you, or what thought do you have on that?
Well, oh, really, all I wanted to do is have it part of the motion, not to dilute it, to have it part of the motion that we also let the federal government know what we're up to here. It's not that go to the province and then they'll tell us, well okay, it's the federal. No, it's an overall approach to this, because unless you let them know, you can do whatever you want with it, but if it were me, I'd be saying I want the federal government and I want my MPs to know what's bothering us, and the MPPs. And I think Councillor Parrish is right. I mean, this encompasses everyone's approach to it. So if you don't like it, change it. But I just think what we're trying to do is make sure that the message is out there, and so that somebody reads it. And I would also add to that we make sure that the motion goes to all our MPs and MPPs, because too often we miss those people and we send it directly to head office, and that's where it stops.
Thank you, Councillor Starr. Going on with my list, Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair, and thank you for coming. A couple of questions is, to qualify for legal aid, how does it work? Is there a threshold on the income to qualify?
Yes, there is. There's a income test to qualify for legal aid, and then there's a somewhat similar one, more simplified, that we use at the legal clinics. The reference that was made earlier to the funding being increased in recent years for Legal Aid Ontario, it was specifically to increase that threshold because it's very, very low. The previous government had in place a 10-year plan. We only got halfway through it before it lost the election, but it had a plan in place to eventually raise the qualification level for legal aid to the low-income measure. So that's how low it is. It's well below the low-income measure right now. So each year they were giving legal aid a little bit more money, and each year they were increasing the threshold for eligibility for legal aid. And the money was so that they could then help more people that would qualify because the threshold had been raised.
Right. And through the chair, so if I don't qualify, well, due to the cuts, and I don't have the money paying a lawyer, and there's these cuts and I got no legal aid, and I go to court, how could you be convicted when there's nobody representing someone?
Well, it happens. I mean, our courts right now, even before these cuts, our courts are full of unrepresented people. It's a real crisis in the family courts in particular. A little less so in criminal because there is a constitutional right to a certain level of protection, and legal aid does have duty counsel in the courts, but you know, duty counsel are being asked to do more and more now, and they can't do full-blown trials. So yeah, that is the chaos in the courts that we're facing.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Fortini, not for comment, but in the morning discussions today, as one pundit put it, if you're a single mother working at McDonald's, you don't qualify for legal aid. You make too much. Apparently, very few people qualify for it anyway. You're down at the poverty level, and you got it, according to it's just a horrible, so your point's very well made. To my last speaker, Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Douglas and Jack, for being here today and emphasizing that this is an urgent matter, that this is a crisis. Also to Councillor Demurla and Councillor Medeiros for the movers of the motion. Just to the discussion around adding Councillor Starr's bullet to make sure that the federal government and the MPs are all aware. I would say it could be, you don't want to send the wrong message. Having said that, the federal government has put in place a national housing strategy. And when you're looking at how this will impact the most vulnerable when it comes to evictions, the vulnerable situations that they're in housing, and how it could potentially, and I don't know the statistical numbers, push them into the shelter system. I think that including Councillor Starr's bullet, to ensure and send the message that what this provincial government is doing and how it will impact the housing strategy. I think it's important to send to the MPs as well. I also was reading a quote by the Canadian, or data by the Canadian Bar Association, and I'm just asking for your feedback in terms of advocacy to the province. So in 2013, the Canadian Bar Association report concluded that for every $1 spent on legal aid and the legal aid clinics in Ontario, there is a savings of 6 times that on other aspects of provincial and municipal supported funding around homelessness, health, all family services, and incarceration. So is that a correct number?
That is correct. That's what the Canadian Bar Association concluded, and they looked at studies from around the world on this. And that was pretty much the average savings. And we certainly see it in our work. I mean, for example, 50% of the work that both of our clinics do is housing. Awful lot of that is evictions. You know, if we save somebody's tenancy, they don't end up in the shelter where, quite frankly, it costs a lot more to support them. Some of the issues that we're dealing with, I mean, if we can keep people with a decent income, say by getting them onto ODSP, and if we can keep them in their tenancy, that can have impacts on everything relating to the shelter system, to hospitalization, because an awful lot of our clients have mental health issues, to even jail and incarceration. The spin-off effects of poverty can be huge. So yeah, that's what you're citing is an absolutely correct figure, but it's also one that we see the daily reality of as well.
So thank you. So while we here at the region and at our local municipalities are trying to keep people housed and finding ways to collaborate with resources, and where through the National Housing Strategy, the federal government has shown that they're trying to work with the provinces and the municipalities and regions right across the country. We have a provincial government that continues to cut funding in many different ways that is truly damaging to the most vulnerable, including in not only in the cuts to legal aid, but also through Bill 108, which they are promoting is supposed to be providing more homes and more choice to the people in Ontario. So I wholeheartedly support this motion moving forward, and I think it is important to ensure that everyone, elected officials at all orders of government, are made aware. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That exhausts my list of speaker and Councillor Starr, and maybe to the mover and seconder. This wordsmithing on the part of the clerk may have it. In lieu of the bullet 5 that I read, bullet 5 might otherwise now read, Council also calls on the federal government to increase funding for the provision of legal services through Legal Aid Ontario. And finally, the very last clause in the entire piece then reads, and copy all local MPPs and MPs. And I understand the exact sentiment. Keep their feet to the fire as well, Councillor Starr. I know what you're aiming for. So there you have it before you. One last speaker, Councillor Parrish.
I just want to caution you, when the feds transfer money to a department like we're just doing, it doesn't mean it's spent there. So you have to be careful. I remember Paul Martin once cutting off all health funding to all the provinces till they signed an agreement that it would be used for health and not paving roads. So just be careful.
Thank you. With that, thank you for the discussion and a very, very worthwhile discussion. With that, you've heard the motion, and I need a recorded vote, if you would vote at this time. And that carries unanimously. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here, your presentation, and for your advocacy. Okay, that brings me to 7.4, our final delegation from the public. Rob El Sayed, consultant, and Nabi Youssef, board president, Church of Archangel Michael at St. Tekla, Brampton Coptic Church, requesting a review for development charges on places of worship and a reduction in development charges at 12091 Hurontario Street, Brampton. Gentlemen, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman, Your Worships, member of councils. I'm here today on behalf of the Church of Archangel Michael and St. Tekla of Brampton. The church is located in 12091 Hurontario Street in Brampton. And we're here to discuss the development charges for the extension of our church. In 2009, we built Phase 1, which is in that picture up there right now. It's taken us this long to get the funding or get the money, to raise the money internally for Phase 2, which is the extension. And now that we're ready for the expansion of Phase 2, our development charges came across at $709,000. So we are a place of worship. A lot of our money comes from donations through our parish. Many of our parishioners are new immigrants or non-professionals, so that becomes an issue for us. So in 2009, when we built Phase 1, our development charges were $94 a square meter. Today, it's $224 a square meter. So you just do the multiple of that. This is a very increase for a not-for-profit place of worship. And so what we're trying to do, what we're requesting today is even allowing us to pay what we paid for Phase 1. Since we put Phase 2 on hold till we raise the money, it's kind of, if we can just do that. We know that development charges pay for regional services, and we totally appreciate that. And so we're just asking today for a consideration in reducing that. So to summarize, what I'm trying to get at is $709,000 in development charges can actually go a long way in helping us build what we're trying to build in that sense. The increase from 94 to 224 for a per square meter for a nonprofit place of worship is kind of a little steep for us and our parishioners. And then right now, as we stand, the only thing that's holding us up to get our permit to build Phase 2 is the satisfaction of the development charges. So it's a catch-22 for us on this one. And once again, I'll repeat, we're a not-for-profit place of worship, and a lot of our parishioners are new immigrants into Canada or non-professionals. So I just want to thank you this morning for taking the time. I know it was quick because I know I have 5 minutes and I don't want to chew up time. And so if there's any questions, we're both here to answer them.
And there are, and thank you for being here. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's also some history with this property too, and the region. It wasn't part of the land exchange from the region. Maybe you could talk a little bit of that history as well.
Do you want to take that?
That is correct. Actually, we sold a piece of land to the region of Peel, and they have one of their housing facilities in it, and we're sharing the same access road. And also recently, we've been approached by the region of Peel if they can use another piece of land for a future construction project, and we agreed to it.
Okay. So part of the, and what are you building exactly, or maybe just be very clear of the greater benefit to the community?
I'll give you a brief history on this phase. In 2009, we submitted our application for one complete building. That's the church and the Sunday school and a gym. But because of cost of construction at that time, we had to phase it. Phase 1 is a church, and Phase 2 would be the gym and the Sunday school classrooms. In the new phase, what we're proposing is a low-income daycare, a gym for the teens and the kids to use, and Sunday school classrooms. It's 100% community service building, completely funded by donations. And to be honest with you, it took us almost 7 years to come up even with $500,000 in donation to start Phase 2. So in 2009, the development fees was $325,000 compared to $5.8 million cost of construction. That's about 5.5%. The new phase is about 18%. And that's very steep for us. So we're asking if the region can help us out and be in the same line with the city of Brampton in reducing the development fees to the same percentage.
So this is a childcare services, low-income childcare services for the region that is open to the community. It's not just for the Coptic community. It's
No, it's not. It's not.
For anyone in the region of Peel. And the gym, is that going to be open to the public as well?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Actually, our facility is being used by a group from India. We have some Chinese families, Iraqis, Syrians, and we have a family from Dominican Republic.
And you've done all this through your own fundraising?
100%, and we did not approach any municipality for any funding or any help.
And all you're asking for is the original development charges when the project started?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Well, thank you through the chair. I thought, Mayor, you were going to move something because certainly I think the mayor touched on a lot what I wanted to say, and I know the valuable contribution you've made to Brampton and especially reaching out to other communities, and certainly I think what you're asking for is not unprecedented here at the region. We've had, especially when you sort of fill that gap in which we can't serve, and especially with our most vulnerable. I'm happy to move a motion, but I'll wait for the mayor as the mayor, but I'll certainly second anything that he might put forth and show my support. Thank you for coming out.
And thank you. And just because the mayor's been named, I'll go back to him. But I think the wise counsel on this one might be, because it's a presentation to us, unless we reopen it 2/3, et cetera, I think the wise counsel might be to refer it back. As many of my colleagues know, there's a great deal of history on how these matters are dealt with. I remember all the work Councillor Starr's done on certain files, Councillor Sadel, Councillor Parrish, myself. So we have a certain approach at the local level, but I don't think we could resolve it here today. So just to make sure I have a motion on the floor, Mayor Brown, at the appropriate time, I think we're going to ask that it be referred back, and maybe staff can come in and remind us. We can't waive development charges, by the way, just so everybody's clear. That's another issue, but that needs to be understood as to whether it's compensated some other way or what have you. So just so we're clear, Mayor Brown, would that be your direction at the appropriate time?
Yeah, getting guidance from the clerk, I think that'd be appropriate just for the next council meeting, but I think they need some
very good
certainty.
So that is what is before me, that this be referred back to staff for a proper report for the next council meeting. Thank you. I carry on with my list. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. So I guess I'm speaking to the referral? Okay. Well, I don't have a problem supporting that referral, and I thank you for all the things that you do for the community. And I think it is important that we recognize the partnership here between the region and your church, and the willingness on your part to help the region serve the greater community, that it's not just limited to a specific group, but it's really for many of our residents here in Peel Region. And the fact also, Mr. Chair, that you're not asking for complete forgiveness of development charges. You're asking just to give you the rate that we gave you in phase 1. So I don't have a problem supporting the referral. I actually don't have a problem in doing what you asked, but the referral is on the floor, and I will support the referral. I will tell you that I am wearing my Archangel Michael bracelet, so that's a good sign. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you,
Mayor
Councillor.
Brown, thank you for bringing those points forward, because I think it's important that, because I didn't know any of that, so it's great that you brought those points out as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish.
Yes, I'm glad it's being referred, because I think it's more complex than it appears on the surface. The city of Mississauga, you can't forgive DCs. You can't lower DCs. You can give a grant in lieu of DCs. And we passed a policy a couple of years ago that all churches, mosques, whatever, in their places of their section that's actual the place of worship, that they get a grant in lieu of DCs. This is a little more complicated because what you're asking for is a gymnasium and probably office space and whatever. So I'd like it to be a consistent policy. I'd like to, the region to do what the city and obviously the city of Brampton is doing. Going back to an old DC seems a little cloudy to me. I think you're either going to grant it or you're not, the reduction. And it's just a little bit more complicated than it looks on the surface, so I'm happy it's being referred.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish. Councillor Sadel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the referral. I was going to speak to it, but I think the referral is smart. But when the report comes, when we dealt with it in Mississauga, we made it, we grandfathered it, I think it was for 5 years, to those that had paid that were not part of the grant process. So if ultimately we end up granting this, then I would want to see those places of worship that were turned down over the last 5 years by the region to those numbers, what it would, in the report, what the cost would be if we were to go back and fairly provide the same grant to those that we said no to in the previous term and previous terms of council. And also, if we could get information on what Brampton's policy is, how they give the grant, what you give it on for the churches, in order to balance off the local development charges for this particular, well, not just for this one, but so that we have all that information in the report.
Thank you, and well said. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for coming in today. We just had a number of presentations, and we're dealing with downloading of services and various cuts. And the frontline folks who pick up the slack are faith-based organizations and community organizations, nonprofit organizations, to help those most in need when those cuts happen. And so while I support the referral, I do hope that folks keep that in mind, that these are definitely challenging times, and there will be tremendous pressure on faith-based groups like yours as people become more in need, asking for help, and we don't want to turn them away. So thank you very much for coming in. I certainly support, in any form that may be, to continue on with your project and the expansion with the childcare, as well as the services you're going to be providing for at-risk youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Starr.
I guess for some of you that don't know, I represent St. Mary's, which is probably the largest Coptic church in the area. And I have to say that they are a community church. The facilities are open to everyone. As a matter of fact, I probably attend once every 6 or 8 weeks some function that's not a church related, because they also utilize the facilities for outside groups, professional groups, volunteer groups. And I think the Coptics have been wonderful throughout the province in doing that. And I certainly would have, as Councillor Groves indicated, I would have supported some form of alleviation today. But I think it is complicated. There is the opportunity to do what you want, but I think we have to take a look at it in the best fashion possible. And hopefully, I think the motion indicated we're going to try to bring it back in the next meeting or two. So that would be, I think, won't hold you up from a billing permit side. So thank you for coming, and I just want to pass on that to the clergy in the background. You do a lot of good work in all of the GTA, and I'm always proud to attend the events because it's always family-oriented. That's the other thing, it's always family-oriented, and you do so much good for those that I know for a fact we've referred people for help. And I think, as Councillor Santos just indicated, you do pick up a slack that sometimes we don't even know what's happening, so that helps. So thanks again.
Thank you, Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair, and I also support the referral to staff, and the reason is that, every request on its own merits is something that I would be happy to support, but the cumulative impact and a fairness issue, because what I'm finding with some of these requests is those who come forward, like yourself, which is great, I applaud you for doing that, you're doing your job, but there's a whole bunch of other people who don't even know that perhaps they can come to council and ask for it, and they continue to pay the full rate. So in the spirit of fairness, I think if we give one, we ought to be in a position to give everybody, and then look at what that dollar amount would be, to see if that's feasible given the varying different pressures. And one of the things that I would ask staff is, for instance, one of the things you're planning is a daycare. So what is the region's policy when it comes to other daycares? Because essentially now we have to view you not as a place of worship, but a daycare provider, although obviously there is a connection, right? So I think the landscape is bigger than just the places of worship here. We have to, if the comparison is apples to apples, what is the region's policy for other daycare providers, not for profit in your case, obviously. So I wholeheartedly support the referral so that staff can come back with some recommendations. And to me, it's really important that it's a level playing field for all of the operators in that particular sphere. But thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo Councillor Starr that we have a very beautiful, vibrant Coptic community in Mississauga. I think we have 17 Coptic churches. But Councillor DeMerla has made the point that it's an equity and fairness issue, so it should be applied to all. And I think it's very, gives us perspective if we look back at the motion that we passed, the bylaw that we passed in Mississauga to apply it for a period of years to retroactively so that there is fairness for everyone. And it's the same policy we have in Mississauga, so happy to apply it here too. So happy to support the referral. Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts my list of speakers. What I have before me now is the motion by Councillor Brown that this be referred back to staff to come back in 2 weeks. I do not need a recorded vote. Show of hands. All those in favor? That is carried. Gentlemen, we hope to see you in 2 weeks' time and hope this works out well for all. Thank you very much for your presentation. That concludes my list of delegations. I am on to staff presentations. First up, and I believe we're going to take 8.1 and 8.2 together, the Water and Wastewater Infrastructure Planning and Servicing Growth to 2041 Integrated Growth Management Strategy, along with the adoption of the Region of Peel's Long-Term Transportation Plan that will be presented by Steve Ganesh, our Strategist Transportation, and Imran Matola, Manager of Water and Wastewater. Gentlemen, welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Yanika. Good morning, everyone. I'm Imran Mutala, Manager of Water Wastewater Infrastructure Planning at the Region of Peel. I have to admit I'm a little bit nervous, not because of my first presentation, but because it is Game 6 in Oakland. I hope it doesn't go to Game 7. So I will be presenting on the Water Wastewater Master Plan update and seeking your input and feedback for that plan. My colleague Steve Ganesh will be presenting on the long-range transportation plan, and he will be seeking your endorsement for that plan. Both of these plans are being done as part of the municipal class environmental assessment process with a lot of input and feedback from many stakeholders. So as we all know, in the next 22 years, Region of Peel is going to welcome 500,000 more people to Peel. We will be adding about 250,000 more jobs to Peel. Just to put things in context, we will be adding a city of size of Hamilton to Region of Peel. To plan for this significant growth and to build the community for life, it requires collaboration among various stakeholders, not only at Peel, but with our local municipal partners, members of building industry and land development corporation, members of public and other provincial agencies. It is important that various master plans such as ours, Metrolinx master plans, the health plan, are integrated and coordinated to build complete communities. These plans also provide input into the development charges background study. Now I will be providing you with an update on where we are in terms of process with the Water Wastewater Master Plan, some guiding principles that drive this master plan, a high-level update on the flavor of the strategy for both water and wastewater, and next steps. The Water Wastewater Master Plan is a key document that drives the infrastructure investment decision-making at the Region of Peel. This plan was first developed in 2017, where we got the guidance regarding the population and employment forecast from the province. Traditionally, what we have done is when we get the employment and population forecast, we only look at one growth scenario on where and how Peel is going to grow. This time, we looked at 16 different growth scenarios. less intensification, more intensification, less greenfield, more greenfield, less employment, more employment, and a combination of those. Currently, this master plan is being updated to reflect some of the recent announcement from the province regarding the growth plan. And as I mentioned earlier, this master plan is developed in conjunction and collaboration with many stakeholders, including the members of BUILD. Some of the key guiding principles for the water wastewater master plan: we want to maximize the use of existing infrastructure that we have. Before we invest a single dollar in new infrastructure, let's make sure we properly utilize the existing infrastructure without compromising the level of service to the existing resident and businesses. As Peel grows over the next 22 years, about 50% of its growth is going to be in built-up areas through intensification. It is really, really important that we coordinate the growth infrastructure or the new infrastructure that we want to build with replacement and rehabilitation of the existing infrastructure to minimize disruption to the communities. We want to strategically oversize some key pieces of infrastructure beyond the current planning horizon to 2041, where it makes financial sense. This principle has served us really well in the past, and we believe that this will definitely serve us well into the future. Anthony Parente was here about a month ago, and he showed the impact of climate change not only on the existing infrastructure, but the new infrastructure. We want to make sure that our infrastructure that we build in the future is climate resilient. These slides provide a flavor of water servicing strategy. An investment of approximately $2.3 billion will be required from 2020 to 2041. This investment will come in form of some works at the water treatment plant, replacing and twinning of infrastructure in the intensification areas, extending new infrastructure into the greenfield areas, and twinning of a major spine on the western side of Peel. This investment will help us serve growth in Inspiration Lakeview, Port Credit, downtown Mississauga, Dundas Corridor, Erin Mills and Eglinton, downtown Brampton, Northeast Brampton, Mayfield West, and Bolton in Caledon. Similar to water, an investment of about $2.5 billion will be required in the wastewater system. That investment will come in form of expansion at both of our wastewater treatment plants, twinning some of our trunk sewers, replacing and expanding new trunk sewer into the greenfield areas, and an active inflow and infiltration reduction strategy, because we want to make sure that we remove the extra rainwater that frees up capacity for future growth. In terms of next step for our master plan, we are continuing to work with BUILD, our local municipal partners, and other stakeholders to finalize the master plan, the timing of the project, the costing of the project, the split of cost for the projects. This master plan will form the basis of our 2020 capital plan, which we'll finalize by July of this year, and it will come to council for approval as part of the budgeting process. We will be holding public information centers for the master plan in fall of 2019, and we will finalize the master plan through the class environmental assessment process in early 2020. I'll hand over to now Steve Ganesh, who will provide an update on the long-range transportation plan.
Thank you, Imran, and thank you, members of council, for the opportunity to present the region's update to our long-range transportation master plan. By way of background and context, the Long-Range Transportation Master Plan, or the LRTP, sets the stage for financial decision-making for the region's roads capital program. You'll see from the screen the three primary outputs of the LRTP. Of particular focus today is the third one. The LRTP will serve into the region's forthcoming development charges bylaw update, which is why we're seeking council's adoption today. In the context of the region's overarching documents that guide our ultimate vision of community for life, the LRTP stems from the region's principal planning document, the official plan, and is founded on 3 component studies. The first is our Vision Zero Road Safety Plan. This plan is aimed to reduce fatalities and injuries on regional roads. In the near term, our goal is a 10% reduction over the next 4 years. The second focuses on the Goods Movement Strategic Plan. As many of you know, Peel is known as a major hub for goods movement, with approximately $1.8 billion of goods moving through the region each day. The last study focuses on our sustainable transportation strategy, which is a concerted effort to getting people moving by walking, cycling, transit, and carpooling. This strategy is key to the success of our LRTP, as it has a 50% sustainable mode split target that we need to achieve by 2041. You'll also notice on this slide the connections to the region's growth management strategy and work plan, as alluded to by Imran. Development of our master plan was done in concert with many of the provincial and local plans that you would be familiar with. Everything ranging from the provincial growth plan to the Metrolinx regional transportation plan and master plans that you have in place. So some of the assumptions in the plan account for major infrastructure investments from the province that we know of to date, such as the Huron-Ontario LRT to Steeles Avenue, the GTA West to be in place by 2031, the extension of Highway 427 to Major Mackenzie by 2031. We also took into account all of the major projects forecasted within your municipalities. This includes local road widenings, improvements you're putting in place to accommodate transit, and the infrastructure you're building for active transportation. So to this end, I would like to acknowledge the input received from the staff from the cities of Brampton and Mississauga and the town of Caledon, as their participation helped to support the overall vision and outcome of the plan. I indicated that our update focuses on a 50% sustainable transportation target by 2041. To put this into context, we need to shift our thinking from just road widenings to new, bold actions to get our residents and businesses moving to support our vision for community for life. You can see from this graph the proportion of automobile trips declines between now and 2041. However, due to the significant growth coming to the region, to maintain an acceptable level of service across our network, we need to be far more aggressive in the way we facilitate mobility across the region. The plan is geared towards moving the bar on sustainable modes as a viable option for people to travel, so we can achieve this overall target of 50%. To give you some perspective on what this means, today, each morning, there are approximately 440,000 automobile trips that start in the region. If we do not aggressively change our mode split target, this will increase to 640,000 by 2041. However, if we work towards the 50% target, the increase will be much smaller to just 500,000, which is remarkable considering the magnitude of growth forecasted for the region over the next 22 years. Our plan to address growth is a balanced approach, reliant on 4 primary components which need to be delivered by the region, our local municipalities, and the province. The 2 components the region will focus on in the coming years include road widenings and continuing to build our pedestrian and cycling network. So again, it's not just about widening roads, it's a suite of initiatives that the region will be undertaking. Today, the region currently has just over 1,600 lane kilometers, and to accommodate growth to 2041, we'll be adding approximately 45 kilometers, primarily in the areas that Imran alluded to service that greenfield growth. We will also be making strategic network improvements to those areas that are currently built out. As noted in the report, the estimated capital cost to an investment to implement all of the infrastructure improvements to 2041 is approximately $412 million. For those members of council from Brampton, you'll note from this particular slide that we've identified the A2 road, which is essentially the extension of Mayfield Road connecting to the intersection of Highway 50 and Major Mackenzie. The idea here is that it would provide a seamless connection over to the 427 extension that is currently underway. The city is currently collecting DCs for this road. However, because it is an extension of Mayfield Road, staff at the region and the city are currently working to ensure there is no duplication of collection of development charges, and we'll be reporting back to our respective councils at the conclusion of those discussions. On the active transportation side, we'll be adding just shy of 540 kilometers to our network, totaling about $207 million, or close to half of the overall total. On this slide, I just want to point out a small typographical error that was on your original agenda. The amount for cycling infrastructure, I think, indicated $115 million, and it should in fact reflect $122 million. I believe clerks sent out a revised page to this effect. As noted in the council report, implementation of the LRTP is going to be a five-pronged approach, with each prong working in parallel. This includes everything from working with our partners to implementing component strategies that I mentioned, joint advocacy efforts, and working together on the capital construction to build the necessary infrastructure. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time, and now Imran and I would be happy to answer any questions.
And there are, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Mayor Thompson.
Well, first of all, I have to say, Aaron, that's a great report. Steve, I got a couple for you. I have to say, with what you're suggesting, like what you've done to Winston Churchill in Mississauga, that is really working well, and you can see that paved pad that you got. There's a lot of cyclists, a lot of people moving safely up and down, and it's working really well. So, also, where I want to go is a couple of things. One is, my first question is, Coleraine, south of Mayfield down to Major Mac. When are we hoping to get that completed?
So that particular road is included in the SP 47 area that I alluded to. It's part of an ongoing environmental assessment. We're hoping to work with the city to complete that environmental assessment by the end of this year. And then I guess the city and the region would move forward to advance capital design.
Because I know that's something that's going to help alleviate a lot of traffic problems over there, and especially trying to move with transit. The second thing is saying about your report being aggressive and trying to bring everything together. I totally agree with you, and here's a really good example. Now that we got Amazon and a lot of those other companies coming in on Coleraine, we were always going to say we're going to build the bus stops as we come. We're here now, and we've got to figure out how to get there. So the talk's great, but we just got to get the action and mode going on that. So if we can somehow figure out how we can move forward on that, that'd be great. The other thing that I really need help and cooperation with is we're working with the residents, especially in Bolton and especially northwest or northeast Brampton, with the cancellation of 38 and 38A on the go. We've been able to get to the minister. He's agreed to look at a compromise. We're meeting with residents. But I think it'd be very important to have you engaged, along with Brampton and Caledon, working with all the people in that area, because we are now having a transit system established as of September, which will really enhance that GO system. So it's really a premature decision that was made there. But we have a meeting tonight with the residents in Bolton. But I really think it'd be important to have you to be part of the process as well. It's about moving people and moving people efficiently, and this is just something that I think is a premature thought, but at least we've gotten them to the table and they're willing to work with us, but I think we really need the region along with Brampton and Caledon trying to solve this.
Sure, if I could just add on the transit connections along Coleraine and to your latter point about transit in Bolton, we have been meeting with town staff upon the release of your transit strategy, and we'd be happy to work with you on joint advocacy efforts to ensure that at least Metrolinx and the minister recognize the importance of GO service in Bolton.
Well, I was trying to bring a motion because of that today, but I couldn't get it on the docket, so that's why I'm having the conversation now, but thank you very much. But if we can work forward on that, that'd be really great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is my mover of the motion, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd be happy to move both reports and in particular the recommendations on 8.2. With respect to 8.1, I continue to be super impressed by the professionalism and the complexity of our water and wastewater network that the region of Peel has built over the past 40 years. It is nothing shy of but monumental in terms of the precision and the complexity of that network. And you turn the tap and clean water comes out. It's just nothing short of amazing. So my kudos to you for bringing and continuing to build on that plan. With respect to the transit plan, the long-term plan, I have a few questions. I have always believed that when it comes to transportation and moving people and goods, municipalities and the region needs to take an all-of-the-above approach. It's about facilitating the movement of vehicles. It's about goods movements. It's also about people and transit, and particularly cycling. And I know that my colleague, Councillor Santos, is probably going to speak to the cycling piece of this report. But with respect to vehicles, you've stated here that the number of trips that will be taking place on our roads will increase quite quickly over the next 20 years. And you're looking to see, for that to be sustainable, we need to see a 13% decrease, in the use of vehicles, passenger vehicles, and a corresponding 13% increase in other sustainable modes. As part of your work, you're looking to widen our regional roads and our corridors. So my question is, will the widening of these roads be undertaken to increase capacity for cars? Or do you see the region accommodating transit in terms of right-of-ways, in addition to the cycling and pedestrian lanes, shall we say? Because the region doesn't do transit except for our TransHelp. That's delivered from the lower tier municipality. But as you widen these roads, are you thinking of putting in transit-only lanes in order for My Way and Brampton Transit and Zoom to be able to get across the city and therefore encourage people to leave their cars at home and take transit instead?
Excellent question. So just a bit of a history. The region has a good history working with both the city and Brampton in accommodating transit infrastructure in our road widening projects. So if you just out on Queen Street, many of the Zoom stops were constructed as part of our improvements to Queen Street, and likewise we do the same in Mississauga. In terms of deciding whether or not the future road widening projects would have a lane dedicated solely to transit, that would depend upon two things. One, a discussion with the area municipality as to whether or not their ridership would warrant that type of service. And I know in Brampton in particular, some of the Zoom corridors, the ridership is growing. And then secondly, it would require a decision with council, a policy decision as to whether or not council would wish future road widenings to be exclusive for transit and or cycling and not single occupant vehicles. I can tell you that our partners to the east in the region of York, about 5 or 6 years ago, their council decided to do something similar. And about 2 years ago, they reversed that policy decision simply because the ridership wasn't there and the land use to support some of that ridership was not in place. And they have gone back to a policy call whereby the widenings are for a combination of vehicles, transit, and cycling, but not solely for a particular mode.
Okay, because I think that we need to take this opportunity as you continue to develop all of these roads, I call them right-of-ways for people, and we need to stop thinking about them as just for cars, to incorporate transit lanes in addition to the pedestrian and cycling, which of course are very important. Because if you're just widening the road and then allowing the passenger vehicles to use them, you're kind of defeating the purpose and may miss in terms of achieving your goal of reducing car use by 13% and therefore getting a corresponding, an increase of 13% in folks using alternative modes. Would you agree?
I certainly very much would agree with that. And, to hit the 50% mode split target, a good majority of that is going to come from transit, followed by things like carpooling and cycling and walking, primarily to, say, transit corridors, but not the entire destination. I would say that as we're proposed in the LRTP, it's a balanced approach. So it's a combination of a number of things. As you may be aware, on certain projects that the region is currently undertaking and has in recent years, we've done our best to accommodate things like multi-use trails and more cycling connections along those regional roads to connect into the local network. We'll continue to do so.
Sometimes just for the cost of the paint, you can create a transit-only lane without requiring a significant investment in the infrastructure side to make that possible. And it's very cost-effective and starts to bend the curve on the convenience of transit and therefore more people using it. So thank you for the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Demirla.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are for Imran. In your presentation, you alluded to the fact that you're making some changes to accommodate the province's changes to the growth plan. And I wanted to understand in greater detail what you meant by that. What are those exact changes that you're trying to accommodate? And then my second question is, I thought I saw you say that all of those changes and expansion would cost $2.3 billion. So is that 100% covered by our projected DC, I guess, collections?
Through you, Chair. So the response to the first question. So one of the change that was announced in the growth plan was changing the density of the new greenfield growth from 80 people per hectare to 50 people per hectare. So what that means is we would now need more land to accommodate that same number of people. So that means we'll have to relook at how we service those lands. So that's just one example of we are working through that. To answer your second question regarding the $2.3 billion for water and $2.5 billion for wastewater, so that's the total cost, which is made up of DC primarily, because we are also replacing some existing infrastructure at the same time. Some will be attributed towards the water sewer rates, and some of that would be towards strategically oversizing infrastructure for future growth, which is not covered as part of the development charges background study. And a small piece of that will also be shared by Region of York, because some of the infrastructure will help us deliver water and wastewater to meet the current agreement with Region of York. So it's made up of different things, but primarily it is through development charges.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So at the City of Brampton, I believe it was last week, we unanimously passed a motion declaring climate as an emergency. And, you know, obviously some of the naysayers of the science and research around climate change have come out of the woodworks, and there are questions as to what the cost is to mitigate the issue of climate change. And certainly on slide, I guess, page number 7, under your guiding principles, climate change is one of the considerations in terms of its impact to the infrastructure. Just wondering if you could share and illustrate with some examples what that impact is, and perhaps illustrate or share the fact that if we don't address climate change, what the end cost is going to be. And then I have a couple of questions after that.
Sure. So I'll respond, and Steve may jump in. So you recall Anthony was here a month ago, and we saw how the intense storm impact not only the existing infrastructure, but new infrastructure entering into the system. So one example of climate resilient infrastructure is we are building pipes more resilient or more tight so that the extra rainwater doesn't enter into the system. So that is one example. The other example would be the rainfall or the rain intensity we are seeing. It's very localized over a certain areas of Peel. So we are enhancing our monitoring system to see where and how that rain is going to fall, and leverage spare capacity in the system where the rain is not going to fall. So we are putting some diversion strategies to help us move wastewater from one system to another system. So that's another example of the climate resilient infrastructure.
And what would happen if we didn't do those things?
Okay, so before the master plan, we did an exercise on if we do nothing regarding the climate change, the amount of infrastructure that will be required to allow for that extra rainwater into the system will triple the size of the trunk sewers that we have. In other words, we'll have to invest significantly more in building new pipes to allow for that rain. So it's the better strategy is to help remove that rainwater before it enters so that we don't have to build this costly infrastructure.
Thank you. And then my next thing is actually about cycling. On page 28, estimated cost road widenings to 2041, and then the estimated cost for pedestrian and cycling infrastructure. Just a quick comparison. So in the lane kilometers added for road widenings versus the lane kilometers added for cycling and pedestrian, if we look at the estimated costs and you compare the two, it is still significantly, in terms of economics, cheaper, more efficient, and more effective way and an investment in terms of moving people around in the region and within our cities than road widenings. So not only is addressing climate change through more sustainable modes of transportation far more efficient and effective, but it's also a cost savings. And so I think as we move forward to 2041, part of this will be an education and cultural shift for residents to indeed make use of the more efficient and effective modes of transportation versus the more expensive way, which is the car. So I just wanted to point that out. If you have anything to add further in terms of the difference between driving and car usage versus cycling and pedestrian, that would be fantastic.
So just to point out that on the lane kilometers for road widenings, that would also include, in many cases, opportunities to include multi-use trails and sidewalks as well. So it's that balanced approach. This slide speaks to just purely those facilities itself. You'll also notice that this report was done in tangent with our folks in our health services and public health group as well. So I would argue that not only is there a cost to congestion, but there's a societal cost to health that we would also see some benefits to with respect to some of the work moving towards 2041.
Thank you. So at the end of the day, in terms of economics, cost savings, addressing climate change is the more economically favorable thing to do.
I would say it's definitely that approach that I spoke to, where it's a balanced approach looking at a number of things.
Thank you.
And the CAO might have a comment on that. David?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind Council that we did, I think in April, bring an update on our climate change master plan, and we will be bringing the full master plan back in the fall, which also we're going to have more discussion on that when we see the whole plan, because this is just one component of the impact, as you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for coming today and the presentation. My first questions are for Imran. With respect to some of the key strategy highlights, when it comes to water consumption, I do see the trend going to from 280 to 265 liters a day. I'm just wondering, how are we going to further drive those numbers down?
So this is the trend that we have seen already. So we have already reduced from 280 liters per person to about 265. We do have an active water conservation strategy. So that will help us reduce that per capita consumption down even further. And we continue to monitor that trend every year, and we reflect that as a starting point in our master plan for the next year.
Do you have a sense of that per capita number a day for the 265 liters, how that relates to other jurisdictions? Because I still feel like we are at the very high end.
I think when we did our research, you are right, we are on the higher end, but this is based on our own per capita consumption through a lot of data analysis that we have done. Certain regions have very aggressive targets per capita. For example, region of York is in the range of 150, 160 liters per capita per day. I don't recall if we have a set target for that, but we'll continue to monitor that and we'll update this as we move forward with our master planning process.
Okay, I think it would be a good idea if staff could put some thought around perhaps working towards a specific target. I think if we reduce those water consumption demands, then we'll get more longevity out of our assets. And certainly that does help the environment. I know we have a plethora of water right now, but certainly that's not consistent year in and year out. When it comes to our, remind me, what is our contract with the Region of York? How long is that for?
So I'll start with the answer, and Andrew may want to jump in. Through you, Mr. Chair, the contract with Region of York is to 2031. So we have set number of flow number that we need to provide and set amount of wastewater that we need to receive from that. So some of this investment will be recovered from York. We are not looking at this point any increase to that agreement.
Okay, are there areas that we service up in York, areas of intensification? Or are they going to be witnessing fairly stable growth over that time?
One of the areas that we receive the wastewater from and we provide the water is the whole Vaughan City Center near Highway 400 and Highway 7. That is definitely an intensification node for them. We haven't received any formal requests from them regarding providing additional water and receiving wastewater. They may be looking at other strategies, but if we do receive any request, it will be brought forward to the regional council for consideration.
Okay, thank you for that. On to the long-range transportation plan. I think
Councillor, sorry to interrupt, you still have the floor, but the CAO had a thought on that last point as well, and I'll come right back. David?
One of the things that's going to affect both Peel and especially York in terms of development is the impact, longer-term impact of Bill 108 that we're not quite sure. We have preliminary estimates of what it's going to cost. And given York's financial situation, it may result in a slowing down of development and therefore a slowing down on demand for additional resources or water and wastewater capacity from us.
Sorry, you just said slowing down of development. Isn't the genesis of Bill 108 to try to speed up development and supply?
It is. However, our projections are that it has an impact on DC revenues. Significant impact on DC revenues, not only in terms of the absolute amount that we will receive, but the timing within which we'll receive it, which means that we will probably have to go out, and other municipalities too, and borrow more money to put the infrastructure in that's needed before development can occur. So we are still doing the analysis, but our concerns are that there will be a financial impact on all major municipalities that are growing that will affect their ability to put the infrastructure in the ground before development can happen. So it's a bit of a vicious cycle, almost a catch-22.
Okay. And certainly I can guarantee that my ratepayers aren't going to want to fund that future development through increased, I guess in this case it would be increased utility rate bills.
Well, if it's on the DC side, if we borrow money for putting development in the ground, the cost of borrowing that money goes on the DC rate. So DC rates will actually go up per unit.
Okay. So I guess this is going to be factored into our DC rate review, which is, might as well be on an Etch-a-Sketch at this point. It's changing by the day. All right, that's fun. On our plan to address growth, I always, when it comes to, I guess, the more urbanized areas like Mississauga, I know that we're in the bigger regional discussion here, but when the first thing you see when it comes to addressing growth is through things like road widenings, I always think that there's an opportunity to be more about road design rather than just a widening. That's always seems to be our go-to default position in the region here, and I think we need to, perhaps through our Vision Zero planning, take a step back, and that shouldn't be our default position. I'm just wondering if you want to comment on that, Steve.
Sure. So again, the plan to address growth, it has 4 components. The road widenings one, one example of that resonates well with me in Mississauga. So Cawthra Road, originally under the previous 2012 long-range transportation plan, the modeling showed that it needed a quote-unquote road widening. However, when we went to sort of more of a detailed look at Cawthra Road, we realized there was enough capacity there. And we're in fact working with the city and through our water wastewater projects to do not necessarily a road diet, but not widening, making improvements for MyWay Transit and cycling between Eastgate and QEW. So basically the 403, the station that you have there, the MyWay, or the station that you have for
Transitway,
the Transitway, all the way down to the QEW. In Brampton, for instance, again, the Gore Road between Queen and Castlemore, that was, as per the model, it showed that with the growth coming, perhaps we needed to do a widening. We took a deeper analysis, and in fact, in that particular case, we did do a road diet per se, and we're putting in a cycling track on that stretch, and really just doing an isolated improvement at the intersection of Highway 7 Queen Street and the Gore Road there. So I wouldn't want council to be left with the impression that the region is only doing road widenings. Our road widening projects include many things such as transit facilities, our cycling facilities, and our cycling infrastructure. And you can see that as we approach the 2041 time horizon, our ability to widen roads in the traditional sense will decrease simply because our urbanized areas will become built out, and we will continue to work with our local counterparts to look at ways where we can do some road diets, and you'll probably see the cycling and active transportation network increase even more.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the presentation today.
Thank you, Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for the presentation. And I'm just going to pick up where Mayor Thompson left off with respect to GO Transit. Glad to hear that you are going to be working with us on that. And I know this is a bit of an urgent business, and I know the mayor wanted to bring a motion forward, and I'm not sure if you would allow us to do that, because GO Transit, Metrolinx just announced that they're going to cut it off by end of June. Folks have no way of organizing themselves in terms of transportation and that to get to work and wherever it is that they're going. So I'm going to leave it to you whether or not you would allow us to walk it on as an urgent business.
Yeah, and we have to waive the rules accordingly, Madam Clerk. If you could just be clear on how we would deal, and then if you could provide me a little more clarity on exactly what the outcome or the motion you would have before the chair would be.
So I'm going to go over to Mayor Thompson, because he was the one who wanted to bring this motion forward, and I'm willing to support whatever he's bringing forward, because our community really is in a bit of a pinch and a bind right now, panicking how they're going to deal with the Metrolinx cutting our service off. So,
Councillor, thank you. What I'm going to suggest is this: why don't we exhaust this section of the program right now, finish it, deal with it, and have it received accordingly? I will go to the mayor immediately thereafter if you have an idea of what you'd like to present, and I will rule on it then and there if it's the will of council.
Perfect.
So why don't we carry on with this?
Yep.
Then the next speaker I'll go to is Alan to deal with that in and of itself.
Perfect. Thank you,
Carry on.
Mr. Chair. That works. So just touching on that whole GO Transit piece, and I know that the region, we've spent a whole lot of money building that transit hub at the Mayfield and Highway 50. And the idea behind that was really to have GO Bus use that as a parking lot or a pool, a carpooling area. I would hate to see that all that money that we've spent is now going to be really for nothing if the service is canceled. So I think that that's an important point we need to make to Metrolinx, is that we've invested a whole lot of money because we wanted to get people carpooling off the roads. I mean, if we're talking about climate change, it's good for climate change because we don't have a lot of cars. We're trying to get them off the road. And also because gridlock. You have gridlock on our roads. We have gridlock on our highways. And so if we can get people onto the buses, it helps to eliminate that gridlock as well. The other thing that I would ask is with respect to the widening of Coleraine south of Mayfield. That's an important piece of infrastructure for my residents in Bolton, because the region, and thank you to the Region of Peel, because we did do the bypass on the north side of Mayfield Road onto Coleraine. But the problem is you're along that bypass, you're using it, it's beautiful. Then you cross over Mayfield and you head south and you're bottlenecked over there. So if you could please include me or keep me posted on those conversations. I know you said the EA, you're looking at completing that shortly.
Yes, that's correct. And there's a public information center that's scheduled for September, so I'll make sure that you're invited to that.
Yes, please, and this way I can put it out there to my residents because they are very interested in attending any of that, because I know I get questions from them all the time on that piece. The other point that I'd like to raise, and I know I have the Mayor of Brampton and my Brampton colleagues here, with respect to the transit hub at Mayfield and 50. One of the things that we were also looking at that point is to bring Brampton Transit to that hub. When we first looked at it, Brampton Transit and York Transit. So I don't know if we're having any conversations with the City of Brampton to do that, because I know that we do employ a lot of the residents from Brampton, and they do need transit to get to their place of employment. And I know that the Canadian Tire Distribution Center employs quite a bit of people from Brampton, and Amazon, I'm guessing, is going to as well. So I don't know if there's any dialogue happening there, but certainly if there is, please keep me in the loop, and I'd be happy to participate in that as well. And one final thing, and I forgot. So if I remember, I'll get on the board or I'll talk to you offline. So thank you again for your presentation, and I think it's a great presentation, and hopefully you can get on board with us to help Metrolinx understand that there is a need for transit in Bolton. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, in view of the sacking of municipal treasuries, Bill 108, if there's any legal legislative obligation for the Region Appeal to extend sewer and water into greenfield developments unless they can afford to pay for it.
I'll let CFO answer that question.
I was going to say, I'm not sure I'm well equipped to answer that question. There are models, and if you look to our neighbors to the west of us, Halton, they have an allocation model in place where they allocate water and wastewater services subject to front-end financing agreements. So there are different models that could be put in place. We are required, and our planner might know a little bit more in terms of what our requirements are under the Planning Act to plan for growth that's forecast for by the province.
Well, that's planning, but not provision. I guess I'm interested in the legal obligation to provide it no matter what.
And we don't have to provide the service. That being said, we have policies that do support an official plan that supports growth. Council would have to change its policy decisions with respect to whether we're investing in growth infrastructure.
Councillor Sinclair, if I may, and you still have the floor, certainly it's something the chair has turned his mind to as well, and the CNI have said that's a topic that we think we'd like to bring back in a report in days to come. So I make you aware of that. Please continue.
Okay, the next question goes to transportation, and there's a struggling railway basically owned by some industry in, I think, the town of Orangeville, Obrag, that runs from Streetsville all the way up through Peel to Orangeville. And I wondered if there'd been any thought to acquiring the right-of-way, not the railway. I don't want you involved in running a railway. But the right-of-way could be extremely valuable for moving utilities, providing different trail sections, particularly cycling, and certainly Caledon's experience of having bought the Canadian National Line, 22 miles of it crossing Caledon, and Caledon East, significant monies were saved by putting a sewer line across it from Airport Road to Innes Lake Road, and also a fiber optics line. and then once again over towards Inglewood, bringing a water line from potable wells on Highway 10 to Inglewood. So has there any been thought to looking at acquiring the right-of-way only?
Through to the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There have been quite extensive discussions at the staff level with the regional staff and staff from all three cities looking at the implications of acquiring that piece of land. And the implications are, they range from would it be a capital acquisition from Orangeville or a donation by Orangeville? What would the rehabilitation costs be? Because there are quite a number of bridges and other structures on that piece of land, and also what would be the ongoing costs to maintain it, depending on the use that we would put to it if we did own it. At my last discussion with the CAO in Orangeville, I asked him to put forward a position in writing to us that we can then discuss as staff and bring forward to councils to give councils full consideration. I also know that the CAO in Orangeville has had some discussions with the CVC and see if they could get, if Orangeville can get the CVC to buy the land, and I pointed out at that point that, well, the CVC gets its funding from the Region of Peel, so it's going to end up back before this council at some point. So at this point, the ball is in Orangeville's court, as they say, and we're waiting for them to give us a formal proposal for council's consideration.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. And finally, Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. So firstly, just on the heels of Councillor Santos' comments with regards to active transportation, thank you for working with the TRCA and their trail strategy that's connecting the 9 watersheds. It's greatly important that we do work with those organizations to improve those trail networks, because that's how we are going to get people moving safely. I had a question with regards to the provincial highway infrastructure. So in the road widenings, you talked about our locations of where we're going to widen, and you know, we have a justification as to why, but I think that we sort of missed an opportunity for this council to get behind some positions with regards to provincial infrastructure and what we require. As an example, in the last term of council, we, you know, advocated to the province with regards to the Courtney Park interchange, and we were successful in that. So I was just kind of hoping if there would be a list. I would have liked to have seen one in this report, that there had been a list of provincial infrastructure that we are advocating for, you know, in my ward, including the 427 extension and the 410. Some of those highway infrastructures are definitely needed through Caledon to complete through the Region of Peel. So I don't know how we can proceed with that, but I think that that's important that we acknowledge what we're advocating for at this table, because that is part of the greater network.
Through the chair, on June 27th, Regional Council will be bringing forth a staff report that speaks to all of the past advocacy efforts and current advocacy efforts around provincial highway infrastructure investment in Peel. And it will also address some of the recent social media around the GTA West environmental assessment and whatnot as well. So that'll be forthcoming in 2 weeks.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. The only thing I'd quickly add before we take the vote is, and I'm so glad that Sabir is here, Saeed, who does such great work. When it relates to all of the growth that we're going to have, putting the condos in is easy. We just rezone a piece of land. Getting people to walk or take transit is somewhat easier. Getting them their products is the nightmare that we're not dealing with as much. So suddenly you move into the downtown. Great, I live here and I'll take your transit, etc. But I need a new pair of eyeglasses. Well, they got to come into Mississauga through the airport, through our city. I want to buy my Wheaties tomorrow morning. That's another box of Wheaties that's got to come in. So the whole piece on the Smart Freight Initiative is huge. Because what we also know, you talk about the infrastructure, we're at the point of diminishing returns. There's no, or not a great deal of infrastructure money coming, so we have the 400 series highways. We're not going to get the 500 series highways. There's no new 500. We need a second and third airport. They ain't coming. So this initiative under Smart Freight with the 3 universities that we're dealing with, and the calls I'm getting from other countries now because they're aware of our initiative, because they all have the same problem. And what are we going to do in terms of technology and policies, drones? Are we going to have deliveries only at night, which is how some other jurisdictions have dealt with it? That's another burgeoning piece to this, and I'm grateful for Sabir and all the work that we're doing, and a lot more to come on that. With that, I have a resolution before me. 8.1 was here for receipt. The resolution regarding 8.2 moved by Councillor Vicente, seconded by Councillor Mayor Thompson, is that the Region of Peel's Long Range Transportation Plan 2019 be approved. And further, that a copy of the joint report of the Commissioners of Public Works and Health Services and Medical Officer of Health titled Adoption of the Region of Peel's Long Range Transportation Plan be forwarded to the City of Brampton, the Town of Caledon, and the City of Mississauga for information. You've heard the motion. I require a recorded vote. And that is carried. Now, in terms of time management for the next 7 or 8 minutes, if you'll indulge me, an error on the part of the chair when we were dealing with the chief of police in the presentation that came forward. One of the motions that we had, item 20.1, and the mayor mentioned it and I slipped up because it wasn't spoken to, was motion 20.1, the notice of motion regarding funds for paid duty officers. And we have a notice of motion here from Mayor Brown and from Councillor Dillon, and I was promised they can deal with it in all of a minute or two. So Mayor Brown, over to you, or Councillor Dillon, if you would tell us how you would like this matter dealt with quickly.
Okay. Thank you. Hoping, and Councillor Dillon is moving the motion. I'm happy to second it. If we could put it on the screen. We have an annual event which is in honor of the martyrdom of the fifth Guru who wrote the Sikh scriptures. It's a significant event in Brampton, and just like we do with the Malton Council Day Parade, if that percentage of costs associated with police funding could be compensated to them. It's a small amount, but it's more the principle of showing similar support.
Thank you.
I think Councillor Dillon would want to speak to this as well.
I've got Councillor Parrish on my on my list next, then I will come to Councillor Dillon. Councillor Parrish.
Yes, it was actually my advice that had Mayor Brown do this. You recall the police took away a lot of the public service stuff they did as a donation a couple of years ago. So the fund came to the region agreed to take it on and then disperse it to the cities. And as a new one comes on, I don't think it's written in stone, as a new parade comes on or a new event comes on, we're going to have to keep updating this. The other thing we should have done while the police chief was here was ask him if he would reconsider what was done by the previous chief, but I support this.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon.
No, thank you so much, Chair. And it's a significant parade. It's not as big as the Malton one, but we do have a large South Asian population there. It's important for them, and I think Councillor Parrish and Mayor Brown spoke to it quite nicely as well. So we look forward to the support of council.
Wonderful. You have the motion before you. I will take it as read. Recorded vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. 2 more items. Mayor Thompson, I'm back to you with regards to, would you like to speak and introduce the motion?
This is concerning the proposed cancellation of about 13 GO stops or GO routes that they have. And it's just we've getting transit underway, working with Brampton Transit, that this is really a premature exercise. So this is why we're just asking the region, because you do have the expertise. You've been working with the Transportation Master Plan, and this is all on our major regional roads as well. So we just need to figure out how we can work together and just put a little bit of pressure on the province.
Thank you. The motion has been properly seconded and put forward by Mayor Thompson. I now need a resolution to deal with it by 2/3 because it's being introduced at this meeting. So through the clerk, all those in favor, having heard the motion written out, to deal with it at this time. Madam Clerk, we need a recorded vote in that regard to make sure we get the 2/3. And that's been achieved. Thank you very much. Now that is duly before us, my next speaker, Mayor Brown.
I just wanted to express my support for the Mayor of Caledon. Obviously, this has caused some chaos with transit in the region of Peel, and I think it's important that we express clearly to the province that this needs to be adjusted. I give the province credit when we had the cancellation of the express train in December from Union Station through Malton to Brampton, and further on beyond that, after it was explained that there was chaos and major inconvenience to commuters, they corrected it and re-added the express train. I think if they hear from regional council that this is a significant disruption, then hopefully they'd make the same adjustment.
Thank you. You have the motion before you. The chair will take it as read as it is on your screen. I again need a recorded vote as moved by Mayor Thompson and Councillor Groves. Recorded vote. And that carries. Thank you. And finally, before we break, for two reasons, the promise by our dear friend from PAMA, Marty Brent, that her presentation is all of 5 minutes. And secondly, given that this is her last presentation before us, before she goes on to new ventures, I thought we might accommodate her for 5 minutes before we break for lunch. Marty, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of Council. Thank you for this opportunity to update you on how PAMA's commitment to community life is interwoven and reflected through the Peel Art Gallery Museum and Archive. You have in front of you the 2018 year in review, our most concise summary of our services, our partnerships, and the impact that we've had over the past year. Diversity, inclusivity, connectivity, and collaboration are the core values embedded in our PAMA organization, in our culture and our practice. Our future forward strategy builds on 3 pillars: community engagement, institutional leadership, and commitment to innovation and good business through the integrated and visitor-centric planning model. This is a very unique model. Peel services and PAMA services are avenues of discovery for people of all ages and all abilities. As the photos and our quotes in these slides illustrate, PAMA is very much by, for, and of the residents of Peel. Engaged and connected aptly describes the Friends of PAMA Advisory Board. Our board truly reflects Peel's diversity and is energetically and engaged and focused. Many arts boards across Canada sadly don't reflect the diversity of their communities. Ours has made a very concerted effort to be a true reflection of Peel. They champion public programs, fundraising, and provide advice and support. And I want to thank Councillor Vicente for his role on the board. This year, so far, the board's efforts have secured more than $15,000 from funders, leveraging resources to enable us to have greater impact and to certainly provide more offerings to more residents. As a culture hub, PAMA continually engages our residents in our own facility, which is quite fine, and throughout the region. New initiatives like PAMA Thursday Nights creates a sense of belonging and brings people together with innovative new events. PAMA often converts itself into a very creative laboratory space. Next week with Euphoria Experience, you'll see that happening with a perfumer Nose, and an artist who has interpreted in a commissioned work the scent that's being created and launched, as well as the rest of the sensory experience through food, music, and made goods. Another way that community has told us what it wants and needs and how we're able to provide more sophisticated social experiences to satisfy that. Taking PAMA on the road in every season to things like the Bread and Honey Festival, to Caledon Day, to libraries and malls, engages residents and weaves arts, history, and culture seamlessly into community for life. We are committed to a collaboration process. It's embedded in our practice. Nothing about us without us is certainly our motto. We typically partner with 50 groups throughout the year, and our collaborations expand our scope and the quality of experience. This year, more than 60% of our exhibitions are collaborative ventures with partners and other agencies. And this is a very high percentage for the type of institution that we are. The diversity of our partnerships produces quite unique experiences. Currently, we're working with Scotiabank Contact Photography Festival, the City of Brampton, and the Friends of PAMA in expanding outdoor art for residents. This summer, you'll see the beautiful photography of Zinnia Nakvi, who's an award-winning photographer, front-facing onto Main Street. This week, we opened Refuge Canada, an exhibition from Canada's Immigration Museum at Pier 21 that explores the place of Canada's place in the global refugee crisis. It confronts us with Canada's mixed record in welcoming refugees. It dispels preconceptions about what being a refugee is, and it connects each of us personally to a global issue that affects 68 million people today across the world. In the region of Peel, we know that over a 36-year period up to 2016, more than 73,000 people, or 12.5% of our immigrant newcomers to Peel, were refugee newcomers. So exhibitions like this important one introduce the forces that drive people from their homes and tell the stories of loss, fear, and hope on their journey to Canada in a way that helps foster greater understanding. But there's a Peel story in this too, which we're proud to showcase, which are the voices of diverse youth involved in mentoring groups at schools across Peel in partnership with Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Some of these youth voices featured in the exhibition represent a very different journey, a journey that immigrants have faced through hardship on their way to Canada. The artwork expresses the challenges, the resilience, the pride and identity, and the dreams for their future, which is our future in Peel. I also wanted to mention that one of the projects we're working on for the fall is an exhibition called Trash Talk, which is a PAMA and Region of Peel Public Works collaborative venture. Using our unique platform, we'll be taking a look at the serious issue of garbage, offering creatively different avenues to raise awareness and motivate behavior change among residents. PAMA is a place for engaging in social action and change. It's a place for conversations. It's also a safe place. We are a new participant in the Peel Police Safe Place program, committed to providing safety to members of the LGBTQ2 community. What we see are diverse audiences, as you can see in this slide. They connect in different ways, and it's through data, through our visitor feedback, that we are informed for developing our programming further. We're proud to be a culture hub that supports schools like Balmoral Public School when they want to celebrate their youth creativity and achievement. We fulfill an important role for Peel, which you can see actually in this black and white slide, through our Creative Expressions program, which brings art therapy out into the community to over 300 residents annually. It builds self-esteem as well as small motor skills, but most importantly, it ignites inspiration and often pure joy through the art of creation. As you can see from the slides today, how residents engage in an understanding of our history and culture takes shape differently at every stage of life. Our relevance and significance to community are core to PAMA. Our business plan outcomes are very concise: to continue to build trust through broadened community engagement, to provide institutional leadership and stewardship of our collections, and to commit to innovation and good business practice through the adoption of a visitor-centric planning model. Typically, collecting institutions had artifacts at the center now, and as our whole planning process is focused, our visitor is at the center of everything we do and how we think. Our integrated service model produces synergies and resource efficiencies, and it enables us to improve our process, our flow, and our outcomes. We are a Class A designated institution under the Canadian Cultural Property Export and Import Act. That does three things for us. It confirms that we can provide the necessary standards to preserve cultural property and make it accessible to the public. It's a primary requirement from most lending institutions of significance. It means, and it also is a primary requirement if we're going to apply for certification of cultural property. Our threshold for appraised values for application is $50,000. And the certification of cultural property offers tax incentives to donors and vendors of cultural property. This is a process that PAMA is actually quite it has an excellent track record in, and it's something that encourages the gifts of important Canadian culture out of private hands and into the public domain. Our risk management planning has equipped us to deal with emergencies and have good response protocols when needed, including a current issue that we have at PAMA, which is an outbreak of mold in one of our storage areas. Our swift action, the health and safety priorities that we place, and the transparent communication plan that's underway are all important responses. Our capital program and our state of good repair plans address some of the aging HVAC in our historic jail where our collections are stored. So we'll be bringing a report to council to apprise you of the current situation and the actions that we'll be taking for the future. Our focus is on transformation with resilience. We have new digital tools on the way to allow us to manage vast amounts of our collections data and to put lots more online content digitally. We have two things that I think are especially worthy of notice. One is in every institution like ours, it's a once-in-a-lifetime dream to make a huge discovery, and we've done so. We've discovered an artist who actually is a contemporary of the Group of Seven who's never had a show in Canada at all. We'll be launching that show, George Pagenton, Painting a Nation, in the fall. Recognition of this significance has come both in a grant of $155,000 from the Department of Canadian Heritage, which is going to enable us to create a traveling exhibition for the show afterwards and send it to 2 provinces, as well as production of a book. And we're also going to be celebrating the 550th anniversary of the birth of Guru Nanak with a marvelous exhibition, guest curated, coming in the fall, celebrating both the Guru and showcasing Sikh art and sacred works that are held in private collections not seen before. So my conclusion is, with diversity and inclusivity, with collaboration and connectivity, and with relevance at our core, we will continue to co-create and deliver opportunities for engagement with Peel residents from childhood through senior years, in person, through digital channels, and through community-based services throughout Peel. I want to thank Council for the incredible support you've provided for the development of this marvelous institution, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Marty, thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marty, we want to thank you for your many years of service to the region, in particular to PAMA. People who visit PAMA, they're left with an indelible memory and experience when they visit and experience all of the stories that you tell about the people that have lived here in the region. I still remember quite vividly when I visited the museum when I was in my grade 3 class. And I live within the aura and the light of PAMA today. And so PAMA is a part of the community and it's appreciated by all who attend. I wanted to just highlight one section of your presentation where you talk about the work that PAMA is doing to digitize its collection and to make it available so that it can be appreciated online. One of the things that museums all across the world are realizing that making their collections available online actually drives attendance and allows for students to be able to access those collections and to also learn remotely. And so can you just expand on what PAMA is going to be doing in the future to engage online community, to make its collection available through social media, and to market the facility and to raise its appeal for more people to attend?
Thank you, through the chair. We have a number of initiatives that are underway. On the technical side is the the migration of our current collection data into a system that integrates all three of our collections, which we don't have capacity for at the moment. Once that process has been complete, which shouldn't take us too long, and we hope it will be done before the end of this year or early in Q1 2020, we also then have the opportunity through this software to be able to upload information about our collection in what I would call a user-compatible form. So thinking again visitor-centrically for a global audience, what are people interested in and how can we place that content out there digitally, which is image, information, and the ability to talk to one another. In addition, some of the online resources that we're preparing for teachers using, for example, our archival material, allows teachers around the world, or especially through Peel, to be able to use the reference material online to work with students, both in their own classroom, individually, and also when they come to PAMA. So programming is going to be a big part of it, access to content, and I guess I'll say continuing with things like our blog. Our archives blog is actually achieving rock star standards. Who knew that the phenomenal work that archivists are able to produce and write about is actually of fabulous interest around the world, and is used both in teaching institutions for archive students in their training, but beyond that for researchers who want to know more about how they can apply their own research skills using materials that are available in their local archives or through PAMA.
Thank you. And just to underline, if I could use a word to describe PAMA, I would describe it as excellence. It's about excellence, and it's about delivering an experience to the attendee. And if we can expand that to the online world, I think that you'll reap benefits in the future. Thank you so much again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kovac.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, just want to thank you, Marty, for your many years of work and your service. I too think of it very much as a multidimensional hub, and just like to see more of an engagement, if possible, with the City of Mississauga. I was wondering if there's an opportunity maybe to partner with the Art Gallery, the AGM. I do have a couple of questions. One being for your marketing approach. There are 30,000 visitors a year that you had mentioned since 2012, 87,000 online. How is this tracked? The online would be easy, the in-person. And then subset to that, what do you find that people are flocking toward more? The art gallery component, the museum, the courthouse? I know you have weddings that you hold there. How might you comment on that?
To your point, the tracking is done through our lobby areas. So as visitors come and check in, we keep track of them. On really busy days, it's very hard for us. We don't want to slow activity into the site, so we have a process of handing out tags and make sure we're tracking then the tags as people are flowing through, especially on free days, which are busy. So our attendance tracking, I think, is pretty thorough. We aren't able as effectively to track how many touch points we have when we're out in community at major events. So, but we do recognize and keep a kind of a sense of who we're reaching in our external locations very much. When you ask the question of where are our visitors coming from, it's equal. I think it's coming for exhibitions, it's coming for programming, it's coming for special events, it's coming for rentals, it's coming for archives research. So there are as many reasons that people come as there are unique characteristics of individuals. If we look at our general attendance as a whole, we have it's coming from school groups as well. So we do track and break down by general attendance, school groups, who's coming on special event days, who's signing up for programs, and we are able then from a marketing perspective to look at what are our targets, where do we have growth potential, what should we stop doing, and put emphasis into something else. And then we also have an evaluation process. So we have that full circle of what did people think and say about the things that we were offering? How does that correlate to attendance, helping us make good decisions about marketing and where to put those marketing resources in our forward-looking plans.
Thank you for your answer. I want to single out Councillor Medeiros for being such a champion of PAMA. I know you've spoken always so favorably about it and has done a great job promoting it. And also Councillor Vicente for choosing to sit on the committee and for his work on the committee. Thank you, Marty.
Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts my list, but before we go on with receipt of the information, on behalf of all of council, Marty, I would like to say a few words to recognize what you've done and what you've meant to PAMA here on your retirement. For more than 4 decades, Marty Brent has been instrumental in the development of heritage and exhibition space, museum policies, and museum communities, not just here for the region, but right across Ontario. Her stellar career has been shaped by a deep belief and commitment to the ideal that our quality of life is enriched by arts and culture in their many forms. No wonder we have been served so well by Marty. Highlights of her professional background include 10 years with the Ontario Ministry of Culture, 20 years as General Manager at Black Creek Pioneer Village, and now 8 years with us here at PAMA. Marty started with us as a supervisor, then went on to manager, overseeing the rebranding and reimaging of new exhibition spaces where PAMA reopened in 2012. Marty, we also are so pleased with the transformation of the Peel Heritage Complex, as we knew it back then, into the PAMA that we know today. Embracing the diverse communities across the region of Peel, encouraging the use of new technologies and exhibition space, and attracting and acting as a mentor to so many of our staff, Marty has championed community building and visitor engagement at PAMA. Under Marty's guidance, PAMA has been an essential partner in bringing to life cultural celebrations such as Sikh Heritage Month celebrations and recognizing Black history in the region. It's somewhat bittersweet, but I'll go on to say that I'm happy to see that I've discovered that Marty will be leaving PAMA to pursue her work this year as a glass artist and to continue her travels exploring museums and heritage sites across the globe. We are so grateful for your exceptional work on behalf of the region of Peel, Marty, and we wish you every success and hope you'll join us. Hear, hear. And after I move receipt of the vote, I hope you'll join us in the back and on behalf of all council for lunch thereafter. So with that, the first item of business I have, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Medeiros has moved receipt of the information and the presentation. All those in favor? That is carried. Marty, thank you. With that, I will call a recess for exactly 1/2 hour to be back here promptly at 1:30. That carries. Thank you very much. And we have quorum, and we're continuing on. Councillor Thompson on my list. Mayor Thompson, sorry.
Yeah. If I could ask council if we can bring 8.7 forward, is I've got to head back to Toronto for the AMO thing this afternoon, but this Bill 108 resolution I could take with me if we can get it moved here first. And I was just wondering if we can move that up on the agenda. I know it's fairly heavy, but but this will be a real quick one, I think, if we can do it.
Okay, just because you hope to go to that meeting next and have the resolution in hand.
Absolutely.
Okay, if I have no other concerns on the part of council, I'll allow that. So with that, can we bring up item 8.7, Steve Jacks, Chief Planner and Director, Regional Planning and Growth Management, with regard to the update on Bill 108, More Homes, More Choice Act. Receipt is recommended. Presentation by Tara Bonpensiero, Principal Planner, Regional Planning and Growth Management. Tara, you have one of the greatest names I've ever seen. Buon pensiero in my dialect means literally good thought. What a lovely name to have, Tara Good Thought. So I hope you have good thoughts. That's the literal translation.
I hope you do after you hear
Buon
about Bill 108.
pensiero, welcome. Isn't that something? You're not going to fit in around here, but okay. And we will bring forward 13.1 at this time. Welcome and please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. The presentation today will focus on an overview of the key changes of the implications of Bill 108, the More Homes, More Choice Act. I will also be providing an update on the status of the bill because it has changed from the joint report that's on the agenda today as item 13.1. I'm here with Adrian Smith, Manager of Policy Development. However, the work undertaken on Bill 108 was a collaborative effort from staff across the organization, including from Finance, Human Services, legal, and government relations. Adrian and I are here today representing that larger effort. Bill 108 Bill 108 made changes to 13 acts, 6 of which were determined to be of primary interest to the region as follows: the Development Charges Act, the Planning Act, the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal Act, Conservation Authorities Act, Environmental Assessment Act, and Endangered Species Act. Staff provided comments on all 6 of these acts in accordance with the provincial timelines, and the comment letters are included in the staff report as Appendix 1 and 2 for council endorsement through the recommendations of our report today. The focus of the presentation today, however, will be on the implications to the Development Charges, Planning Act, and Local Planning Appeal Tribunal Act. Staff provided comments on these 3 acts in advance of the June 1st comment deadline, and Bill 108 was passed by the Legislative Assembly and received royal assent on June 6th. For the most part, the version that received royal assent had very few changes from what is described in our staff report and included in our letter to the province. A memo has been prepared and included as item 8.7 on the agenda, which provides an update of the changes. To summarize, there were 2 changes to the Development Charges Act. The first is to include ambulance services as an eligible service that development charges can be applied to. This was a request in the region's letter to the province. The second change was to modify the deferral of development charge payments for nonprofit housing developments from 5 years to 20 years. And the final change was to the Conservation Authorities Act that included a clause that allows the minister the authority to prescribe additional mandatory programs and services beyond what is included in the Act. This new clause appears to allow the region to continue discussions with the province to request that they consider including watershed planning as a mandatory program, and this was again requested by staff in the letter to the province. Based on the bill that was passed, staff have identified key potential concerns that are counter to the principle of growth paying for growth. There are other changes included in the bill that provide opportunities and incentives that may result in development of more housing in a range of forms. The province has advised that more details will be coming through draft implementation and transition regulations. So at this time, we are not able to fully assess the implications of the bill until this other information becomes available. However, based on what we do know, some of the potential implications include a change to the Development Charge Act that could have the effect of delaying or stopping investment in critical growth-related infrastructure that may result in the need for property or utility ratepayer taxes to make up for lost development charge revenue. This change is contrary to the principle that growth pays for growth. Another change to the Development Charges Act may also adversely affect the region's finances and pose risks to the region's debt capacity, which could impact the financial flexibility over the long term as well as the AAA credit rating. It could add significant red tape to the development process, causing higher planning and building permit fees. Many changes made to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal process have reverted to a process similar to the Ontario Municipal Board prior to Bill 139. Hearings are de novo and no longer focused on a review of council decisions and not limited to the narrow scope of consistency and conformity with provincial and municipal policies and plans. Changes also eliminate some of the provisions and tools available to municipalities that contribute to planning complete and healthy communities. So the next few slides go into a little bit more detail on some of the changes to the acts. So with respect to the Development Charges Act, secondary units that are built in new houses are exempt from paying development charges. Watson and Associates have provided an estimate that if 15% of new units included a secondary unit, it would result in a revenue loss of $157 million between 2020 and 2031. This revenue loss would need to be made up through property taxes and utility rates. There is a 5-year deferral of development charges that has been provided for rental housing, as well as industrial, commercial, and institutional developments. A 20-year deferral has also been provided for not-for-profit housing. As I mentioned, one of the changes from the report to passing of the bill was a change from a 5-year to a 20-year deferral for not-for-profit housing. This was a change that was made by the Standing Committee before the bill was passed in the legislature. These deferrals are intended to incent the development of rental and not-for-profit housing. However, the 5-year deferral of development charges for the industrial, commercial, and institutional developments is of concern and has the potential for significant financial risks to the region. Staff comments to the province requested that this deferral be removed, as these land uses have no link to the provision of housing, which was the objective of the bill. However, it remains in the final version. Finance staff estimate an increased debt risk of between $346 million to $393 million, again in the timeframe of 2020 to 2031, as a result of deferred DC payments. Staff are still determining if this estimate needs to be revised as a result of the change to the not-for-profit housing deferral timeline. Although the deferred development charge payments are anticipated to have significant financial implications, the region is well positioned to deal with these changes because of the 2013 growth management strategy. This strategy has resulted in the reduction in the need for debt by $728 million and could absorb these impacts. However, these are unforeseen implications that could have the effect of eroding this work. Development charges can no longer be collected for soft services provided by the region. Some examples include long-term care, social housing, and trans help. These will be replaced with a single community benefits charge. This is one area where implications are not known until the province provides more guidance through regulations on how the community benefits charge will be calculated. Of specific concern, however, is that it's not known how the charge would be implemented in a 2-tier system, since local municipalities provide the majority of soft services, but the region also provides soft services. Staff estimate an exposure of $48 million between 2020 and 2031 in potential lost revenue, but that's based on an assumption that the region, as an upper-tier municipality, does not receive a share of the community benefits charge. Development charge rates are to be locked in at the time of a complete site plan or zoning application, whichever comes later, and the concern with this is that it may incent the submission of speculative applications to lock in a lower rate and then never proceed to building permit. Lastly, the current 10% development charge reduction on capital costs for waste diversion has been removed, which is estimated to result in approximately $2 million in increased development charge revenue for the region. So moving on to the Planning Act. There's been a significant reduction in the maximum time available to review planning applications, which in the case of the region affects time available to review development applications and local official plan amendments where the region is the approval authority. This change also provides less time to undertake community consultation. Secondary units are to be permitted in ancillary buildings such as coach houses and garden suites, as well as in detached, semi-detached, and row houses. Previously, 1 secondary unit was permitted per property, and this increases the ability to have 2 per property, which could have the effect of increasing the supply of affordable housing and contributing to planning complete communities with a variety of housing types. The last change to highlight in the Planning Act section is that Section 37 of the Planning Act, density bonusing, and some parkland provisions have been replaced with the new community benefits charged. And as I mentioned when I was speaking before about this charge, we don't know the implications of this until draft implementing regulations are released. These additional details will include the formula to calculate that charge, as well as a cap that the minister will implement. With respect to the planning appeal system, changes related to the LPAT, Local Planning Appeal Tribunal provisions, go back to a system very similar to the previous Ontario Municipal Board system that we have been used to up until the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal system was established last year. The basis for appeals is no longer limited to inconsistency with the provincial policy statement and nonconformity with a provincial or official plan. And the 2-stage hearing process that was established through Bill 139 has been reverted back to 1. Hearings will once again be de novo, and the tribunal can base decisions on evidence and witnesses at the hearing rather than consideration of council's decisions and the narrow scope of consistency and conformity. The impact of this is that it could result in more appeals, lengthy and costly hearings, and less emphasis being placed on municipal council decisions with more authority for the tribunal members to make decisions. So our next steps in response to the bill include staff participating over the spring and summer in consultation with the province on proposed regulations related to the Development Charges Act, the Planning Act, and the Community Benefits Charge. The timing for this consultation was outlined in the letter from Minister Clark, which is included as item 14.9 on the agenda. We don't expect final guidance on the regulations from the province until the fall when the legislature resumes sitting. Staff will be monitoring the minister's commitment, again in that letter that I referenced, that municipalities will recover similar revenues and continue to advocate that growth pays for growth. We'll continue to assess the financial implications of the bill as changes and details become more available, and staff will continue to update council on the results of those reviews. That concludes my presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson.
I got to say, congratulations, and you explained it extremely well. You read the deck, but your expansion on a lot of it is very good, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there's a motion that I'd like to bring forward, but I think before we do that, I think it would be fair just to let the rest of the council speak. But here's the reason for bringing the motion forward from the Planning Committee is we do know Royal Ascent's been done. But what's going to happen now is the tone of the legislation, how it's going to be written over the summer, is very, very important. And I want to thank Mississauga especially for putting that letter out and notice, and that's what municipalities need to do. I'm going down to an AMO board meeting, and basically this is what what we're going to be talking about at 4 o'clock today. Like, it starts at 2, but looking through the agenda, what we're trying to do is we found that we can be a lot more effective on how they write the legislation, and is how we bring our comments to it is going to set the tone. Regulations, sorry. Yes. So as how they do those regs is what's really important, and is the tone of it. And if they know where municipalities are, they need us to be their friends. So I really think it's very important that we do this. So I will turn it back and allow everybody else to comment, and then I'll bring the motion back.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As part of this discussion, I would just like to bring forward item 14.9, which I had wanted to ask a question about, and some of the concerns that I have are addressed in this presentation, but particularly in the letter that was written to our council from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. It states here that, for emphasis, our goal is that municipalities would recover similar revenue from community benefits charges to what they would have collected from development charges for discounted services, density housing, etc. And the letter makes reference to consultation, and so I'm happy to see through this presentation that we will be engaging with the province to ensure that we are made whole in lieu of the DC charge changes with respect to the community benefit charges. But just a little question, when we collect development charges, do we collect those at the time that the application for the development is made? Are they paid afterwards? And when would we expect community benefit charges and the revenue from that to come in? Would it be the same or would it be different?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Right now, for development charges, we collect them either at the building permit stage, or in the case of plans of subdivision, we collect them at registrations earlier in the process. It's unclear exactly when the community benefit charge would be applicable, but it would be similar to when you'd be collecting the development charge. It appears that it would apply at a sort of similar time in the process.
So the devil really is in the details, and we need to see how these community benefit charges will actually work, because we could see the province really rebalancing this, and so we need to work with them to make sure that our position is clear and that they keep their commitment. So I'll move 14.9 into receipt. Thank you.
Very good, and I will deal with that accordingly. Perhaps in the interim, Mayor Thompson's motion regarding 8.7 could be tabled and perhaps put on the screen to keep us moving at the appropriate time, because then I also have 13.1 to deal with that's before us as a recorded vote. Moving on, Councillor Dasco.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that of all the pieces of legislation that I've seen, my history is I'm a political scientist from way back. This is potentially one of the most dangerous bills I think I've ever seen come out of the province, and that's my opinion. I'm really glad that the province is listening and wanting to listen to what we have to say as a region, as municipalities, because the devil for sure is in the details here. How this all shakes out. We, in my particular ward, for example, in the city of Mississauga, Ward 1, we're going through a once-in-a-generation transformation to our waterfront. The devil in the details for Bill 108 is very much top of mind, keeps me awake at night, quite frankly, to see how this all shakes out. So I'm really hoping that when you sit down with them that you convey that basically empowering the municipalities to be masters of their domains is very much an important component. And for example, Madam Mayor, Crombie has told me as well that we have in the city of Mississauga 20,000 approved units to be built. So when they talk about that there's a lack of housing out there or for people to go, they're approved to be built, but not a shovel has gone in the ground yet to build them. So I'm hoping that you do convey the fact that giving us some autonomy to be masters of what goes forward in our own municipalities and being able to have the funding available to finish off things properly, be it infrastructure, parkland, public realm, etc. I'm really hoping that you convey that for us. Thank you.
Mayor Crombie.
I keep forgetting how to press the button. Just to confirm what Councillor Dasco has said is certainly not a supply issue. In Mississauga, we do have 20,000 units approved, ready to be constructed. In the City of Toronto, it's over 200,000. It's not a supply issue. With respect to the motion, it's a motherhood statement, and I don't disagree with it, but I believe the content of Minister Clark's letter is that they do intend to continue to consult over the summer. So you're just saying consult, and he's saying, yeah, we're going to consult. So they are going to consult. You just want the principle, you want to put it down in principle? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Crombie. And rather apropos that you mentioned that, you may be aware as the heads of council, I received yesterday as well on June 12th, a letter from the minister directing us that they will be holding a teleconference which will provide an additional opportunity to receive input from municipalities as part of their consultation process in advance of writing the regs. And I have to denote which teleconference I'll be attending. I'm guessing all the other heads of council have gotten that as well. Yeah. Okay, so with that, I have no other speakers, so what I shall do is take them all in turn. First up is 8.7, that is on your screen and brought to us by Mayor Thompson, so he can carry it along as he leaves here. I will take it as read on your screen. Are there any questions or comments with regards to the resolution moved by Mayor Thompson and Councillor Vicente? Seeing none, I will call the recorded vote at this time. That carries. Thank you. Next up in order would be item 13.1, moved again by Mayor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Vicente, that the comments outlined in the joint report of the Acting Commissioner of Public Works, the Commissioner of Finance and Chief Financial Officer, and I see it's just caught up to me on the screen. Is that the correct one? Oh no, that's still the old, so I'll carry on. And further, that a copy of the subject report be forwarded to local municipalities, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, and the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, and further, that the Region of Peel work with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Municipal Finance Officers Association, and other stakeholders to raise the awareness of the province regarding the potentially adverse impacts of Bill 108 to the Region of Peel and other municipalities. You've heard the motion. This too is a recorded vote on item 13.1. And that carries. And finally, with regards to item 14.9 is here for receipt as moved by Councillor Vicente, seconded by Mayor Thompson. Any questions, comments? All those in favor, just by show of hands, that carries all. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, then, moving along, that brings me back to my agenda. Next item up are items 8.4 and 8.5 with regards to a presentation from Steve Sarek, Community for Life 2018 Annual Report, related items 8.5 as well, and 8.5 itself, Term of Council Priorities 2018 to 2022, related to 8.4. Welcome, and please proceed, Steve.
Through the chair, thank you, Regional Council, for the opportunity to be here with you today. My name is Steve Sarek, Director of the Corporate Strategy Office, and I'm here today to present the region's progress toward achieving the vision of a community for life, a place where everyone enjoys a sense of belonging, has access to the services and opportunities they need throughout each stage of their lives. Through today's presentation, the first objective is to provide an overview of Regional Council's 20-year strategic plan. This includes, through the delivery of the annual Community for Life report, which is available in your packages, a full update of the region's achievement in advancing the strategic plan. The second objective of today's presentation is to seek Regional Council's approval of the recommended set of Term of Council priorities for the term of 2018 to 2022. Given Regional Council's approval of these recommended priorities, it will enable the important work that is helping advance the region's vision of a community for life. In 2015, Regional Council endorsed a new strategic plan with a 20-year outlook. The strategic plan was informed by extensive community engagement that contributed to a shared vision that would carry the region into the future. That vision is Community for Life, and Regional Council's 20-year strategic plan informs how this vision will be achieved. The strategic plan is distinct in that it takes on a 20-year outlook organized within 3 areas of focus: living, thriving, and leading, each of which has short-term and long-term outcomes to be achieved by 2035. Progress on the strategic plan is tracked through the annual Community for Life report. Today, Regional Council will have received the Community for Life report for 2018. This annual report provides an in-depth account of the region's progress towards building a community for life through advancement of the region's strategic plan and its services. Within the report is also the region's annual financial report highlights, which provides an overview of the region's strong financial foundation. The overarching theme of the 2018 Community for Life report is the people of Peel. As part of this theme, throughout the report, there are a collection of real stories from the people of Peel, the residents who have accessed the services that have experienced firsthand the vision for Community for Life. And to help share some of these real stories from the people of Peel found within the report, we have a short video that will now be played that helps illustrate the impact of regional services within the community.
My name is Doris, and my mom, Carmela, comes to the day program 4 days a week, and for her, it's really good because she gets to interact with other people.
I don't know where I find this place, and this place is lovely. You have lots of window, you know, it's clean, it looks like home. And I like all the people, everybody knows my name.
They do a lot of programs, which is really good for her.
And like in the morning, I can't wait to come here. I do crochet, knit, I like paint. I help when I do something in the kitchen. I like to exercise.
She uses a walker to get around, so the exercise really helps her.
I do anything I want. Nobody tell me you know how to do it.
She loves the staff, and I think they all love her too.
The staff, I can tell you, it's so nice. My daughter, she's so happy because I come here.
They have an Italian social on Thursdays.
All Italian people come there and I sing. Nice. O Campagnola Bella. It's very, very nice.
Through each term of council, the region continues to make incremental progress towards achieving its 20-year outcomes. Progress is tracked by area focus through a range of metrics. In 2018, there are areas where the region's services are meeting or exceeding its targets, but there is still work to be done. Factors such as growth, an aging population, broader socioeconomic changes are just a few of the pressures that will continue to impact the performance of regional services. This means regional services must continue to evolve to meet the growing and changing needs of residents within the community. Following today's presentation, an updated online dashboard will be made available through the region's website, which provides performance information on regional services and the progress in advancing the strategic plan. Along with the online dashboard, a copy of the 2018 Community for Life report will also be available. As members of the Regional Council for the 2018 to 22 term, there is an opportunity to endorse a new set of term-based priorities. The Term of Council priorities support the achievement of the Community for Life vision through 4-year increments. Through the Term of Council priorities, each Regional Council pursues specific 4-year actions that support the longer-term community outcomes found within the strategic plan. The approach to developing the recommended Term of Council priorities was carried out in line with the mission of this organization, working with you. As part of this, a collection of information was examined, including community input from an online survey with over 6,500 residents, reviewing Peel-specific data related to Peel Regional Services, their pressures and client needs, reviewing Regional Council-approved plans, as well as consultation with local municipal staff to align strategic planning efforts. All of this information was translated into 7 recommended Term of Council priorities. These are the 7 recommended Term of Council priorities for Council approval. Within the Council report, there is information that outlines why each priority is important to the community, its desired outcome, and how progress will be measured. In summary, these are the 7 Term of Council priorities. Transforming housing service delivery, which focuses on an integrated and seamless client experience for those in need to get and stay housed. Enhancing supports for employment, which focuses on improving income supports and opportunities for priority populations in Peel. Enhancing senior supports and services, which focuses on ensuring that Peel is a community where the quality of life for seniors and their caregivers is optimized. Advancing community safety and well-being, which focuses on making improvements for residents to feel a greater sense of well-being, belonging, and safety. Expanding community mobility, which focuses on a range of mobility options to improve the health of Peel residents and the environment. Building environmental resilience, which focuses on preparing Peel for the impacts of climate change. And finally, improving service and confidence, which focuses on delivering service excellence to the community. Given Council's approval of the recommended Term of Council priorities for the 2018 to 2022 term, actions will be put into place to deliver on these priorities alongside local municipal partners. Progress on the 7 Term of Council priorities will be reported through Council through the annual Community for Life report. And with that, thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, and well done. Are there any questions at this time? Seeing none, I have the resolution before me, moved by Councillors Innes and Kovac, that the 7 recommended Term of Council priorities for the 2018-2022 term, as informed by community feedback and outlined in the report of the Commissioner of Corporate Services titled Term of Council Priorities 2018-2022, be approved. This is a recorded vote. If you would vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Ras, you've come on my list. Councillor Ras.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you very much for the report. It was actually really well written and very well laid out. So I just wanted to say thank you for that because I know a lot of work goes into these. So it wasn't that we don't appreciate it. It was just so complete that we didn't have any questions. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you very much.
And well said. It bears saying. With that, we're on to the vote itself, a recorded vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. And moving along, that brings us to item 8.6, at which time we're also going to bring forward items 18.2, 18.4, 18.5, 18.6, all dealing with update on townhouse waste collection, an oral presentation by Norman Lee, Director of Waste Management. Norman, welcome.
Make sure I get everybody can hear that it's on. Okay, before I get started, so it's townhouse waste collection. I'm going to give a little bit of history on the project because I realize some of the councillors here don't have the history on the cart collection process. I'll be very quick though. So in 2011, staff was actually directed, this is how it began, to figure out how to increase waste diversion, we looked across the province and the country, and we came back, the top two options were to force people to put their garbage into clear bags so we could see what was in it. We thought that would increase diversion by, or increase participation in our programs by 15%. The other option was to convert to bi-weekly green bin program, bi-weekly collection, and that gave, we thought, a 20% increase in participation. So council decided to move forward with the bi-weekly, but they decided to do it by having a year-long pilot study where we had 4 collection routes, each of about 1,000 houses, participate in the program. 2 of the routes had bag-based collection and 2 of them had cart-based collection. We had a lot of feedback during that pilot. We brought that, I think every quarter we brought something to committee or council to talk about. And at the end of it, the results showed that the cost went down with biweekly collection as we had predicted, diversion went up as we had predicted, but it also showed that the people who had the carts liked the program a lot better. I think it was 80 to 90% of the folks who were using carts said this is a great program, and just around 50 to 55% of the people with bags said, you know, we can live with biweekly collection. So the decision was to go to carts. So that was 2015. We started with the detached, semi-detached curbside homes. We got them to select their carts, and we delivered them in 2015, at the end of 2015. January 1st, 2016, all these curbside customers started with collection, bi-weekly cart-based collection. And as I think a lot of you know, we deferred the townhouse just because they were more complex. Fall of 2016, we started converting townhouse complexes. As of May of last year, about half of them had been converted to carts and about half had not. In May of 2018, council paused the conversion process. It was for about a year, and they asked staff to go back and use that time to review our process, get some feedback from the residents who had converted, what they didn't like, in fact, all townhouse residents. So we've been doing that. It's been going a little bit slower than I had wanted it to go. I had wanted to be, back here with final recommendations by this point. But like a lot of other divisions in the region, we have to react to quite a few changes that are going on in our world right now. There's a lot of new stuff coming out from the Ministry of the Environment. A lot of it's very good, but it requires quite a bit of our time to focus on. So we reached out. We did kind of 2 main things. We reached out. First of all, we knew we had, I think, 14 open houses just before the pause with residents who were pretty much opposed. I think the majority of them were opposed to the conversion. And we had all of their feedback. We reviewed it again. We reached out to residents who had been converted. We did surveys and focus groups, and I'm going to go through the results of those a little bit. And then, of course, the infamous or famous June 3rd, 4th open houses, where we got feedback again from the folks who I think are, haven't been converted yet, who wanted. And, we know the June 3rd open house didn't go well. I mean, our goal was to go there to get feedback from residents. We didn't do that. We weren't able to do that. We didn't meet that objective. The format didn't work for them. It just didn't work. There were too many people. It was very frustrating for a lot of them. I recognize that. I think of the 250 that showed up, 50 just left. 50 took a feedback form and left and gave us feedback later, but about 100 stayed. They kind of slogged through it one at a time and gave us feedback. So we did get some feedback from them. And again, on the 4th, we got some feedback. And since the 4th, a lot of the people from the first meeting have either emailed us. So we have, nobody's going to get gold stars for that meeting. I can guarantee that, and I'll take accountability for that. But we have been getting feedback from them. So I just want to go through. So this is the feedback we got from people who have switched to carts, and this is townhouse owners who switched to carts. So one of the first questions was, do you support the switch to carts? This is now, up to 6 months or so, or maybe even a year after they've switched. 74% said, yeah, we support it. 17 said, no, we don't like it at all. And there were 10% in the middle that were kind of neutral. So then we asked, of the ones who did like it, we said, well, why do you like it? And they said it prevents blowing litter. They're easy to wheel to the curb. And I know I hear a lot of concerns where elderly people might not be able to move these big carts, but when we're doing the feedback and we did focus groups, we actually heard a lot of them prefer these carts because they're actually they're big, but they're very easy to move. Automated trucks result in less worker, I think it's less worker injury. I don't have to buy garbage bags. And then there was just some other ones, and they told us why. But those things we know, those are things we see too. We know there's less blowing litter. We know there's less injuries, that sort of thing. And I'm going to apologize for this little graph. We kind of put this together at the last minute. This should be the exact same graph on the bottom as was on the previous. I'm not sure why this one has different numbers in it. But the people who didn't like the carts, we said, why not? They're difficult to store. We heard that. We heard that again on the third and the fourth. There was a bunch of other reasons why they didn't like them. They're too big. I like the bag-based collection. The carts are inconvenient. The carts are ugly. So these are things that we heard there. We did some focus groups. We did 4 groups of 10 with people picked at random. And we listened to what they said were benefits and what were challenges. And I'm just going to go through the benefits. They're all very similar. Fewer animal pests, particularly raccoons. We've heard from others about rats and possums. Made them more conscious of how much waste they're producing. So it got them doing a little bit better job. They're sturdy, they reduce spills, breakage associated with bags. Easier to handle because they roll, the lid's attached, reduces. So similar things to the survey and similar things that we've heard. The things we heard are drawbacks, and these will all start sounding very familiar too, right? The green bins, a lot of people like to put a bag right inside the green bin, even though they have little bags in their kitchen, and they can't get a big enough bag to put in it that's compostable. The green bin is too big. And then there's odor and cleaning out of green bins. I think these are people who didn't use the old green bins because they required cleaning too. The size of the cart, the size of the green bin, moving, getting stuff in and out of their house. They have to move their vehicle out to move the cart. We heard that. Lack of enforcement for people who are improperly doing things. They break from impact, and this comes down to just a driver issue more than a program issue, and sometimes some of the lids. And then there were 2 quotes. One of them was, I think it's from an elderly person who, maybe this is not unwieldy, just too big. Anyway, so it's too big. The other one, it's inconvenient. Every time I want to take the car out of the garage, I have to move a cart. So then we had the 2 open houses, and the key messages we heard from those, and we heard them over and over again, the green bins are too big. A lot of people said, can we go back to the small green bins? And then finding storage space for 3 carts is a challenge, and for some of them even finding storage space for 1 cart is a challenge. And outdoor storage in front of the townhouses, that's always possible, but it's not a look that they really want for their townhouses. So what I was going to suggest, based on the way the program is set up now, the next step, and we've reached out to quite a few. I've personally reached out to some of the people who've written since the June 3rd meeting, some of the complexes, and we've agreed that after today, depending on our direction, we would be happy to go out and visit them and look at things. So I see the next steps under the current program, conducting site visits, considering alternatives, And that might include, if we agree on an alternative with a complex, to either do a pilot or maybe even permanently switch them to that. And then we'll come back, probably, that'll take at least all summer to get through those steps. So sometime this fall, we'd come back to council with our recommendations on how to go forward. And we haven't converted anybody since the pause. And we don't intend to convert anybody, except if we agree with somebody in step number 1 sort of thing, to try out some sort of alternative. And we've already talked about a few of those. So that's kind of where I think we would go right now. And that is my presentation.
Very, very good, Norm. Thank you. And we have a list. Councillor Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Norm, for the presentation. I do think it's important for the new members of council to hear some of the history, but a lot of what's in that presentation, I and other members of council, as well as those who sit on the Waste Management Committee, have heard before. The meeting that was held on June 3rd, I will say I won't dwell too much on that, but it was pretty embarrassing for me to get a call from a resident to tell me about the meeting, and I didn't even know about it, which was kind of put me behind the eight ball in the beginning. But as a result of that meeting, I mean, I think when we put this program on pause, one of the things that we were hoping that staff would do would come back with alternative solutions. What I heard from the residents out of that meeting was that the alternative solutions were not there, and they're the same proposed solutions previously. One of them, as you mentioned in your presentation, was storing the bins in front of the garage. We in the City of Mississauga have a property standards bylaw, and that's against our bylaw, so that's a non-starter. A lot of the condo boards also have that same bylaw. So again, it's a non-starter from our perspective, at least in Mississauga. The other suggestion was that residents hang the bins on the wall, take their garbage and leave their garbage inside the house, and then on Monday or Tuesday or whenever collection day is, they take the bin down, fill it with garbage, and then take it to the curb. So a lot of the residents in townhouses are seniors with mobility issues. So again, it's a non-starter. I mean, I'm in my 40s and I'm not taking a bin down off the wall on a Monday to put my garbage out. So that wasn't a solution, or a solution at least that I or my residents were looking for. The third proposed solution was for them to bring their carts through the house. So you can imagine, dragging a cart through the front door into the backyard, never mind the dirt and everything else. But if you're having people over and having a lovely barbecue in the backyard and you're sitting beside your green bin, again, it's really a non-starter. So I understand the challenges that are, before us here in staff, but we really were looking for coming up with solutions, and these aren't solutions that I or my residents in Mississauga, are willing to accept. So the one question I do have, and I think I know the answer, but the residents who live in townhouse complexes, are they on biweekly programs right now? Biweekly pickup?
Most of them are. I think there's 30-some thousand townhouse units. Yeah. About 5,000 are on weekly, and the rest of them are on biweekly.
So at least I know in my ward that they all are on the biweekly. So they're participating in the reduction of the waste diversion program that we as a region appeal and the targets that we're trying to achieve. So my point there is that we're, in this case of kind of forcing the bin, which is what my residents and quite frankly I feel is happening, it's actually making it more difficult for them to participate. So I do have the fear, a number of my residents have said it as well, that if you're going to force 3 bins on me, I'm going to stop diverting, I'm going to stop doing recycling and garbage and all of these things. This is the feedback that I've been getting. So again, back to the original point, we're really hoping that through Waste Management Committee, which I am a member of, we would be able to come up with some solutions and outside of the box thinking. What can we do to make it easier? The carts just don't fit in a lot of these places. I have a significant amount of townhomes in my ward, as do others in Mississauga, and the bins just don't fit. So I've been working with Councillor Sato on a motion that we will bring forward. But again, my concern, aside from the meeting that was called that we weren't aware of, and it was a frantic, mad meeting with a lot of extremely angry people who were hoping to go there and find out solutions. Aside from that, I don't think that we have worked through committee to put in new options for residents to do. And at this stage, again, in working with Councillor Sato, and that motion will be put up later, we will discuss that. But at this stage, my approach to this is our residents are already doing it. They got blue bags at the curb. They got garbage the next week. They do their green bin every week. That green bin is big, but they're not affecting our diversion. The area that is affecting our diversion is the multi-residential. And I think you probably know this, but I, in my ward, am doing a pilot project, I think Councillor DeMerla is as well, with the high-rise, with the multi-residential, to see if we can't put a program in place to capture more of that, to have them divert. That's where we need to achieve our diversion targets. I don't believe that forcing residents in townhomes who can't fit these bins is really productive from our standpoint. So those would be my comments for now, and I do know that Councillor Sato and I have been working on this motion that will come forward, and curious to hear what the rest of council has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. And while we're coming to Councillor Fortini, perhaps if we could get the resolution on the screen, because I think some of the residents might be interested in seeing it as well, that has been moved by Councillor Sato and Councillor Mahoney. Thank you. Councillor Fortini, please.
Thank you, through the chair. And I guess Councillor Mahoney was going to say the same thing that he was going to say. I get getting a lot of complaints. There's no space. Where the townhouses are, can't we allow, since they have condominium fees, let them worry about getting them one bin or give them an option? Because I see myself with a single garage. I barely have any room to put the bins inside. And a lot of these people are applying also for like basement apartments and stuff, and they said, well, the garage is considered a parking spot, but there's no way to put a car inside when you have 3 of those bins inside. So if they don't have a side or anything, we have no choice but to put them on the front, or they're just too big. Maybe give them an option if they want.
Sure, and that's, I think in my next steps, that is kind of the next step in our process, is to go out to visit the sites to get ideas from them and work with them. And of the groups that I've talked to so far, some of the ideas they've asked about, and we'll consider them if we can make them work together. One of them was give them one bin for garbage and recycling, and they will know enough to put the garbage in this week and the recycling in next week. I think from our perspective, you know, our truck will go and it'll pick up whatever's out there that week. So if they can get the right stuff in the right week, maybe they can, maybe they can't. So that's sort of saying another option that someone suggested is give them a garbage cart, but let them keep using blue bags. So we're looking to see if we can collect that. That would be an option we would consider, these sorts of things. Or going back to the small green bin was another one that some of them have asked for. So we're looking at in these areas, like if we can go back to manual collection of the green bin, and some of them are doing that with the big bins right now. So you know, we're happy to look at all those options and discuss them. And if we can meet their needs, their space constraints, whatever they want, and it still meets kind of collection needs and it can be done, then those are options that we say we can do.
Yeah, that's a good idea on one bin. Also, some of the condos, I went over to townhouses, they're saying, well, we have our own bin and we're paying the same property tax as the other and we don't have the service. So maybe if we could even suggest, I don't know, you know better, maybe have 2 different bins on the property. They just dumped inside there and we just pick up a regular bin. One's for organic and one's for regular garbage, like a bigger bin. Each one deposits it there once a week. Okay, thank you.
Apologies. Councillor Sato, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't repeat Councillor Mahoney's comments about the meeting, and I did raise it at council when I was told by a resident that there was a meeting being held the following week, and I happened to be sitting here in council. And we knew nothing about it, and we asked the chair of Waste Management, he knew nothing about it. So that was handled badly, and I think you know that was handled badly, as was the meeting. My big concern with your suggestion to allow staff to continue to look at options is that all of these options have already been looked at. Last year, when I held my open house, the issue of a bin that would have a different colored lid, one for recycling, one for garbage, was raised. Hanging the bin, raising it, that was raised. The residents who attended that meeting, and you were there, it was well attended, and their comment was, we don't even have room today for the large green bin, so giving us a second bin that you're going to change the lid on is not helping at all because there's no room for the one we already have. I've been out, and I know other members of council have as well, I've gone out to quite a lot of the complexes, and I've looked at their garages, I've looked at their situations, and there isn't any room. As Councillor Mahoney said, our bylaw does not allow them to place them in the front. And even if they were in the front, they would have to be in the driveway or on their little tiny patch of grass if they have one, because most of the complexes have a porch that you could basically get one person standing on with a single door, and the porch is usually no wider than that single door. So there's no room on the porch to put the bin. Our bylaw requires that if the bin is in the front yard, it has to be behind a screen, it has to be hidden. Townhouses don't have the space to do that. They just don't. So our staff have basically said that, you know, with through the complaint statistics, that if we continue to put the carts into the townhouse complexes in the city of Mississauga, that it is going to increase the pressure on our bylaw staff, that complaints will increase, and they're not sure that the bylaw enforcement officers will be able to handle the additional number of complaints that are coming forward, because they're dealing with those already in semis and on-street townhouses. So, you know, it's not that, you know, Norm, you're asking us today to let you keep looking. Well, it's been a year. And at the meeting that I held last year that the commissioner was at, we heard from the residents saying, well, yeah, management said that's fine, but we were never asked. And I asked at that time that the residents in the complexes be surveyed. That wasn't done. You went and you surveyed residents who were already on the system, not those that were not yet on the system, to hear what the concerns were. We have petitions on the agenda today. Hundreds of residents, thousands of residents have you know, advised those of us that represent them, the councillors, that they cannot, it's not that they don't want to recycle, they just cannot accommodate carts. And, you know, I mean, as soon as we gave them the green bins, we started getting the complaints. We got those from everybody because they weren't the size that we had ever anticipated. They weren't the size we told residents they were getting. They were like twice the size. And, you know, it's just not working. And I don't want my residents to still have this threat hanging over their head of having 3 big or 3 small or 2 additional carts that they are going to have to accommodate. So the motion that I have that's on the agenda today, that Councillor Mahoney and I put together, is that we want the process to be stopped. And if Brampton councillors want it to continue, or Caledon, then I have no problem with changing the wording to say that it be stopped in Mississauga. Because we just can't keep pushing this on the residents. If someone comes up with a brilliant idea, and I don't know what it would be, because so far none of these ideas are going to work. But if somebody comes up with a brilliant idea, then bring it back to Waste Management Committee, and whoever around the table wants to try and do a pilot, they can do it. That's how we've done things in the past. And, you know, when you gave your history, I mean, diversion targets at the region didn't just start in 2011. We had diversion targets in the mid-1900s, and I've been a biggest proponent of that. I started the Waste Management Committee. I chaired it for many, many years. We had an advisory committee of citizens who were involved in environmental organizations around the region of Peel. And one of the things that they made really, really clear, and this was the citizen speaking, was that unless you make it convenient and simple for people to divert, you will never, ever reach your targets. And I want to reach the targets as much as anyone else around this table, but I also know from experience that if we don't make it easy for them, and we don't make it convenient, and we don't get them to really buy into it by doing that, we're not going to reach those targets. So I think we need to listen to our residents. They have spoken loud and clear. They've been saying it for a year, but I think this, I'm almost glad you held the meeting and it went the way it did, because, you know, I think it has made the rest of council that weren't hearing perhaps from their citizens. It's allowed you to hear what the concerns are, and especially some of the newer councillors that haven't been hearing it for the last 3 or 4 years. So the motion that was, I think, was handed out earlier, we've massaged it a little bit. But again, if our colleagues, if you don't want it in your city, if you don't want this in your city, let me know, and I'll just change the wording to say in the city of Mississauga.
Thank you, Councillor Dasko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say, people talk about the June 3rd meeting. I was there. I walked in. I wasn't exactly sure what I was walking into as a new councillor, and I came out with a nice big smile on my face as I'm walking into the building, and I see people kind of walking out with cards in their hands, you know, gnashing of teeth and things of that nature, and I'm thinking, oh my good Lord. It was, by all accounts, it wasn't a well-run meeting, and I think we all know that, and we can agree to that. When it comes to the diversion program, I know that it probably needs a little more work, for sure. One thing I'd like to bring up is possibly one size does not fit all, is the whole thing. I know down in my ward, there's a complex 20 Mineola. It's an older complex. It's been around for, geez, probably about 45 years or so. And they had garbage rooms, outdoor garbage rooms scattered throughout the complex, which right now basically just, they keep changing, you know, the paint and the locks on them right now because they really don't serve much of a function anymore. So maybe this is something to possibly revisit as part of this kind of toolbox that you're looking at. I'm not sure. So I think taking a bit of a pause and rethinking this might be not a bad idea with more consultation with communities. And longer term, I have also got to throw another spin on this too, which maybe this is a bit of a watershed moment when it comes to some of our newer complexes that are coming out. We're talking about Bill 108 and all these other wonderful things. Maybe part of planning is to go into figuring out how better to handle waste to begin with. Norm, you were part of that delegation where we went through Sweden and saw some really innovative things. Vacuum waste, which would be that would cure this whole situation very well, or something like the OptiBag system, where instead of having 3 different bins or 4 or 5 or whatever it is, you have one bin and you just have different colored bags that you're putting in, and the overall footprint is much more reduced. So I just wanted to throw a few of those thoughts out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the update, Norm. I too was I did not attend the meeting, but the evening of that meeting, I was inundated with emails and photos from that meeting, and it got everybody's shackles up again. It was my hope that by this point we would have probably worked through a number of viable alternatives. And I know that some of my folks, especially in the Walden Circle area, have put forward some options, which based on our current system, I think are probably viable. And that could be the 1-bin blue bags and the potentially the small green bins. But I think maybe we can see this as, Councillor Dasko says, as our watershed moment. But we have the opportunity to if we pilot certain projects, these townhouse complexes, they want to make sure that they're successful. We can turn these folks into our waste and recycling champions in those complexes because they don't want to go to the one-size-fits-all system. So I'm hoping that this can be turned into a positive, where we can really drive our diversion rates in those in the townhouse complexes. They are more dense. They don't have the space, especially in some of the older older complexes. So let's take this as an opportunity. At this point, I am going to support this motion. I think we have more work to do, and this will hold everybody's feet to the fire to come up with some viable alternatives and move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I echo everything that has been said by the councillors so far on the board. With regards to the townhouse complexes, it's just not working from a one-size-fits-all. I think that is in part due to, as has been mentioned, there's so many different designs of these townhouse complexes depending on the age of them, whether it be 50 years ago all the way up to now more recent townhouse or stacked back-to-back townhouses. They all pose a variety of complex issues when it comes to waste. If it's a new build, there may be options, or a new build of a community for vacuum waste. That would be a dream to have throughout the region. I don't think that's necessarily feasible for everywhere. It might be for some pieces, some of the properties. But last year, on May 17th, 2018, I had a resident, Sherry Irwin, from PCC 180, who did a presentation to Waste Management. I was not on Waste Management, but I came and spoke to her presentation, and she had petitions. It was from 13 different complexes, so about probably 1,500 residents. And she spoke to all of the issues that have been mentioned here, but she also underscored in her presentation what Councillor Sato and Councillor Sato, Councillor Rass, and Councillor Mahoney were saying. The residents in these townhouse complexes are currently diverting their waste. I asked you, Norm, the other day, the townhouse complexes, just for confirmation, they actually have already gone through a conversion, because a lot of them went from the open recycling carts to the converted bags, the blue bags, and that is actually working for a lot of them. So they have found solutions depending on their complex for what's working for them right now to allow for diversion. So I think, again, that's something that we need to be working with the residents in the complexes. I would hope that if you're going out and doing site visits, I went to all 13 of these complexes, others last year, so probably in total, I think I went to 21 different complexes. A few of them actually wanted the carts, which was great, but for the most part, many of them did not. And I know that staff went, but the approach that staff were taking when they went onto the complexes was more of the trying to convince, or at least feedback from the residents was trying to convince those residents that they have to convert, that this is the solution. I think that that is something moving forward. We just cannot, we've heard from the residents, they want to be part of the solution. And as I said, in many cases, they already, or not in many, I think in all of the cases, they already are diverting. They've found solutions. So obviously there's costs with that, associated with that have to be looked at. So I would just ask that if and when you're going out to work with the councillors and the residences in these complexes, that you go with an open mind as to really trying to get an understanding of what their solutions are and if they're practical or not. And one other point I wanted to make was that, and it was Sherry Irwin that brought this forward to me, that so there's not only the bylaw that we have in Mississauga about the carts being placed in the front of the townhouses, but we also have a parking standard, parking garage setback. So requirements for in townhouse complexes, there has to be a minimum space of 2.6 meters or 8.5 feet wide by 5.2 meters, 17 feet deep, without obstructions. And in all 13 of the townhouse complexes that presented petitions last year in 2018, their dimensions are 10 feet by 20. So they're basically just at the legal requirement to put a car in, not necessarily to have big carts on either side or in front, like deep into the garage. So that was another issue that was raised and a concern in terms of putting the carts inside the garages. So I'm supportive of the motion presented here today. And again, I would just ask moving forward that you work with the property management and the condominium board and/or, because in some places there's no condominium board, so property management, condominium board, and the residents to come up with solutions moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DeMerla.
Thank you, Chair. And Norm, I'm one of those new councillors, so I really appreciated the short but succinct history that you gave. I have some basic questions, and because I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and one of the things that I have not quite understood is what is the connection between going to the cart system and an increase in waste diversion? It's not clear to me if there's a connection between those, or you can get the same diversion rates using garbage bags, I guess, and clear plastic bags.
We've seen in the feedback we've got from people who went to carts, we've seen a small bump in diversion with carts just because it focuses them on, oh, this is a cart for blue stuff, and they put it in and they see how much they produce, or they see how much garbage all in one space rather than 2 or 3 bags. They found it refocused, and our data shows there's a slight bump in diversion.
I thought it said 20%. That seems more than slight.
10% sounds high to me for the bump. It would be less than 10%.
So I saw something that was 20%. I'm not sure what that was. Okay.
No, so it's not a big number. Like they may have gone up 4 or 5%. And remember, townhouses are only about 10% of our population of our housing stock. So, you know, whatever. If it goes up 4%, 1/10 of that to our overall. So it's less than 1% to our overall diversion rate.
Okay. My second question is, I'm sure that the region of Peel is not the only one facing this issue. When it comes to townhouses, there must be other regions, other cities with similar issues. I was just curious, have you done a comparison of how they have handled this issue with townhouses and carts?
Not everybody is using carts. I mean, Toronto switched to carts a number of years ago. And they just said everybody has to have a cart.
And how do they make it work with their townhouses then?
They just gave them a cart. And it was up to, I mean, that is what they did. There was a lot of complaints, people said, and, you know, and then some of the townhouses would keep them on the front porch, some would keep them in the driveway, some would, you know, if they had space, they'd put them around the side or maybe in a garage, but they just did it. A lot of the other municipalities in Ontario that are moving to carts are maybe a little bit more rural, like they just don't have, it's really the townhouse complexes that become a challenge where these issues that we're hearing, the storage becomes an issue. And, you know, so us in Toronto are probably the 2 big ones that have a lot of townhouses that have gone to carts. And Toronto just did it. And we've been, and I just want to maybe comment, I mean, the open houses, they did kind of refocus everybody, right? Our direction was, you know, we were moving forward, and I agree that certainly before the pause, any meetings that we had, our first thing was to try to get it to work in their complex, try to get our system to work in their complex, sort of thing. The feedback we're getting in these open houses help clarify it for us. Is maybe the other alternatives had to be looked at a little bit more seriously.
So that's interesting information that I didn't have. I'm okay with the motion, but I will say that there's one part that I have a question for Councillor Saito, which is I think it's a little too restrictive to say that a resolution of the condominium board with 2/3 majority is the only way, because if a condominium wants it, getting 2/3 is next to impossible in these condo boards. That's my experience, because you just don't have the number of people. So perhaps we can just amend it to say if the condominium wants it, and how they figure out getting it. I mean, why are we telling them that they need to have a 2/3 resolution? It just seems overly restrictive. So if that, I don't know if that amendment can be made, then it would be easier for me to support it.
Perhaps if I could,
Thank you.
Councillor Sato, while you're, I thought the same thing. The thought that I had is all condo boards, and I've sat on townhouse and I've sat on condominium high-rises, already have your own formula to achieve anything else. Why don't we leave it to your usual formula to achieve anything else? So for example, in any condo that I was at, when we had our annual general meetings, first of all, you had to wait an hour to start because I had to go knock on doors to drag bodies in. And you didn't need 50%, you only need 20%, you don't get 20% of 100 units, and then the majority that were there could make a decision. I don't imagine that's changed. I don't think 2/3 come out for anything if you're giving away ice cream and $100 bills. So whatever, Councillor DeMerla, to your point, my comment, whatever standard you normally hold yourselves to, shouldn't that be or could that be just a thought, Councillor Sato, over to you.
Thank you. The reason we put in the 2/3 is that that's what we require at the municipality for any bylaw changes or any petitions, anything that comes to council requires 2/3 of the residents to support any change. So that's where the 2/3 came from. It's already in our own operations at the City of Mississauga for the 66%. So, I mean, I don't mind taking it out, but what I heard at my public meeting from some of the residents was that they were never consulted by the condo board. So you get that, which is why at my public meeting, I asked staff to survey the residents, not the board and not the management, but the actual residents, because they're the ones that are going to have to deal with this. And we all know that, you know, the board might have a different idea than the majority of the residents that are there. And we have had a board say, oh yeah, we're fine with this. And then when the residents heard about it, almost 100% said no. So that was the only reason why the 66%, because that's what we have today. It's kind of a standard thing that we've always used in the city for any change.
Yep. Councillor Sato, you still have the floor. The CEO has a thought, and I'll come right back to you, to the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sort of getting two messages from the discussion at council. The first one is that we need to stop the program in townhouses because of the feedback we've got. But then the second one I'm hearing is that we should continue to talk to the residents to find out solutions because there's some good ideas in different condominiums. They want to divert just like anybody else, but that they can't use the system that we had developed for the rest of the communities. So I'm wondering if the Council Sato, if your resolution should stop at, in the last piece, the regional staff immediately cease all implementation in the CART system in townhouse complexes. Stop it there.
No, and I'm
sorry,
going.
just and then staff needs to bring to the committee a consultation plan that will guide our future thinking on diversions in townhouses. That would involve how are we going to engage the residents in townhouses, in complexes, to get their ideas about how they can maximize diversion within those complexes. Because I fear that you are right. The many good ideas come forward from residents, but because they don't fit into our preconceived ideas of what the program should be, we haven't given them sufficient weight. But I think we should stop, as you've said, because based on the feedback we've got, but I don't want to stop trying to work with them in a well-planned way that involves council to continue to get their ideas on how we can meet our diversion targets.
I think, I can support that with the proper wording afterwards. So the main thing that I want to see today, and Councillor Mahoney and others from Mississauga at least that have been dealing with this, is that we stop this immediate, the type of consultation we're doing now, and we stop going into the townhouse complexes trying to find a way to make those carts work, because I think we've heard they don't work. So I have no problem if we can come up with wording to end it there, that's fine. Although if a complex comes forward and have the support of the residents and says, we would like to move ahead, I don't think we're going to hear that, but there may be the odd one that does. So maybe we could leave it out because it's probably never going to happen. And then add on that direction be given to staff, as you said, to look at other ways of conversion It's not, the cart system is not going to work. I mean, I think we've heard that. So to look at other ways to increase conversion, and to diversion, and to bring it back to the Waste Management Committee for review and recommendations. And that way, if somebody comes up with a really brilliant idea, but I don't want the recommendation to say to go out and work with the townhouse complexes until this council has approved some form of a consultation process and what suggestions are coming forward. I think that has to be dealt with at council first, because we found the other way is not working.
Yeah, that was my suggestion,
So
Councillor.
I know that, I think that was your intent.
That we bring it back. We were through the committee with council on how we engage, because I think you're right. I don't think the residents are knocking down our doors with ideas. But you're right. I think they are as concerned about diversion as the rest of us. It's just there's some real practical problems that we need to work with them to solve through the involvement
I
of
think
committee.
Councillor Mahoney and I probably can agree on that kind of an amendment if we get the right wording on it.
I will go to Councillor Mahoney because you were named on that point. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just on the condo board, I mean, I think one of the discussions we've had is they have their own governance structure within their board. So they make rules, what color your door can be, how big your deck can be, all of these things, and they decide within their whole complex as to what they want. So we were kind of tying in the board giving direction, understanding that they would be in charge of communicating out to residents. I think those changes are okay, but as far as the 66%, I understand where Councillor DeMerle is going, and perhaps we can take that out. It's their governance structure that we want to work with, and if they come to us as a board and say, we want to do this, and these are kind of the parameters, then we will work with them. But we're not going to go in and be proactive and push this hard on them to do. If they, within their structure, within their board, within their mandate, want it, then we're willing to work with them as the region. So I don't know if that puts clarity, but I do understand what Councillor DeMerle is saying, and we shouldn't put limits on it. We should let the board, the condo board, decide what that percentage is or when they want it, and then it's kind of on them. It's their governance model, it's their governance structure. So thank you.
Councillor DeMerle, you still had the floor if you had anything further.
No, I'm good. I'm a little confused though, because if we go with the CAO suggestion, then maybe that whole issue becomes moot, which is, so I'll see what comes down. But yeah, it's all good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has the region looked at what countries around the world do in similar situations?
We generally, yes, we do look around the world. When we're looking at carts, I mean, we've looked more at North America for these types of programs, at what they're doing in North America. They use a lot of carts. We will often look to Europe at what they're doing, but we always bear in mind that the rules there are often very different than they are here. So sometimes, it's not transferable exactly. As far as cart implementation, we did not look at Europe for carts or anywhere other than North America.
Because I think here in North America, we have a very, very long tradition of having door-to-door service, I guess starting perhaps with milk bottle delivery. And the idea that the municipality comes directly to your door to provide you with that level of service is an idea that's quite old and perhaps well past its due date. Earlier, Councillor Fortini made a very valid suggestion, and I think because he's soft-spoken, it was missed. I saw a few eyebrows go up, but just want to explore it for a second. Has the Region of Peel ever looked at, in situations like this, having community waste bins? And I just want to say that clearly.
Say that again?
I'll say it again. Community waste, recycling, and composting bins.
So this is where we would put just one big bin and the community goes?
Okay. Because I recall when I was growing up for a period of time, when in Portugal and in Lisbon, a very, very dense city, a city where so many of the residences were not equipped with another North American invention called the garbage chute. The residents there managed their garbage perfectly well. When they have garbage at the end of every day, somebody takes a walk downstairs, outside, down the block, open the bin, deposit the bag, walk back home. And if they have to carry 3 bags, they do that too. And so in so many situations where there is no room for a bin, and in Brampton we have the same problem. We have the problem where many residents have been given the bin, and even though they choose the smaller bins, it's still the same issue. Some of these residences don't even have a garage or even a side yard for that matter, and so the bins have to be left at the front of the house and they are an eyesore. In a situation like this, I think that a community waste bin, recycling bin, and composting bin really is the answer that we're all struggling to look for. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to look at best practices in other countries. That's the brilliant idea that I think we're searching for at this table. It is simple. It is easy. The only thing is, and this is the practice as it was, as I recall, in Portugal, especially in the summer months, the pickups by the municipality have to be quite frequent. Not necessarily daily, but perhaps every other day, because you do want to avoid the smells and the problems that are associated perhaps where there's busy periods. You might have to increase that frequency. But if you think about it, instead of a garbage truck having to wind its way every week through a small townhouse complex, the truck comes to one point, it picks it up, deposits the waste into its, I don't know what you would call it, chute, and it drives away to its next pickup point. You save money, the residents understand it, and you don't have to have all of these bins in front of everybody's house. It is very, very simple, and I think that I would actually want to, if the mover of the motion will accept a friendly amendment, for the region to look at that as an option. It's there. Well, then that's what we should do. So thank you. Those are my comments.
So it's there to be examined. It's a fair point. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like this is Groundhog Day. So when I was first elected, it got thrust upon me by the previous council who approved this program. And for the first year, because we rolled it out in January of all times of the year to roll out the program, rolled it out in January, and for about the first 6 months, I was inundated with complaints as a new councillor about this new waste program. And yes, Caledon has condos. We also have properties that have kilometer-long driveways. So I had it all. I had complaints from every type of home and dwelling unit that you could possibly think about for these carts. If I went back to them today, not a single one of them would give up their cart. So it's interesting that you gave the stats about how many people who are now using the program don't want to give up the cart. Well, of course, new people aren't going to want it because the overwhelming majority of people aren't used to it. It's new, it's different, it's difficult, and it's uncomfortable. So they don't want it. And I understand it because I dealt with that first 6 months to a year of complaints from my residents who didn't want it, who now won't give it up. I'm concerned about if we stop the program completely, what message that sends to those that did go through that process. I'm also concerned about where that's going to leave us into the future and when we're starting to plan and doing our development. We've already talked about multi-residential units and whether or not we're making it mandatory through the building code that we put in multiple chutes. There's all types of, the suggestion by Councillor Vicente, that's how, when we were in Barcelona, Norm, they have the community waste bins on the streets. So, you don't like them in front of your house, they're going to be on your street corner. They're still going to be in your condominium. If you're using a community bin, there's still going to be a parking space probably now taken up by a community bin. I think what is a great idea is maybe if staff take a step back and work individually with each individual condo unit on options that work for them. But that also means that there's going to have to be some sort of compromise from that condominium unit to work in partnership together, which is going to be difficult because people buy and sell and move out of that, and they may not want to share with their neighbors. And I foresee that there's going to be those problems that come up into the future. So even if we find interim solutions, they're potentially not going to be long-term solutions. And Toronto did implement it. And they just said, here are the bins. Here's how it goes. Councillors around the table talked about the diversion target. There's no question that our residents want to divert. They all want to be part of that process. I have a question with regards to the cost. The whole purpose of this is that eventually we're supposed to be moving to more automated, which is supposed to save us money and to save taxpayers money by using the trucks with the carts, with the arms. If it's a bag, that doesn't happen. So what's the cost difference when we move to that full system? Because if you're going to be putting 2 people on a truck, that's going to change what the cost is for us as taxpayers. And that means that the rest of the taxpayers who have moved to the cart system are now subsidizing those that don't. So I'm okay with taking a step back and looking about how we actually roll it out to make sure that we're finding solutions. One size doesn't fit all. Every condominium is different. Every board is a little bit different. The structures of the boards are different. So maybe taking a step back and working with each board individually. I don't want to stop it completely. I think that it's something that, it's a decision that long before I was on council was made. But I stuck through it. And it's unfortunate that the new councillors, this is the 3rd term that we're hearing this. It really is Groundhog Day. And it's becoming frustrating. It's becoming frustrating for those that sit on waste management as a vice chair last term and this term. It's frustrating for me because it's a constant conversation. I think either we find a solution and move forward, or we're going to have to look at the whole system. Otherwise, it's just going to be the next term of council are going to deal with it, and the term after that, and the term after that, and it's going to get worse because intensification is happening in the region, and this problem is only going to get worse. So I'll leave that with you. I have an issue with the way that it's originally worded with the 2/3. I think that's far too stringent. Nobody's ever going to agree to it. Residents, no, I don't know any resident that wanted it when we started. I can't tell you one resident that did. I can tell you now, hundreds of thousands of my residents won't give it up. So I'll leave it at that. I can't support it as it is. If there were some changes, and I'm happy to go back with waste management to find those solutions and to work individually with the boards and the councillors of those areas, I think that that's a better and stronger approach.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you. Just for clarification, I seen that the City of Mississauga property bylaw, I don't know if we have to add Brampton, we have the same bylaw that you can't put in the front of your house. If we have to add that. Yeah, so we do. And second is the 75%, I agree, it should be individual condominium, because at the end of the day, the residents will take it up with the board. It doesn't come and take it up with us, so we'll go argue with them. At the end of the day, they make the decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Starr.
Sorry. I was going to call a question, but there's too many little points. We don't have a 66 or a 2/3 or whatever in Mississauga. Driveways are 50% plus one. I'm sorry, they're 50% plus one. We just did one. I'm not going to argue with you. The motion that we have does not say to keep working, and that's what I'm glad to see, that we're going to do something. The idea of having central bins, whatever, Norm, you'll recall, in fact, I see some of the staff members, we were out to 2 different complexes, and that's where the people suggested that we have some sort of central pickup. Never heard back. I don't know if it wasn't a workable idea or if it didn't happen or whatever, but those same 2 ladies contacted me before Christmas saying whatever happened to that idea, and it's my fault now because I didn't bring it back up. But since we're into this diatribe of solutions, then let's take a look at what can happen, because I also have now a complex, townhouse complexes are saying, okay, you know what, maybe we will go with it. Why? Because their management said, it's just too complicated trying to get everything out for garbage day, and I don't know what happened there, but they're talking about accepting it. So it's all over the ballpark. So I think we just have to keep working at this. In Mississauga, as far as I'm concerned, the rest of the motion is fine. Let's stop it, take a look at it. And I think we need a consultation plan that basically says, what are we going to do? And that's what we have here. The central spot, I just got back from a quick trip to Japan, and that's exactly what they do. They drop off at certain spots for certain types of garbage, and I guess recyclables. And when I visited the recycling plant, their rate is 80 or 82%. So that's what they tell me anyway. Certainly looks like it because everything goes into certain compartments. And I just think that we've got a little bit of work to do. I think this should, I don't know if we need a Councillor Sato, whether we need a one-year moratorium or whatever to bring it back. Don't leave it loose, but come back in a reasonable period of time. And let's just all do it. And the other point is, I guess it's, I guess that's out of there now, but it's not always condo boards, it's management boards that sometimes we hear the complaints from. So I think just so we can modify that so that it can recognize that it's the complex that needs the approval. So I'm happy with this. I'm not going to belabor it anymore. I just think we need to do a little bit more work. Those of us in Mississauga don't want it. Let's cut it out and go back. And if it never happens, it never happens. But in the meantime, let's work on it. And maybe there is some sort of a reasonable solution. Certainly, I've taken it upon myself personally to go out, like I think Councillor Fonseca mentioned. I've been to 8 or 10 of these. I've seen the problems, but I think in some of those cases, there are solutions. So let's try to get them and, carry on.
Thank you, Councillor Starr. Councillor Vicente. Oh, sorry, Norm, did you have a response to something?
No, I just wanted, just to make sure I understand the motion. It says, and to report to the committee on alternative diversion strategies, and that report include a consultation plan. I thought we were being asked to go and consult with some of these people on what works in their thing and then bring, no? So we develop the plan on how we think we can divert before we go talk to these people. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one final comment, and I think the residents just want solutions. The idea of the community waste bin, if it works in a townhouse area, you may find staff that you may want to treat that as a pilot program for normal streets and subdivisions and homes, because really it works amazingly well, and you could save a fortune in gas driving around to pick up individual carts and bins by just going to one location per subdivision. Thank you.
Can I just
please?
I just wanted to make sure council's aware. I mean, we kind of do that right now with multi-res, right? They have community bins in the parking lot. So if you have a small walk-up apartment, those sorts of things, they have community bins. We call it multi-residential. Much cheaper to collect, I'll give you that. There's no doubt. The diversion rate in our multi-res is much lower than curbside, so I think that'd be one of the drawbacks to it, and the contamination rate's also much higher. So we are looking at that. There are some townhouse complexes that have asked about this, and we're looking into whether it can be done. But we know that type of collection is less expensive, but we also know that it comes with some challenges on the diversion and contamination side. So and believe me, I've been London, Rome, Havana, they all have these common, they don't do door-to-door collection there, and God bless the people there, they seem to be able to figure out how to do it. So.
Thank you. Councillor Innes.
Just more of a clarification, the way that the motion is worded, and maybe the clerk can clarify. So we're stopping, and then we're going to ask staff to go back and create a consultation plan on how to engage them. But if we were to commence it again, we're going to need 2/3 to reopen, and it'll have to go back and start all over. So we're telling staff to do work on something that we've just said we're stopping.
I don't think so. I think that what it is the report is on alternative plans, so it would not be going back to the carts. If it went back to the carts, it would take 2/3. The report is on alternate waste diversion opportunities,
and that reports to include the consultation.
So that may not include then of sharing of carts or anything like that within the complex. That would exclude that.
It would not exclude sharing of carts because that's not the current program.
So
What they're
just the
starting
cart
is-
program in its current state.
That's correct.
And what happens if a condominium board does come forward and wants it?
It would require a 2/3 to reopen it. Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor DeMarla.
Sorry, maybe because I'm new, I'm not sure what the 2/3 is. Is it this council's 2/3?
To reopen it, to reopen the
Oh.
item. You need 2/3.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. The only other comment I'll make, that exhausts my list, but I think it was what the CAO was going towards. And I'm going to ask the first segment of it philosophically because it has practical implications afterwards. And I think Councillor Innes was striving towards this. What I'm ending up at is, do we believe in recycling and diversion or not, and what it entails, in which case the message is, are we going to do whatever it takes to make it happen? Or no, that's not necessarily the case, and if we can veto out of it, whatever the wish of council is the wish of, I think you're making it very hard on staff, and I think it's what our CAO and what Norm are trying to say is, can somebody clearly tell us what we need to do next? Because I, as chair, am not even sure myself. So I've read the resolution, but I think that's what Councillor Innes was going towards. I think that's what Norm was reaching for in the CAO. Can we have some clear direction on what the staff, what Norm will be doing on this file tomorrow morning? The only other point that I want to make is, and Councillor DeMarla, I'm forewarning you, and congratulations to you as the Ward 7 councillor after I spent 30 years, you may have 5 or 6 communities coming forward back to you say, when Nando attended our meetings as the councillor, he just said we were doing it and we did it. Are you going to allow them to retroactively take them out now? Because there's a new regime. I agree with Councillor Innes. I think many of them will say we like it, but it is a double standard any way you slice it. So I'm a little bit concerned about the path forward. I only say it on behalf of the staff that needs some clear direction. And I'm going to conclude by saying, Norm, and to the CAO, do you know what your next steps are? If you say, yes, I'm wrong, and I'll shut up. But Norm, are you clear on what you and to the CAO, what the direction is for staff going forward? Then I'll come to Councillor Sato.
Well, I'll tell you what I think it is, and if I'm wrong, somebody can tell me. So I'm going to go away with my staff, and we're going to look at alternative townhouse collection strategies other than the cart system that we were doing before. And I think it can include things like a larger bin, a common point for some people. It can include things like one cart and a blue bag, like a garbage cart and a blue bag maybe, I'm not sure. It can include a single cart that people switch. And we can look at that and say, what do we think that does to diversion? What do we think it does to cost? Do we think it might not work everywhere, but where it works, bring that back, and then, so we'll have maybe 5, 6 options, and we'll include vacuum waste for the future at least. In that, I think we're supposed to say, we're now going to take these options, we're going to consult with, and I think Councillor Innes's point is probably a good one, is that we go out then on a case-by-case basis and we ask them what they think will work in their complex, right?
And thank you for the clarity. You're in, Councillor Sato.
Is that close? I don't know. That might
Thank
be
you.
That's perfect.
I guess I'm baffled as to why it's not very clear and understandable. I think it's black and white. Well, it's black and red. We stop the cart system on the complexes. We don't go ahead with it. We stop it. Staff look at alternatives to the cart system. Can be anything you want. Go look at different cities, if it's, multi-bags or whatever. But other than giving people 2 or 3 big carts that they cannot fit, that is what we're stopping. You bring it back to the Waste Management Committee. You don't go out and talk to the complexes and say, this is what we're proposing, until you have brought a consultation plan to the Waste Management Committee, get it endorsed by Waste Management, then get it endorsed by Council, so that we all know what the consultation plan will be. You might say, does anyone want to volunteer? Is there a complex that you think might want to do a pilot? And some of us might have that, and some of us might not. and then you go from there. So, I mean, I think it's black and white. I'm a little confused as to why there's confusion, but I think it's quite simple. It's right there. So.
I'm glad it was asked and answered. With that, I have no other speakers on my list. You have the motion before you. This is a recorded vote. Madam Clerk, the result of the vote is? It passes. Thank you. Thank you for those in attendance. Okay, with that, we come down to items of health. There are none. Items related to human services, there are none. Items related to planning and growth, that has been dealt with. I'm on to Councillor Fonseca to deal with items related to enterprise programs. Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 15.4, Public Sector Network Update and Budget, I believe was held by Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question of staff. In the staff report, first of all, the networks that the municipalities have been building to connect all of our facilities and partners is quite incredible. Before becoming a councillor, I wasn't aware that it existed, and to see that level of tech built into the infrastructure of our municipalities and in the region is rather incredible. But one portion of the report that caught my eye was that while the system does not provide connectivity directly to residents and businesses, surplus bandwidth could be made available to the private sector carriers for this purpose, or I suppose other customers, under suitable and mutually beneficial arrangements. What has staff done in the past to potentially explore those options?
So through the chair, and thank you for the question. I agree that the public sector network is a unique asset that we all share. And there's certainly capacity available within the network to allow for additional usage. The way that our policies are set up today, we are required to allow the network to be used by the 4 municipalities first and foremost. And then we have agreement contracts in place with other public sector entities that also build and share in the use of that network. There are only a few of them, but we do collect revenues from those other public sector entities. The policies that we have in place today do not allow for us to increase the usage of that network to the private sector, but there are certainly opportunities, if we wanted to explore them, to look at either expanding the use within the public sector and perhaps more aggressively going after additional public sector partners, or looking at partnership agreements with other carriers or expansion into the private sector. So there's certainly opportunities to use the capacity that is there. Because of the existing policies, it's not something we have quantified in the past. But I would say that if there's an interest, we'd be happy to bring back a discussion or a report on what those options might be and what level of capacity could potentially be utilized.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, in the case of this type of infrastructure, just to be clear, the more it is used does not mean the more quickly it wears out. Would that be accurate?
Through the chair, that's entirely accurate, yes.
All right. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity here, given some of the financial constraints that we are being held under going forward. I would like to put a motion, if I may, Madam Chair, that staff look into the opportunity that may lie there for the municipalities to work together to realize some value from the fiber optic network that we have built across the municipalities, so long as it is engineered, and I think that this is simply a software solution, where it does not impact our access and our bandwidth. If I could move that motion, I would appreciate someone to second that.
Madam Clerk, if you can be clear on the procedure.
Through to Catherine, would this be direction first for more information to be brought back? That might be to look at where there may be opportunities?
That is correct. So for staff to look into the opportunity to generate revenues for the municipalities by utilizing the fiber optic networks that the municipalities have built to use excess bandwidth and to make it available for private sector use in a manner which is mutually beneficial, if I can put it that way.
Okay. Yes, Catherine. Clerks, yes.
What we can do is add that direction to the existing motion because the existing motion still needs to be passed.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be
Councillor Vicente-
separate?
No, it doesn't need to be separate.
you okay with that,
We can
Councillor
include it as
Vicente?
direction as
Okay.
part of this motion if Councillor Vicente wants to move that.
Yes,
So-
but I'll need a seconder.
Could we have somebody second that? Seconded by Councillor Mahoney? Okay. We need a recorded vote for that. Oh, I apologize, Councillor Sato.
Thank you. Sorry, before we take the vote, and I don't have a problem with that, but I have a question to staff. Sorry, who's going to answer? There you are, Sean. We just had a report from our staff at the city, an email, I think it was last week, and I couldn't find it, but I'm trying to remember, someone else might recall exactly what it was, that there is an issue, because you have in here working with Electra to relocate the fiber from poles scheduled for replacement. And we were having an issue in Mississauga, particularly with the Bell fiber optics and the Bell lines that were on the Electra poles. And there was some difficulty in access for relocation. So have you had consultation with the City of Mississauga as to what our staff are doing in that regard, and with Electra to determine what the issues are? This one was with Bell. And I think the problem was the wires are on the old poles, and Electra needs to remove the old poles, but they can't remove them without Bell moving the wires. Am
Yes,
I
that's
right to
right.
my colleagues?
You're right.
Okay,
That
good.
That
yeah.
is
So there was a bit of
conundrum
an
that
issue
came
there
forward.
because the Electra is doing a relocation. So what consultation have you had, first of all, with the city? And if you haven't, I would suggest maybe you speak with our city staff on how that issue is going, and also with Electra.
So through the chair, we'd be happy to have those conversations and look at what is being done with the city. We certainly have far less wiring out there than Bell would have, for example. So we do far fewer relocates, for example. However, we've had a busy year in terms of the number of relocates and maintenance work that we've had to do. So I'd be happy to take that and have conversations as to what approach they've had.
Okay, yeah, and I can't remember which staff, which commissioner, it might have been Transportation and Works, Jeff Wright, who sent out the email to staff. I probably was. So
Pretty
you
sure
might
it
want to
was.
touch base with them and just find out what's happening there, because it was an issue, because I guess legally Electra can't remove them. And Bell can't go on the Electra poles.
That's right.
So it was like, we can't take them down and you're not allowed to go on the poles to remove your stuff, so.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sato. That's, I think that is an important point, because it just emphasizes with moving forward with what Councillor Vicente has suggested, I think would be very beneficial for all of us. However, past policy and past standards, there's different issues that will have to be addressed. So, okay, we have a motion by Councillor Vicente and Councillor Mahoney. It's a recorded vote. Okay, and that passes. Thank you very much. Okay, one other item of communication, 16.1, a letter dated May 26 from Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Steve Clark, for receipt recommended, and it was held by Councillor Rass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we have a little bit of an opportunity here, and I've been speaking with regional staff, and I also spoke to Councillor Fonseca, to suggest that maybe we should be taking advantage of this fund where we can have an auditor or a team of people look into efficiencies through the Audit and Accountability Fund, in particular 3 areas, the areas that were actually cut back by the province. So that includes public health, paramedics, and child care. So if they're cutting back at those areas, they're welcome to come in and find out where those efficiencies are. So we do have a motion prepared. I'm hoping that staff can put it up. Oh, and I know that it's still a moving part. I just have a friendly amendment here from Councillor Sato to include long-term care. Now, I don't know if there'd be enough funds in that request to also address long-term care, perhaps.
David, can you?
Thank you. Yes, after we got the minister's letter, some weeks after that, we've got the guidelines from the deputy minister, and the guidelines speak to anticipating an average funding to a municipality of $250,000 for the audit, which is not very much. I think in your direction to us, we can include long-term care, but let us come back with maybe a report on a scoped.
Yeah.
It have to be a very scoped audit that we do. Otherwise, it would be so high level it would be of no use.
Right. So, and I know that long-term care is a smaller percentage
It's
than
about
some of the other
It's about
areas that we've.
$800,000 this year, as opposed to some of the other ones which are much larger.
Right. Maybe we make a small amendment that we would also like to include other areas not addressed in those top 3 should the province have additional funding available. Does that work? Yeah. Okay.
And I'm happy with that as the seconder too. That's good.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. We do have, okay, Catherine, did you want to speak to this, or I have Mayor Crombie's on the board as well? You need to go first. Okay.
Because this was a piece of correspondence on the agenda, in order to actually bring a motion based on the
yes.
correspondence, we will need a 2/3 vote in order to proceed with the motion today. Otherwise, it would be a notice for next meeting. But I think that the will of Councillor Raz is to have it heard today, so we would need that 2/3.
Okay, as a point of process, would Mayor Crombie speak next, or do we need to have it open first?
The 2/3 before you speak
2/3
to the
first.
motion.
Okay. So is that a hand vote or a recorded vote? Recorded vote for 2/3 to have it as a motion today. Please vote. Okay, and that passes. Thank you very much. And now to Mayor Crombie.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So to Councillor Rass, or speak to the question, is we just spent $600,000 on a report. I mean, we know what these things are going to cost. So we only have $250,000 available, isn't that right? It's CAO?
I think,
So hang on a second, David's going to.
The guidelines anticipate about $250,000 per municipality. We'll put in what we think we need to do a reasonable report. Our concern is the province is saying it's going to reduce funding either by reducing the envelope or significantly changing the funding cost-sharing formula in 3 of our major programs over the next couple of years, and they expect us to come up with efficiencies to make up that difference. We're talking millions of dollars.
Right.
So if they're going to offer us some money to take a look to help us guide our thinking on that, then let's take them up on it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further speakers on the board, we have the motion before you, and we can vote now. And that passes. Thank you very much, Councillor Rass. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fonseca. And that brings us all the way down to other business. Councillor Parrish.
I didn't have 16.4 on my list when we were going through it. This is the letter from Brampton designating Councillor Early as their substitute councillor. Does that mean that's the only person that can substitute? Yes?
Caledon, not Brampton.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
Caledon.
no.
For Caledon, that is correct. You're entitled under the legislation to appoint one. They had previously appointed Councillor DeBoer. They've removed Councillor DeBoer and appointed Councillor Early.
And is that Councillor Early over there?
This is Councillor Early, yes.
I thought it was Joanna Downey with the new hairdo. And it was a bit shocking because you had your head down. So if Councillor Early can't make it, no one else can fill in?
That is correct.
And is Brampton in the same position?
That is correct.
Thank you very much, and welcome, Councillor Early.
And Councillor Parrish, thank you for clarifying that. And Councillor Early, my apologies for not acknowledging you at the outset. Welcome. If there's no other business, I will raise one as chair. Anticlimactic. Oh, was there another?
20.3, we still have to do 20.
Oh, I was going under other business. I'm at 19. And I was just going to deal with one other point of other business. And what it is this anticlimactic as it may be. We had a Marco meeting here at the Region Appeal offices that I hosted on Friday. Minister Steve Clark was good to attend and sat right there. And after the mayors and regional chairs had our bit and he got to speak for 20 minutes, I'm advising you all, again, you're probably aware of it anyway, that the minister made it very, very clear in his opening sentence that the first thing he more or less said, I'm paraphrasing, is, I know you're all going to have questions about governance. Please don't ask any of them. I will not be addressing, and I'm advising you officially that many of you were anticipating a real detailed presentation back and forth at AMO this year. That will not be happening, the minister advised us. He said, I will be pronouncing on the matter in its entirety only in November or beyond. That's what we were told. So I wanted to report that back to you as well. And as I said, was unwilling to entertain any questions, comments, and says even when AMO comes, he will make that very, very clear and does not and will not entertain any further conversations at AMO. There was some conversation around the table that many were anticipating that at AMO, and he shut it down then and made it very, very clear that we will not hear from them until November. So I thought I should make you aware of that. Moving on to notices of motion, we've dealt with all except Councillor Parrish. 20.3, the motion from Councillor Parrish regarding the Regional Council Policies and Procedures Committee regarding member composition. Councillor Parrish.
Yes, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think it's normal that mayors are very, very busy, and if we're counting on them for quorum, it's causing us a problem. And the business of the committee can't go on, so I'm just moving that we have them there as ex officio.
Very good. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers to that? Madam Clerk, can I take that vote at this time? It has been moved by Councillor Parrish. It has been seconded by Councillor Raz, and I require a recorded vote. Please vote at this time. That carries. Thank you. That brings me down to the bylaws, Madam Clerk. I have a motion before me that's moved by Councillor Carlson, seconded by Mayor Crombie, that the bylaws listed on the June 13, 2019 Regional Council agenda, being bylaws 39, 2019 and 40, 2019, be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the regional clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. You've heard the motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Moving on. The next motion that I have before me, moved by Councillor Dasco, seconded by Councillor Fonseca, that the bylaw 41-2019 to confirm the proceedings of Regional Council at its meeting held June 13, 2019, and to authorize the execution of documents in accordance with the Region Appeal bylaws relating thereto be given the required numbers of reading, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the regional clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. You've heard the motion. All those in favor? That is carried. Motion to adjourn, as moved by Councillor Vincente, seconded by Councillor Sinclair. Thank you all for a very long day's work.